Chapter 402. A demonic dragon devours its master. Get lost. An earth-shattering roar resounded as the giant demonic dragon was sent flying. In the sky, a bare-chested youth appeared. The flames on his body had already disappeared, leaving only 4 mysterious symbols. Those were the symbols of the Saint Flame, which gave people a feeling of oppression like a volcano. The youth was Xing Fifan. He hasn't lost yet, and his strength seems to have increased. Looking at the scene in the sky, the crowd was shocked. The heavens' pride from the cloud domain was indeed terrifying. In such a situation, Xing Fifan was still hiding his final trump card. 4 Flames Master. I didn't want to use it because it would squeeze out my potential, but it seems like I can't avoid it today. Lin Ling, you forced me to do this. In the sky, Xing Fifan's voice was low. He gently waved his hand and flames erupted in front of him, burning the sky. Obviously, the 4 Flames Master had increased his strength to another level. Of course, it was a secret technique that could increase one's strength for a short period of time, and the price was very high. However, with the price, the power was naturally terrifying. 4 Flames Master? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. If he didn't guess wrong, the so-called 4 Flames Master should be Xing Fifan devouring the vitality of the previous 4 old men to increase his strength for a short period of time. Those 4 old men must have the bloodline of the sacred clan and possessed golden flames. That was why Xing Fifan could devour them. Lin Ling, you forced me to this extent. Even if you die, it'll be an honor for you. Xing Fifan's cold voice resounded again, making the crowd gulp. Without a doubt, the demonic dragon was Lin Ling's final trump card. Unfortunately, Xing Fifan was still hiding something. You've devoured 4 of your subordinates, which means 4 of your subordinates are also fighting. The 100 Generals battle seems meaningless now. As for you saying that you'll end me in 5 moves, that's a joke. The sacred clan is nothing more than this. Lin Ling said indifferently with disdain in his eyes. Hehe, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Shameless or insidious, as long as you die, who in the cloud domain will remember you? Everyone will only know me, Xing Fifan, as the saint. This time, Xing Fifan didn't get angry. It was obvious that his arrogance was only aimed at the weak. Now that he was facing an expert who could threaten his life, he shamelessly thought that winning was good enough. The coffin is yours and your woman is mine. Boom. Xing Fifan's body trembled. A large number of golden eyes appeared on the surface of his body. A terrifying aura bloomed, seemingly tearing the air apart. Just his aura alone could tear the air apart. From this, it could be seen that the current Xing Fifan was more than twice as strong as before. The flaming evil dragon earlier was not bad, but I see that your face is pale, so you must have used up all your spiritual energy. So, as long as I destroy the flaming evil dragon, you will definitely die. A cold voice came from Xing Fifan's mouth. He sneered as his eyes locked onto the flaming devil dragon that was circling in the distance. Earlier, he only managed to scare the demonic dragon away. However, if he could scare it away, he had the confidence to destroy it. Lin Ling, your time of death has come. Whoosh! Xing Fifan took a step forward, causing ripples to appear in the sky. His body disappeared in an instant and reappeared in front of the flaming devil dragon. Then he did not use any powerful martial arts, but used brute force to break the flaming devil dragon. Obviously, he had turned into fire at this moment, and any of his attacks were powerful fire elemental concepts. Terrifying, no one can defeat Xing Fifan. The crowd looked at the scene in the sky and they were shocked. Today's battle of 100 generals was indeed a glimmer of hope. Every time they thought that Xing Fifan had won, Lin Ling would suppress him. Every time they thought that Lin Ling had won, Xing Fifan would display the strength of the divine tribe, and the battle would be extremely exciting. Rumble. In the sky, a man was fighting the flaming devil dragon. Lin Ling frowned slightly from afar. Xing Fifan's strength had increased a lot. He was afraid that he had reached the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, and he was definitely not an ordinary one. Get lost. At this moment, Xing Fifan shouted loudly. The flaming devil dragon was on the verge of collapse, and it no longer had the divine power it had at the beginning. Xing Fifan had forced it to turn around and pounce on Lin Ling. This flaming devil dragon has half of its spiritual intelligence, and it is not a martial art that you can control. Now that you can't control it, it will devour its master. Xing Fifan laughed loudly as he watched the flaming devil dragon pounce on Lin Ling. He opened his arms as if he was the ruler of the world. Devour its master? Lin Ling is playing with fire. Everyone looked at the flaming devil dragon that was flying in the sky and sighed. Fire could destroy everything and it had absolute power. However, if one could not control the power, he would be playing with fire. Lin Ling had used up all of his spiritual energy after using the flaming devil dragon. He had no power to fight back, and he could only be burned to death by his own flames. Lin Ling frowned under the thousands of gazes. His face was indeed pale, and he could only watch the flaming devil dragon pounce on him. His helplessness made many people sigh. A devil dragon devouring its master was a power that was beyond one's control. The consequences of using it by force were unimaginable. Boom. Then the flaming devil dragon devoured Lin Ling. Green flames bloomed in the sky, and everything turned into nothingness. It's finally over. The crowd sighed as they looked at the sky quietly. The crown prince and the others were relieved, and they smiled with relief. Lin Ling is dead? The second prince and the others were pale, but they still stared at the sky. Perhaps the young man had created miracles time and time again, so they still hoped that the young man would be able to turn the tide. Are you still looking forward to it? Lin Ling has already created many miracles today. Could it be that he can create another miracle this time? At this moment, the crown prince's mocking voice was heard, and the second prince and the others were furious. However, the crown prince did not care. A miracle can only happen once. Lin Ling has done it 3 times. There can't be a 4th time, right? If there is, then he is destined, haha. He was gloating as if he could already see the deaths of the second prince and the others. You are on the wrong side. Believing in Lin Ling is equivalent to digging your own grave. After today, everyone who goes against me will die. The crown prince's voice was heard again, and it was domineering. He had decided to completely reshuffle the cards. As for those who betrayed Lin Ling, they were laughing coldly, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. Fortunately, they betrayed Lin Ling at the critical moment. Otherwise they would be dead after today. Lin Ling was just a clown. Although he kept shining, he would eventually dim. He was no match for the crown prince. Alas, what a pity. It was burned to ashes and my coffin was wasted. Lin Ling, can't you let me have my wish before I die? Everything was burned to nothing. Can't you die without letting your woman see your miserable state? In the sky, Sheng Fifan laughed arrogantly. In this battle he was under the most pressure. At the beginning he looked down on Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling had so many trump cards and almost killed him. Fortunately, he used a forbidden trump card at the critical moment, and finally turned the tables. Chapter 403. The True Secret of the World-Purifying Demonic Flame. I will protect my own people. As for your coffin, you should use it yourself. While everyone was in silence, a faintly discernible voice suddenly echoed. Astral winds were blowing in all directions. That strange green flame that vanished was now burning without any fire. Under the astral winds in the sky, the flame was constantly condensing and quietly condensing into a slender figure. This figure had a calm expression and an ordinary aura presence. It was just like an ordinary person on the street. However, if one took a closer look, one would realize that it wasn't a human but a flame. It was even more like a demonic dragon. World-purifying demonic flame, perfection stage. I see. A soft voice drifted out with the wind, which intimidated the Heaven Mystics' kingdom into silence. That slender figure was all too familiar to everyone. That handsome young man was even more etched in everyone's minds. If he wasn't Lin Ling, who else could he be? Wasn't Lin Ling burned to death by his own flame? Why was he still alive? The silence didn't last long. Shocked voices echoed like waves. Lin Ling. The crown prince sat loftily on the dragon throne below the city, and he held onto the armrests with both hands. However, at this moment even the solid dragon throne had been crushed by his grip, and his eyes were staring fixedly at that slender figure. Lin Ling hadn't lost yet. He seemed to have no limit. Impossible. I clearly saw that you were burned to death by your own flame. How can you still be alive? Sheng Fifan stared at Lin Ling from afar and shook his head constantly. He seemed to be unwilling to accept this fact. In his heart, Lin Ling was like the undying fire god. I have 3 types of fire attribute spirit bodies. The first is the 9 nether heavenly flames, which has the characteristic of explosiveness. The second is the 7 blades talent, which has the characteristic of sharpness. The third is the world-purifying demonic flame, which doesn't have the characteristic of a flaming demonic dragon. Back then, I made use of this flame to undergo nirvana and exhausted a lot of effort to open the 8 gates of the human body. Lin Ling looked at Sheng Fifan quietly and spoke indifferently. For some reason, his words made Sheng Fifan feel a strong pressure. It was as if the youth standing in front of him was the Emperor of Flames, the ancient flame demon king. Open the 8 gates to contain demonic flames. However, the 8 gates only appeared in ancient times. It is said that it was used to break through the limits of the human body. Some comparatively older cultivators throughout the city exclaimed in succession. The 8 gates of the human body were very difficult to open. If one was not careful, half of one's body would be paralyzed. If it was serious, one's soul would scatter. However, Lin Ling had actually opened the 8 gates of the human body. Furthermore, he had opened the 8 gates just to fuse with the demonic fire. Could it be? Suddenly, many martial artists had guesses in their hearts. Wrong. They had all guessed wrong. They thought that the world-purifying demonic flame was terrifying because of the green flaming demonic dragon. However, the fact was that the world-purifying demonic flame had broken through the limits of the human body. That was the characteristic of the world-purifying demonic flame, increasing the limits of the human body. Sheng Fifan had also guessed the same thing. His body trembled subconsciously. The flame demon dragon. In the beginning, I thought it was a means to attack the enemy. However, later on, I realized that it was actually a flame energy that provided nourishment for the cultivator. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand. A wisp of green flame danced as if the flame had transformed into his arm. Moreover, he could feel that it wasn't blood that flowed in his body but flame. Indeed, the flame demon dragon wasn't an offensive means. It was an auxiliary means to increase the flame energy of the cultivator and provide nourishment for the cultivator. After devouring the flame demon dragon, the cultivator who possessed the world-purifying demonic flame would transform into the flame demon king. That was the true secret of the world-purifying demonic flame. I won the battle of 100 generals. A soft voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth. The next moment, endless flames erupted from his body. The flames stacked on top of each other with Lin Ling as the center. They emitted ripples, making Lin Ling look even more dreamy. One could vaguely see a terrifying green flame demon dragon coiling around Lin Ling. The aura of nirvanic extermination bloomed. I'll leave the coffin to you. Swish. With a light step, Lin Ling appeared in front of Sheng Fifan. Sheng Fifan's pupils constricted. In his eyes, the young man in front of him was covered in green flames. He looked dreamy and ethereal. If the young man in front of him gave him the impression of the Emperor of Fire, then he was now the ancient flame demon king. Like a flame and a demon. What do you want? An innate suppression enveloped Sheng Fifan, causing his body to tremble. He didn't know why, but he had a feeling that Lin Ling couldn't win. I'll kill you. A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. Dream on, flame of the Emperor. Roar. Sheng Fifan roared. Golden flames bloomed from his right fist as he punched toward Lin Ling. Pop, pop, pop. The air was torn apart and burned fiercely. That punch was terrifying. Pop. Unfortunately, before the fist could reach Lin Ling gently grasped it. The green flames on his arm bloomed and extinguished the golden flames as if they were natural restraints. You're too weak. Disdain. Lin Ling's disdainful voice made Sheng Fifan's face turn ferocious. He should be the one to say that. But now, Lin Ling was standing in front of him and telling him that he was too weak. That kind of calmness that looked down on all living beings humiliated him. I don't believe it. Roar. Sheng Fifan roared again. He was a saint. How could he be humiliated like that? Destroy. Destroy. There wasn't any imposing attack. Lin Ling only threw a light punch. Boom. Under that punch, Sheng Fifan felt an endless flame attack him. It was even more terrifying than his golden brilliant emperor flame. In a flash, his right arm was burned. No golden flames could stop that demonic fire. The world-purifying demonic fire's grand concept had reached perfection. Any flame would be burned, unless Sheng Fifan also had a grand concept that had reached perfection. Unfortunately, it was impossible. Sheng Fifan had only scratched the surface of his flame concept. The sacred flame tribe is great, but I think it's just SOSO. Kill? Lin Ling said coldly. He threw out another punch like a demon king. With a boom, Sheng Fifan's left arm was burned. His face turned pale. Killed. He was killed by Lin Ling. He had regarded Lin Ling as an ant. He had fought with Lin Ling for the sake of a game. But now he was the ant. Wait, you won. The battle of 100 generals is over. Kill? Sheng Fifan shouted in panic. His panicked voice made the entire city silent. Was this the saint of the sacred flame tribe? The Cloud Domain's Heaven's Pride, who had dominated everything not long ago, had now admitted defeat and begged for mercy. The battle of 100 generals has already ended. Now it's a battle of life and death between you and me. Kill? Lin Ling's face was indifferent. He lightly shook his head and gently pulled out the cloud-patterned black sword with his right hand. The next moment, green flames wrapped around the sword as if the sword had turned into a terrifying demonic dragon. The world-purifying demonic fire had allowed Lin Ling to break through the limits of the human body. He had turned into a flame and all of his attacks returned to their original state. All of his attacks were based on the world-purifying demonic fire's grand concept. Since you brought a coffin, take it back with you. The sword ruthlessly slashed towards Xing Fifan. Xing Fifan's pupils constricted. He wanted to resist but found that he couldn't move. Lin Ling's tyrannical flame restrained his flames. Chapter 404. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios severed arm peasant, he is the son of the saint race. Do you want to offend the cloud region by killing him? Just as the sword was about to land, a sharp and harsh voice rang out. It was the Empress Dowager's voice. Below the Cloud Sea City, the Crown Prince's eyes narrowed and were filled with anxiety. Xing Fifan's identity was even more terrifying than his. Furthermore, he was the one who invited Xing Fifan. If Xing Fifan died in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, the Crown Prince would not be able to escape death. Lin Ling, how dare you? The Crown Prince roared as well. Since you dare to treat others' lives as a game, you must be prepared to be obliterated. No one is an exception. Lin Ling's expression was still indifferent as he sneered. In the Battle of 100 Generals, Xing Fifan had won and easily killed his opponent. But Xing Fifan had lost and his opponent wanted to kill him, yet he had withdrawn and even used his status as a descendant to protect himself. Was this possible? Xing Fifan's life was important, but were the lives of other martial artists not? Buddha is merciful. You have already won. Why do you have to kill more? Right at this moment, the sky was filled with golden light. A majestic figure appeared and slammed his golden palm with endless divine prowess towards Lin Ling. It was Elder Shengda. Bald donkey, who do you think you are? The astral wind behind him made Lin Ling's expression turn cold. The sword in his right hand didn't stop and slashed down heavily. Swish. The sword was like a dragon, slashing everything. A sword mark appeared on Xing Fifan's neck. There was a burning flame. Xing Fifan's eyes widened as if he couldn't believe what was happening. He wanted to say something but he couldn't say anything. You said you wanted to participate in the 100 Regions Genius competition. Go to hell. Lin Ling's cold voice rang in Xing Fifan's ears. This was the last sentence he heard in his life. The 100 Regions Genius competition. That tournament was the tournament that Xing Fifan was going to make a name for himself. He originally thought that he would be able to participate in the tournament once this matter was settled. He never expected that he would fail miserably at such an easy task and lose to a nameless youth from the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. The Cloud Region's Saint Sun, the #1 prodigy of the 3 kingdoms, defeated. Bang! Xing Fifan's figure fell from the sky and landed right on top of the black coffin. The violent explosion made countless people's hearts skip a beat. Xing Fifan had proudly brought the coffin here. He wanted to leave it for Lin Ling, but he didn't expect that he would leave it for himself. All of this was extremely ironic. Bastard. Above the sky, Elder Shengda's roar came out. Lin Ling, today I will punish you on behalf of Tianyin Temple in front of everyone. Punish me? Bald donkey, if it wasn't for the fact that I wanted to settle this fair and square, I would have already attacked you. Turning his head, Lin Ling saw that the gigantic palm in the sky was getting closer and closer, but he let out an angry roar. That voice shook the entire Cloud Sea City. Lin Ling planned to attack Elder Shengda. One must know that Elder Shengda was the referee. The most terrifying thing was that Elder Shengda was the representative of the Sound of Heaven Temple. His strength was also extremely terrifying, reaching the late stage of the Heavenly Spirit realm. He was even stronger than the 4 kings. Junior you. Elder Shengda's forehead was full of blue veins. This Lin Ling was getting more and more presumptuous. Not only did he kill Xing Fifan in front of him, he even attacked him now. The terrifying golden palm spewed out rays of light and covered Lin Ling. The strength of the late stage of the Heavenly Spirit realm was terrifying. It was not something that Xing Fifan could compare with. After all, Elder Shengda's cultivation was much longer than Xing Fifan's, so he was naturally stronger. Rumble. Lin Ling's pupils congealed and a terrifying soul force was released. An ancient knife was formed in front of him, then it cut through the space and shot towards Elder Shengda. At this moment he finally used his strongest trump card. Only the soul force of the Nirvana blade could be seen by others. They were shocked to find that Lin Ling was not afraid of Elder Shengda. Did he think that he could shake Elder Shengda with his strength? Whoosh! The saber of Nirvana instantly appeared in front of Elder Shingda and directly attacked his soul. Elder Shingda's face, which was filled with killing intent a moment ago, changed in the next moment. Not good. He frantically retreated. That mysterious attack was too terrifying. It actually made him feel a sense of crisis. As he retreated, the vast palm that was slapping towards Lin Ling disappeared. Countless people's pupils congealed as they did not understand what had happened. Die. Whoosh. Lin Ling's body moved and his speed was quite fast. He instantly appeared in front of Elder Shingda and slashed out with the huge green flame sword. Rumble. This slash seemed to be able to cut through the sun and moon. At this critical moment, Elder Shingda was worthy of being a late-stage heavenly spirit realm expert. His right hand shone with golden light and suddenly blocked. Then his arm was cut off and blood rained down from the sky. Elder Shingda did not care about his right arm and frantically retreated. His face was pale and fearful. It was not until he retreated 1,000 meters that he looked around in horror. That terrifying soul force had disappeared. Earlier he was afraid of the saber of Nirvana, and that was why Lin Ling was lucky enough to sever his arm. But at this moment, his face was livid, and he didn't dare approach Lin Ling because he was still worried that the saber of Nirvana would suddenly descend upon him. Bald donkey, consider yourself lucky. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was quietly standing in the sky with a slight frown on his face. Obviously, he was somewhat regretful that he didn't manage to kill Elder Shingda in one strike. Moreover, he knew that it would be very difficult for him to attack again. After all, Elder Shingda was an expert at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. If he was prepared, escaping wouldn't be difficult at all. Everything happened too quickly. When everyone reacted, they could only look at the sky in shock. Lin Ling was too terrifying. It seemed that even Elder Shingda was not his opponent. How can he be so strong? The Crown Prince's pupils constricted. He did not know how Lin Ling cut off Elder Shingda's arm, but Lin Ling was putting more and more pressure on him. If he did not get rid of this calamity, then he would not have another chance. You even dared to touch the presiding judge. Is the 100 Generals battle just a game in your eyes? Today you are disqualified. Moreover, you dared to touch the presiding judge in front of everyone. You must die. Boom. A majestic aura bloomed. The Crown Prince took a step forward and flew into the sky as if he was stepping on clouds. Behind him, the image of a golden dragon appeared. This was his true dragon body. Men, capture Lin Ling, disqualify him and hand him over to the cloud realm. Umph. As the Crown Prince moved, the Empress Dowager's sinister voice came from the sky. Obviously, she wanted to use this opportunity to kill Lin Ling. The imperial family of the Sea of Clouds is so shameless. After losing, they immediately attacked. Staring at the battle in the sky, many people frowned and muttered to themselves. Since the beginning of the 100 Generals battle, they clearly saw that Xing Fifan wanted to kill Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling fought back and killed Xing Fifan to become the champion of the 100 Generals battle. However, the imperial family of the Sea of Clouds went back on their words. They wanted to capture Lin Ling and hand him over to the Cloud Realm. In this way, not only could they appease the Cloud Realm, but they could also get rid of this calamity. The actions of the imperial family of the Sea of Clouds were getting uglier and uglier. Chapter 405. The Monarch's Descent. Swish, 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 swish. Under the Empress Dowager's voice, a new battle began, and the star of the stage was still the dazzling prodigy Lin Ling. Subsequently, everyone looked again and realized that there were many experts involved, and they were all top-notch figures in the late stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. Marshal, Grand Elder, Elder He, Sublime Cord Temple. It was obvious that they were planning to kill Lin Ling together and not give Lin Ling any chance to resist. However, they had underestimated Lin Ling. Lin Ling had participated in the Battle of 100 Generals by relying on his own strength. He had not used his rallying power. However, if the Empress Dowager wanted to play dirty, then he would play along with her. My men, attack. In the sky, Lin Ling's cold voice echoed, causing the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom to tremble. We knew you would be so shameless, so we were prepared. King Li has arrived. King Sima Jinshan has arrived. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling displayed his terrifying charisma, and a large number of experts flew to the sky. Apart from the Empress Dowager, everyone on the stage was a Heaven Spirit Realm expert. All the alchemists in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, listen up. Help my disciple today and I will repay you in the future. Senior He Yenshan's voice echoed. Imperial Physician Hall, attack. Feng Mo's Hui also flew to the sky. Flame Legion has arrived. Attack. Compared to Lin Ling, the Empress Dowager's charisma was extremely small and laughable. Who dares to touch my brother? 300,000 soldiers from the Sky Fragrance ancient city have arrived. Brother Zhang Sanshan is here to assist you. Attack. An even more terrifying voice echoed, and it came from Zhang Sanshan of the Sky Fragrance ancient city. Far away in the southeast, 300,000 soldiers were coming, causing everyone's heart to tremble violently. Lin Ling had been keeping a low profile since the 100 Generals battle, but if you bullied him, then he would be angered and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom would be in turmoil. Like I said, the winner of the Commander's Seal will be decided by the 100 Generals. Lin Ling won in front of everyone. Even if you don't admit it, you won't be able to escape the mouths of millions, much less get my acknowledgement. North Ice's million-man army, hear my command. It seemed that the terrifying event was not over yet. In the sky, the ghost marshal, who had been silent all this time, appeared. He took out the Commander's Seal and tossed it to Lin Ling. At the same time, from the distant horizon, a vast and boundless army surrounded them. Millions of soldiers besieged the city. Silence. The city was terrifyingly silent. The Imperial Tutor and the rest stopped flying towards Lin Ling as they looked into the distance in horror. Their previous encirclement was extremely ironic at this moment, causing them to not dare to move at all. Not long ago, Lin Ling was able to summon half of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Right now, he was able to summon the entire kingdom. This young man had completely risen. In terms of strength, the youth was ranked first and he was the youngest prodigy. In terms of rallying power, when the youth raised his arms and shouted, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was in an uproar. That kind of influence had already surpassed the royal clan of the Sea of Clouds. Sovereign's descent. The crowd could only use this word to describe the shock in their hearts. Come on, aren't you all murderous? Why don't you dare to move now? In the sky, Lin Ling looked coldly at the Crown Prince's people. His words carried a hint of dominance and mockery. I will just stand here and let you kill me. If you dare to move, then come. A pity who dared to move. The Crown Prince and the others all had ashen faces as they were deeply humiliated. They knew that if they were to make a move, they would be obstructed by powerful martial artists before they could even get close to Lin Ling. They were like the sun in the west and they were no longer comparable to Lin Ling. Even if Lin Ling stood there and allowed them to kill him, they didn't dare to. The royal clan of the Sea of Clouds had become a joke at this moment. They went for wool and came home shorn. Lin Ling was already the number one in the 100 Generals tournament, and it was something that everyone had witnessed. The royal clan of the Sea of Clouds flew into a rage out of humiliation and wanted to put up a final resistance, but they ended up humiliating themselves. Isn't that so? The 100 Generals tournament was originally a matter of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. What right did Xing Fifan have to be so arrogant to make the decision? Now that he is dead, he deserved it. I think it is time for the royal clan of the Sea of Clouds to change its ruler. On the ground, the crowd was in a heated discussion as they looked at the Empress Dowager and the others with ridicule. Lin Ling, you have won. Today's 100 Generals tournament is over. The Empress Dowager had an extremely unpleasant expression as she acknowledged Lin Ling's qualifications. Of course, she didn't have a choice. Is that so? Lin Ling had an icy cold expression as he moved his body and flew towards the Empress Dowager. What are you trying to do? Seeing the indifferent youth flying over, the Empress Dowager frowned and felt uneasy for some reason. However, she believed that Lin Ling wouldn't dare to do anything to her. After all, she was still the mother of the kingdom. Shut up. Are you trying to cover up your previous mistakes with just one sentence? Soon enough, Lin Ling appeared in front of the Empress Dowager and looked at her coldly. Are you qualified to ask this Empress to shut up? This Empress Dowager was with the King of Yunhai back then. The Empress Dowager yelled out coldly. So what? The King of Yunhai is truly blind to actually find a woman like you as his wife. The King of Yunhai is truly disappointing. Lin Ling softly said. His words caused the Empress Dowager's eyes to widen. In front of countless people, Lin Ling was looking down on the King of Yunhai. And in the crowd below, everyone's pupils constricted. In the past, the King of Yunhai had conquered the world and no one had refused to obey him. But today, in the mouth of this youth, it seemed that he was nothing more than this. Lin Ling, how frivolous. The Empress Dowager should be the mother of the world, giving off a kind and amiable feeling. But are you like the Empress Dowager? You are sinister and harsh, more like a shrew. I really don't understand why you still have the face to continue being the Empress Dowager and not return to your hometown. Lin Ling lightly said once more. Lin Ling, the Empress Dowager is supported by the masses. Do not slander her. From far away, Elder Xingda's voice echoed out. He had regained his kind and amiable appearance, as if the matter of Lin Ling being killed had nothing to do with him. However, his severed arm was a bit ironic at this moment. Shut up, bald donkey. If you have the ability, then come and speak. Why are you hiding so far away? Lin Ling taunted. At this moment he did not need to place any referee in his eyes. And far away, Elder Xingda did not dare to approach Lin Ling. His cautious appearance made many people feel that it was very funny. Lin Ling, too strong is easy to break. You are too arrogant. Sometimes you will capsize in a ditch. Seeing Lin Ling intimidate tens of thousands of people today, the Empress Dowager felt very uncomfortable and coldly said this. Bah! A slap fell on the Empress Dowager's face, causing her expression to freeze. She seemed to not believe that she had been slapped. Arrogant? I should be the one saying this to you. Lin Ling coldly said. You hit me? The Empress Dowager's pupils constricted. She looked up at Lin Ling in disbelief. Bah! Another slap sounded out, causing the Empress Dowager's disbelief to turn into reality. Lin Ling, in front of countless people, slapped the Empress Dowager. Is it strange that I hit you? Lin Ling's eyes were cold. The Empress Dowager said that he was arrogant, but he did not think so. With everything he had now, he already had the absolute right to speak. Could it be that when the imperial family of Cloud Sea controlled everything, their tyrannical actions were not arrogant? But when his strength surpassed theirs, any action was considered arrogant. These people, they only had eyes for him. Chapter 406. The one who started the era ended it. Lin Ling, how dare you hit my mother? In the distance, the crown prince stared as Lin Ling slapped the Empress Dowager twice. His heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. The Empress Dowager was his mother. Now that she was slapped in front of everyone, it was worse than killing him. You feel terrible, don't you? When you forced my father to his death, didn't you think that we would feel terrible? Lin Ling glanced at the crown prince and spoke in a cold voice. Slap. Another slap landed on the Empress Dowager's face. I did hit you. So what? An even colder voice came along with the slap. The crown prince clenched his teeth. He was domineering and dominated everything. Everyone served him. To die for him was a form of pride. But today Lin Ling was even more domineering than him. He slapped the Empress Dowager's face in front of the crown prince. Not only did I hit you, but I also dared to kill you, Lin Ling said coldly. He waved his sword and a dazzling green flame flashed. The Empress Dowager's eyes widened. When she realized what had happened, there was a sword mark on her neck. She stared at Lin Ling obviously. She didn't think that Lin Ling would dare to kill her in front of everyone. At this moment, the entire city was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Lin Ling had killed the Cloud Sea King's former woman. Mother. The crown prince's eyes narrowed and he found it difficult to breathe. Then he looked at Lin Ling with murderous eyes. If looks could kill, Lin Ling would have been killed 1,000,000 times. Unfortunately, looks weren't that difficult to kill. You are in pain and angry, aren't you? But have you ever thought that when you kill someone else's parents, how could the pain they suffer be any less than yours? Lin Ling smiled coldly. During the Battle of the 100 Generals, the Empress Dowager had tried to kill him many times. If it weren't for the battle, he would have killed this vicious woman. And after the Battle of 100 Generals had ended, this woman still didn't know how to restrain herself. She wanted to make a final struggle and have her subordinates kill him. If that was the case, then Lin Ling didn't need to show mercy. Come, Your Majesty the Crown Prince. The battle between you and me can begin now. Looking at the Crown Prince, Lin Ling softly said. His words made the hearts of the crowd tremble. Lin Ling really wanted to sweep away everything today. He defeated all the outstanding geniuses, killed Xing Fifan, scared off Elder Xingda, killed the Empress Dowager, and finally challenged the Crown Prince. In today's battle, Lin Ling was the true main character. Off in the distance, His Majesty the Crown Prince's eyes were bloodshot. Everyone thought he would fight, but to everyone's surprise he remained silent. It was as if he feared Lin Ling. Perhaps in his heart, Lin Ling was truly terrifying. If you don't dare to fight, fine. However, it won't be long before I come looking for you to avenge my father's death. Lin Ling no longer paid any attention to His Majesty the Crown Prince. He tossed the commander's seal in his hand to His Majesty the Second Prince. Yunixuan, the commander's seal is yours. This move made the second prince's body tremble. His heart was filled with excitement. Currently, Lin Ling had everything. In fact, he could be the king of Yunhai and the second prince wouldn't have any objections. However, Lin Ling had said that he didn't care about the throne and that he would give it up after he won it. And today Lin Ling did it. The commander's seal was handed over without any hesitation. What made the second prince, Yunishuan, most grateful was that Lin Ling was the one who had worked hard to obtain the commander's seal. Thank you. The second prince didn't know how to describe his feelings. In the end, he could only say two words with deep meaning. Li Junwang and the others were also excited. They had made the right bet. The youth didn't disappoint them. The youth carried everyone's lives on his shoulders. However, the youth won in the end. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was so bright that it made countless people's hearts hazy. At this moment, Lin Ling was truly a cheerful youth. Perhaps, everything he did was for the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling, I admire you. Someone in the crowd finally sighed. Many people nodded. Handing over the commander's seal and giving up on fame and fortune wasn't something that anyone could do. They looked at the boy next door youth in the sky. Their eyes were sparkling. At this moment, the youth was even more dazzling and handsome. He didn't fall off the stage. Instead, he flew further and further. His future is limitless. Today is his stage. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. After a moment of silence, a deafening voice came from the Cloud Sea City. It shook the sky. The youth used his absolute strength to not only become the #1 prodigy of the Cloud region, but he also conquered everyone's heart. Lin Ling of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. At this moment, many people remembered this name. The 100 Generals battle had ended. The #1 prodigy Lin Ling didn't fall. Instead, he was like a dark horse. Not only did he become famous in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but he was also famous in the Cloud region. He became the #1 prodigy of the Cloud region. Besides that, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom situation had finally come to an end. The new Cloud Sea King was born. It was the second prince, Yunishuan. This result made countless people sigh. Back then, Yunishuan didn't even have any chance to become a king. However, after receiving Lin Ling's help, he gradually became the #1 king from the weakest existence. Lin Ling, what kind of youth was he? Countless people were curious about Lin Ling. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom's situation was settled. As for those who were waiting to see Lin Ling's failure, they were all regretting it now. Those who betrayed Lin Ling felt that the end of the world had arrived. The world was heartless. The winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. This was unavoidable in the competition for the throne. If the crown prince won, then the second prince and the others would die. Vice versa. This was a fair bet. They could only blame themselves for underestimating Lin Ling. 3 days later, the Heaven Mystics Kingdom seemed to have regained its peace. Right now, in the Fire Ancient clan, a large number of people were gathered. They were all looking at a youth with burning eyes. Deep in their eyes, there was deep admiration. Lin Ling, back then we chose you and bet everything on you. It was indeed a good bet. Yes. The second prince, Yunishuan, the 3 kings, He Yenshan, and the other elite experts were all looking at Lin Ling. They then smiled with gratification. The future belonged to this youth. Back then, this youth had unintentionally started the era. Right now, he had also ended the era. However, in the 100 Generals battle, you still made this old ghost tremble with fear. There were a few times when I was afraid that you would lose. Sai, it is better to have less of such battles. Otherwise, my heart might not be able to bear the burden. Sigh. The ghost commander looked at Lin Ling with admiration and sighed. Everyone agreed with his words. During that great battle, their hearts had been tense all the time. Every time Lin Ling was about to lose, their hearts would beat wildly, and every time Lin Ling broke through his limits and exceeded their expectations, their hearts would be filled with excitement and excitement. If this feeling of being neither up nor down happened a few more times, it would indeed be fatal. Ghost Commander, thank you for your 1,000,000-strong army. Sigh. Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked at the Ghost Commander. Right now, the 1,000,000-strong army was obtained by his side. The future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was set. You deserve it. The Ghost Commander shook his head and laughed. Chapter 407. Wrong, Irreversible General Lin, the Yu Clan, Lu Clan, Broken Saber City Lord, and others request an audience. Yes. At this moment, a guard walked over and reported respectfully. Everyone was stunned for a moment before a cold smile appeared on their faces. The Yu Clan, Lu Clan, and Broken Saber City Lord were also Lin Ling's people, but because they felt that Lin Ling had lost hope, they betrayed Lin Ling's camp and even betrayed Lin Ling. Now, it was very likely that they were here to plead for leniency. Let them in. Yes. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. Soon the guard brought in 5 people. These 5 people were of high status. Some were the patriarchs of ancient families, some were city lords, and so on. My lord, you are wise and mighty. As expected of our leader. Yes. I Lu Yeyun hope to follow you again and contribute to your cause. Yes. My lord, I am back in your camp again. Yes. The 5 of them had smiles on their faces as they bowed respectfully to Lin Ling. Although there were many important people present, they also knew that the one who had the right to speak was the youngest young man. Lin Ling looked at them quietly and did not say anything. The second Prince Yunishuan and the others also did the same, with smiles in their eyes. This silent scene caused the 5 people's eyes to flicker, but then they said respectfully again, My lord, His Majesty the third prince has already set in the west. We are willing to be the vanguard and fight the first battle for you to suppress His Majesty the third prince. My lord, if you have any instructions, just say it. Ayulao will do my best. They all patted their chests and said as if they were extremely loyal. Their hypocritical faces made Lin Ling finally laugh. He said indifferently, His Majesty the third prince has indeed set in the west, but what does that have to do with you? My lord, what do you mean? We are your loyal and devoted subordinates. Your matters are naturally our matters. The 5 people were all stunned. Really? Lin Ling smiled again, but his smile was somewhat cold. His Majesty the third prince's decline is due to everyone's efforts, but what does it have to do with you? Moreover, if it was me who had fallen, I'm afraid you would have attacked me. When I was strong you joined me, but when I was weak you betrayed me and left. Are your faces all so thick? Please don't insult the word loyal. Plop. Hearing those words, the 5 people's expressions changed. They all knelt down and begged for mercy. My lord, we know we were wrong. We are willing to atone for our sins. Our families and subordinates will be your people for the rest of our lives. Who do you think you are? As long as I raise my arms and shout, a large number of people will join my camp. Do I need trash like you? Lin Ling coldly shouted, causing the 5 people's faces to turn pale. There's no need to atone for your crimes through meritorious service. Your only fate is death. Lin Ling said coldly once again. My lord, please spare our lives. The 5 of them finally panicked. They originally thought that if they were to become Lin Ling's disciples again, Lin Ling would forgive them for their mistakes. They only needed to atone for their sins by performing meritorious deeds. Who would have thought that Lin Ling would want to kill them, and there was no possibility of compromise? Except for the few of you, your families and subordinates will all die. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with murderous intent, causing the 5 people's hearts to thump. One of them fainted from fright. This was 9 familial extermination. My lord, you can't be so cruel. One of the old men shouted with a pale face. I'm cruel? If I lose the battle of 100 generals, will you plead for me in front of His Majesty the third prince? There are some things where a mistake is a mistake. Since you've made your choice, you have to pay the corresponding price. Sometimes this world is very fair. If we make a bet, if I lose, all of us will be wiped out. If I win, all of you will be wiped out. Lin Ling's gaze was extremely decisive. Cruel? If he lost, everyone on his side would die. At that time, who would sympathize with him? Moreover, if these people were from the enemy camp, they would have some right to speak. However, they were originally Lin Ling's people. Because they looked down on Lin Ling, they became traitors. Now that Lin Ling had won, they returned like grass on the top of a wall. What right did these people have to say that he was cruel? Your Majesty, save us. Seeing Lin Ling's decisive decision, the remaining people looked at the second prince and begged, hoping that the second prince would plead for them. Serves you right. Unfortunately, although the second prince was benevolent, he was no fool. At this moment he naturally sneered disdainfully. Back then, when you betrayed me, I said that you would regret it. Now do you regret it? Lin Ling gently shook his head, sighing in his heart. In this world of martial arts, human life was indeed very insignificant sometimes. It could be gone just like that. However, he only sighed and did not sympathize with them at all. Plop. The remaining people finally fell to the ground, their faces pale. Their eyes were blank and filled with deep regret. Unfortunately, it was too late for regrets. Take them out and kill them. Wipe out their clans and their subordinates. Lin Ling spoke indifferently. He then pondered for a moment and said, those who betrayed us back then should pay with their blood. Clean them up. All right. The second prince and the others all nodded. There was no doubt that after today, Cloud Sea City would experience a bloodbath. The peaceful Cloud Sea City was surging with huge waves. As for the subordinates of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, they were all in a state of panic. It was night and everything was silent. In the Fire Ancient clan, Lin Ling stood quietly at the peak of the volcano. He looked into the distance. The night was as dark as ink, and the stars were extremely resplendent. Unknowingly, it had been almost 3 years since he came to this world. 3 years. Back then he was an extremely weak existence, an ant that anyone could easily kill. Now he was already a top-notch monarch of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and the #1 prodigy. This process was like a dream, and when one looked back it made one sigh. However, Lin Ling knew that he had put in a lot of effort to be able to reach this stage. When others were hiding in their homes and enjoying the glory and wealth, he left his hometown and went on expeditions. When others relied on their clan's cultivation resources to grow, he tried his best to obtain those cultivation resources from his enemies. Everything he obtained was sweat and blood. Now that he was standing at the #1 position in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he felt a sense of accomplishment. Ghost Marshal, what is the realm above the Heaven Spirit Realm? A gentle breeze blew across his face, causing Lin Ling's long hair to flutter. He smiled at an elder beside him. That elder was the Ghost Marshal. When he heard Lin Ling's words, his eyes revealed a smear of expectation and yearning. He spoke with a grave voice. King Spirit Realm. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. This was the first time he heard of this brand new realm. At least in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there wasn't such an expert. The King Spirit Realm is the biggest threshold for martial artists. It has stopped countless martial artists. Some martial artists spent their entire lives and still couldn't touch the door to that mysterious realm. For example, I have no hope. Chapter 408. Vengeance for Father's Death. Why? Lin Ling asked curiously. Due to the limitation of the innate spirit body. Currently, most of the martial artists have innate spirit bodies, and very few have innate king bodies. Only the innate king body is the key to entering the King Spirit Realm. Ghost Commander sighed and looked at Lin Ling with intense passion. This youth's innate talent was extremely terrifying, and he was able to complete the journey of others at the age of 18. His future was bound to be limitless. Most importantly, this youth had the qualifications to enter the King Spirit Realm, and he might be the birth of the second King Spirit Realm expert in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The first was naturally the King of Yun Hai. Other than the innate king body, a certain amount of soul spirit power is required. Without soul spirit power, the Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir would not be able to sense the heaven and earth, and it would be very difficult to merge with the elixir. If both conditions are met, then there is hope to enter the King Spirit Realm. Ghost Commander continued and looked at Lin Ling. You have the innate king body and have met one of the conditions, but your soul spirit power might be more difficult. As of now, there are very few martial arts that cultivate soul spirit power. Lin Ling let out a smile and didn't say anything. Soul spirit power? His soul spirit power was probably even more terrifying than the King of Yun Hai. As long as he met the requirements, it might not be difficult for him to merge his Heaven Spirit Essence Elixir with his elixir. What kind of martial arts does the King Spirit Realm cultivate? Lin Ling asked again. I have never seen it before, but when I was fighting with martial artists in the Snake Swamp Kingdom, there were experts from the other regions that passed by. When they saw us, they said with disdain that we didn't even have intent and were so weak. Hence, I guess that the King Spirit Realm cultivates martial intent. As for what is the intent, it should be a martial art intent that is above the great intent. Take your fire intent for example. If you can comprehend it more deeply and resonate with heaven and earth, it might produce the intent of fire. Ghost Commander explained slowly. Intent of fire? Lin Ling's heart was filled with anticipation. He was currently in control of 3 fire intents, and he wondered if he could comprehend the intent of fire. After a long time, Ghost Commander left, and Lin Ling walked towards the Fire Ancient Clan's volcano alone. A 10th grade innate spirit body is a monarch innate body. In the 100 territories, there are many geniuses with monarch innate bodies. A moment later, Lin Ling stood there quietly. Green flames appeared on the surface of his body like smoke, making his entire being seem illusory and ethereal. This was the world-cleansing demonic flame. He had comprehended this flame to perfection of a great concept. The innate monarch body's perfection stage was extremely powerful and surpassed all the other innate astral bodies. It was the reason why Lin Ling was able to skip levels and fight. It allowed Lin Ling's current strength to be ranked in the top 5 in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Even the 3 martial kings weren't a match for him. The 9 underworlds heavenly flames characteristic is explosive, the 7 blades heavenly flames characteristic is sharp, and the world cleansing demonic flames characteristic is to transform into a flame demon king. Lin Ling could clearly feel that after swallowing the demon flame dragon, he had become the embodiment of the concept of fire. What remained in his body was not blood but flames. In the past, the world-cleansing demonic flame didn't comprehend the concept of fire, and it was hard to fuse it with the 9 nether heavenly flames. Now, it is possible to fuse the 3 intents together. I wonder if I can comprehend the intent of fire? Lin Ling's eyes were constantly flickering. On the surface of his body, white flames appeared again, followed by blue flames. The 3 types of flames on his body were constantly swallowing and fusing, making him seem like a fire god. Flames were divided into noble and lowly ones, and they were also divided into different grades. The most ordinary type would be the mortal flames. No matter how deep one's comprehension of this type of flame was, one would only be able to control the mortal flames. If one possessed other types of strange flames and comprehended the concept of fire, one's control of fire would be even stronger. Fire might seem like a single word, but it was extremely complicated and vast like the sea. There was the 9 nether heavenly flames, the world-cleansing demonic flame, nirvana flames, vermilion bird flames, undying phoenix flames, sky-incinerating flames, and many more. Every type of flame was a major world, and it was enough for Lin Ling to search for his entire life. Time passed by slowly. On this day, Lin Ling finally stood up and took a large step forward. At the place where he was cultivating and comprehending, a figure formed from flames appeared. It had the same appearance as Lin Ling, and it smiled before vanishing from the world. During these few days, Lin Ling's cultivation realm might not have any improvement, but his comprehension of fire had greatly improved. It allowed his strength to increase by at least 30%. Currently, he didn't have any fear when facing a martial artist in the middle stage of the Heaven Spirit realm. He could even obliterate a martial artist in the late stage of the Heaven Spirit realm. Of course, this was only applicable to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. If it was the 100 regions, then Lin Ling wouldn't be so confident. After all, the 100 regions had countless prodigies. There were plenty of people who possessed the innate king body, and there were even more people who had comprehended the terrifying concept. At this moment, outside the underground volcano, an aged figure was standing quietly. He looked at Lin Ling and smiled. His smile was filled with gratification and pride. He was Patriarch Extreme Flame. Grandfather. Looking at the old man, Lin Ling smiled and called out, Master. Ling. Looking at his young grandson who was as tall as him, Patriarch Extreme Flame smiled with gratification again. Today, the name of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom has spread far and wide because of Yan's son. When I am old, to be able to see the glory of the Fire Ancient clan, I can die in peace. He was rather excited. To be able to see the rise of a descendant of the bloodline was the wish of every elder. He, Patriarch Extreme Flame, was no exception. Lin Ling's heart was surging, but his eyes instantly turned cold. Grandfather, that grudge can be avenged. Hearing this, Patriarch Extreme Flame's body trembled. He knew what Lin Ling meant. This was his wish for many years. He originally thought that it would be hard to achieve in this lifetime, but now, he realized that his grandson had unknowingly reached such heights. The hatred of killing my father is absolutely irreconcilable. It is time for Crown Prince Yun Tian to pay the price. Lin Ling muttered to himself, which made Patriarch Extreme Flame nod heavily. During the previous 100 Generals War, Lin Ling already wanted to make a move on the Crown Prince. However, after considering that the Crown Prince wasn't weak, and it was a personal grudge, he decided to postpone his revenge. Right now, Lin Ling had fused the 3 fire concepts, and his strength was on another level. If he went to kill the Crown Prince, it would be enough to torture him to death. The 2 of them walked along the volcano and gradually arrived at the ancestral grave. Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at the lonely gravestone absent-mindedly and suddenly smiled. You have a good son. He could only say this sentence out of thousands of words. Back then when his son died, it was like a white-haired man sending off his own son. It made his heart feel like it was being sliced by a knife. Every day felt like a year, leaving behind countless regrets and humiliation. But today this humiliation could finally be washed away. Father, your son will avenge you. Lin Ling softly said. His right hand clenched into a fist. In his previous life he was an orphan and had never enjoyed familial love. But in this life, when he came to this world, he felt that blood was thicker than water. He cherished all of this. Therefore he must avenge his father's death. Crown Prince Yunitian must die. This was Lin Ling's wish. The 2 of them quietly stood there. After a long time, Patriarch Extreme Flame slowly said, Ling, when do you plan to do it? Chapter 409. An eye for an eye. Right at this moment, a voice came from behind the two of them. Lin Ling, when are you leaving with me and heading to the Stone Saint Nation? There is someone you really want to meet there. Lin Ling turned around and saw a beautiful figure dressed in white. It was the heavenly concubine. Stone Saint Nation? You are? Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at the heavenly concubine with surprise. He never knew of the heavenly concubine's background. I am senior sister Emon Yenshin's junior sister. I came to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom this time because I wanted to see senior sister's husband. I didn't expect him to have already passed away. However, if senior sister knew about Lin Ling, she would be very happy. The heavenly concubine bowed respectfully to Patriarch Extreme Flame and then looked up with a serious expression. Emon Yenshin? Patriarch Extreme Flame's body trembled while Lin Ling's eyes focused. He knew that his father was in love with someone from the Stone Saint Nation and was forced to his death. His mother was from the Stone Saint Nation, but so was the heavenly concubine. Could she be his mother's junior sister? No wonder the heavenly concubine always wanted him to make a trip to the Stone Saint Nation. Seeing Lin Ling's enlightened look, the heavenly concubine smiled and nodded gently to Lin Ling, acknowledging her identity. Patriarch Extreme Flame took a deep breath and looked at Lin Ling. Once this matter is over, you can go. You have never seen your mother. Lin Ling was excited and nodded heavily. He wanted to see his mother too. With his current strength, it was time for him to leave the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Alright, I promise you. Once I settle my grudges, I will go to the Stone Saint Nation with you. Lin Ling let out a sigh and said. His words made the heavenly concubine smile with gratification. The few of them exchanged a few more words and then slowly left the ancestral grave. Before Lin Ling left, he kept the soil in front of his father's grave carefully. This was the only thing he could give to his mother. Furthermore, he deeply remembered his mother's name. Emon Yenshin. 3 days later, the Fire Ancient clan quietened down. Countless figures had gathered in the vast square. Everyone was excited as they watched the young man walk out step by step. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Lin Ling hung the cloud-patterned black sword on his back and looked into the distance. He smiled and said, "Let's go. Blood for blood." It was just a simple statement, but it caused the blood of the members of the Fire Ancient clan to boil. The pride of the Fire Ancient clan would lead them today to wash away the humiliation of the Fire Ancient clan. Furthermore, in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the only person who dared to kill the Crown Prince so calmly was this youth. Blood for blood. Everyone was cheering excitedly. Many members of the Fire Ancient clan followed the young man as he strode out of the volcano and headed towards the inner city. It's the Fire Ancient clan. What are they doing today? Earlier I heard them say that they wanted blood for blood. Could it be? It's for Lin Qin. In the outer city there were many people discussing. However, they all guessed that the Fire Ancient clan was here for the former prodigy Lin Qin. It wasn't hard for them to guess who killed Lin Qin. It was none other than the Crown Prince Yun Tian. The Fire Ancient clan has a good descendant. Many of the elders from the great clans were envious. If their clansmen had died in the hands of the Cloud Sea's Imperial clan, they wouldn't dare to take revenge and could only swallow their anger. However, Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan dared to. Right now, the majestic army arrived at the gate of the inner city. From afar, the royal forest guards looked at them with shock. No one dared to say a word. I'm going to kill the Crown Prince today. Step aside. A cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth, which caused the royal forest guards to shiver and subconsciously step aside. Right now, who would dare to stop Lin Ling? Today, Lin Ling was the ruler of the world. Everyone from the Fire Ancient clan puffed out their chests proudly and followed Lin Ling into the inner city. Right now they were extremely proud. They said in front of everyone, "Kill the Crown Prince." Only the Fire Ancient clan could be so bold. Such courage. The Crown Prince is in trouble. Furthermore, Lin Ling didn't call for anyone else. He just led the Fire Ancient clan alone to take revenge. How domineering. Right now, even the second prince has to respect Lin Ling. Does Lin Ling need anyone else's help? The royal forest guards looked at the departing figure and spoke with reverence. Lin Ling wants to pay blood for blood. Kill the Crown Prince. Right now the inner city was in turmoil. Countless people's hearts were surging with huge waves. The 100 Generals' War had just ended, and the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had yet to calm down. Lin Ling stirred up the situation again, which undoubtedly attracted the attention of the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Right now, outside the palace gates, there were several figures standing quietly. They had grave expressions and indignant anger. They were the marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi, and one of the three pillars, Elder He. Humiliation. Lin Ling had killed his way into the palace for the second time. This was a humiliation to all of them. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. You might have the commander's seal, but the crown prince is still the descendant of the previous emperor. Looking at the young man who was walking over, the marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi couldn't help but speak. One word, get lost. Looking at the pillars of the heaven mystic's kingdom with cold eyes, Lin Ling only had one sentence. In the past, these pillars were like the sky to him. Every single one of them could easily obliterate him. Right now, after his hard work, those pillars were just SOSO. Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. The marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi, and Elder He raised their eyebrows in anger. Lin Ling asked them to get lost in front of so many people. How could they put down their faces? Are you still trying to take advantage of your seniority? If you don't get lost in 3 breaths, I will bathe the palace in blood. Lin Ling's mouth curled into a cold smile. The marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi, and Elder He shuddered. If it was in the past, they would have thought that it was a huge joke. Right now, Lin Ling had the strength to do so. Lin Ling only brought the Fire Ancient clan here for revenge. Hence, he didn't summon any experts to assist him. However, it didn't mean that Lin Ling couldn't summon any experts. Once they infuriated Lin Ling would summon countless experts. Then everyone would have to die. Lin Ling, it has been so many years. Why are you still so stubborn? Right now, the Heaven Mystic's kingdom is your world. Be lenient whenever possible. The marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi, hesitated and finally persuaded. If I were an ant today, would the crown prince be lenient? Lin Ling let out a disdainful laugh. Tian Xuanzi's words sounded nice, but in fact, it wasn't true that the strong ruled. When you were strong, the other party would beg for mercy and try to get you to let them go. However, when you were weak, the other party wouldn't let you go. In the world of martial Dao, the winner was the king and the loser was the bandit. This was what the crown prince said, and Lin Ling agreed with it. Swish! A dazzling sword light slashed out and tore through the air, slashing at Tian Xuanzi. If you dare to block me, I will kill you now. Lin Ling's unquestionable voice made the marshal of the kingdom, Tian Xuanzi's expression change drastically. He knew that Lin Ling didn't give him any face. Furthermore, because of what he said earlier, Lin Ling already wanted to kill him. Right now it was his choice. Chapter 410. Goodbye to the Crown Prince. In fact, Lin Ling's sword slash was just an ordinary attack. Tian Xuanzi was a late-stage heavenly spirit realm expert and could easily block it. However, the consequences were unimaginable after blocking it. I'll take it. Yes. Tian Xuanzi's face turned pale as he finally spoke. The sword slash landed on his body and forced him to retreat, his face turning even paler. Scram. Scram. The cold voice echoed again, forcing Tian Xuanzi to lower his head and make way. Beside him, Elder He had a complicated expression and also made way. They were furious from the humiliation, but there was nothing they could do. Moreover, they knew that Lin Ling was here for revenge, which was why he didn't bother with them. Otherwise they would already be dead. He has already surpassed the Crown Prince's existence. Tian Xuanzi shook his head as the bitterness in his heart intensified. He vaguely remembered the first time he heard Lin Ling's name. At that time, Lin Ling was just a hero of the Sky Fragrance Ancient City. He could kill Lin Ling whenever he wanted and even ordered people to bring Lin Ling back. However, the current Lin Ling wanted him to scram, so he had to scram or die. Lin Ling, you're so powerful. Yes. Outside the palace, countless people were sighing in their hearts as they quietly watched the members of the Fire Ancient clan enter the palace. The palace was completely silent as though it was facing a great enemy. The wind gently blew across the sky and into the hearts of countless people, causing them to feel even more complicated. There were tens of thousands of feathered forest guards, and they all had grave expressions as they watched Lin Ling enter. None of them dared to stop him and even made way for him. At this moment they witnessed the ruthlessness of heaven and earth. If Lin Ling was weak, then he would die. If the Crown Prince was weak, then he would be killed by Lin Ling. The imperial clan of the Sea of Clouds, the former overlord of the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, had actually fallen to such a state. Of course, no one would sympathize with them. After all, they had all witnessed the tyrannical power of the imperial clan. What truly shocked them was that the imperial clan of the Sea of Clouds had fallen too quickly. Because of Lin Ling alone, the imperial clan of the Sea of Clouds was toppled. Yunitian, are you here? Lin Ling raised his fist and stopped the fire ancient clan members behind him when he arrived at the palace square where the wedding was snatched. At the same time, a cold voice came out of his mouth. In the distance, a burly figure slowly walked out. It was the Crown Prince. As of this moment, the Crown Prince's heart was filled with mixed emotions. Lin Ling really had come to kill him. In the past, for the sake of your heroic reputation, you sacrificed my father, causing him to die a wrong death. But you shed crocodile tears, as if you were unwilling to let go of someone who had died under your banner. But in reality, all of this was just your hypocritical mask. In your heart, my father was like a slave, like an ant. His existence was only to fulfill your wish. Today, in the name of my father, I have come to seek justice. His cold and indifferent voice resounded throughout the city, and it was like a cold blade that carried a firm resolution that wouldn't waver even if the world collapsed. It caused the hearts of countless people to tremble fiercely. In the name of my father, a debt of blood must be paid with blood. In the past, Lin Chen was once a prodigy of the Cloud Sea City. Unfortunately, he died an unjust and humiliated death. He was forced to death by the Crown Prince in front of countless people. At that time, perhaps because Lin Chen was too dazzling, many people were jealous and even took pleasure in his misfortune. But today Lin Chen's son came in the name of his father. All the humiliation would end with Lin Chen's son. He wanted those who mocked his father in the past to shut their mouths. He wanted the man who toyed with his father's life to die with regret. In the name of my father. The Crown Prince muttered to himself. He had dominated the world for his entire life and was designated as a man who was only inferior to the king of Yunhai. He was unparalleled in his tyranny and dominated the Heaven Mystics kingdom in the past. However, because of a single underestimation, he sacrificed a prodigy under his banner. In the end, he had to pay 10 times the price. I want to ask you something. If your father was still alive, would you assist me? The Crown Prince couldn't help but ask because of the knot in his heart. Lin Ling's expression was indifferent. He nodded without hesitation and said, perhaps. That sentence caused the Crown Prince to frown. Although Lin Ling said that he might, it also meant that he might. This also meant that if he didn't sacrifice Lin Chen, he would be the one who obtained the position of King of Yunhai today. This thought caused the Crown Prince's heart to be filled with deep regret. Of course, there was also a sense of helplessness. How could he have known that Lin Chen's son was even more arrogant and dazzling than his father? Not only had Lin Chen surpassed his father's achievements, but he had also surpassed the Crown Prince. The youth came from the ancient race, had the flame bloodline, and dominated the profound sky continent. From the first time I saw you, you hid your identity and infuriated me. But at that time you were like an ant. I was busy every day and didn't pay attention to you. However, at the second cloud auction, I knew that you had completely matured. When you killed your way into the palace, besieged the city, and tyrannically snatched the bride, I knew that you had become a huge threat. At that time I wanted to kill you, but it was too late. Now you can pay the debt of blood with blood in front of everyone. The Crown Prince said softly. There was a touch of admiration in his voice. It was a kind of admiration for an enemy. Between the two of us, only one of us can live today. Lin Ling said coldly. The Crown Prince's eyes lit up. He knew that Lin Ling was very determined. Yinichin, where is young Master Sheng? At that moment, the sky was filled with dark clouds and the air was torn apart. 3 silhouettes were approaching from afar. Their imposing manner made countless people in the city open their eyes wide. Yinichin? The person who came directly called out the Crown Prince's name without any hint of respect. He must have an extraordinary background. Young Master Sheng said that he would help you. Why hasn't he come back yet? The voice came from afar again. Many people guessed who it was. Those 3 people should be from the sacred clan of the Cloud Realm. They came here to look for Xing Fifan, but they didn't know that Xing Fifan had been killed by Lin Ling. Subconsciously, many people looked at Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling was in trouble. The people from the Saint clan of the Cloud Realm were not weak. Moreover, their origins were terrifying. They didn't put anyone in their eyes. Sacred clan of the Cloud Realm? The Crown Prince's eyes flickered with expectation. He was about to say something, but at that moment, laughter came from not far away. Young Master Sheng is dead. He was killed by Lin Ling. Several silhouettes came from afar. Among them were the 3rd Prince, Old He, and the Imperial Preceptor, Tian Xuanzi. They all sneered as if they had found Lin Ling's weakness. The dignified old man who spoke was the Imperial Preceptor, Tian Xuanzi. The Imperial Preceptor, Tian Xuanzi, is adding insult to injury. The people in the palace were shocked. As long as they weren't idiots, they knew that the Imperial Preceptor wanted to kill Lin Ling with the help of the sacred clan of the Cloud Realm. Perhaps this was their last chance to turn the tables. Young Master is dead? Chapter 411. In the name of the Father, how is this possible? They didn't seem to believe the words of the state preceptor Tian Xuanzi. Perhaps in their subconsciousness, they thought that young Master Sheng was so powerful that no one in the three kingdoms could be a match for him. Therefore, they didn't believe that young Master Sheng would die in the tiny heaven mystic's kingdom. This happened in front of everyone. Everyone saw it. The state preceptor Tian Xuanzi sneered and looked at Lin Ling. Who is Lin Ling? Three figures finally appeared in the sky. They were three old men with white hair. They wore robes with cloud patterns on them, and they emanated the aura of immortals that lived in seclusion. It was impossible to see through them. As they gazed at those mysterious figures, reverence arose in the hearts of countless people throughout the city. I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling said indifferently. He already knew that killing Xing Fifan would be troublesome. However, in this world the strong were revered. Even if he didn't kill Xing Fifan would still kill him. Since that was the case, he might as well cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. You are Lin Ling? Yes. The three old men in the sky stared at Lin Ling. They were very surprised. They did not expect the person who killed young Master Sheng to be so young. One of them was so angry that he laughed. He seemed to feel helpless about Lin Ling's ignorance. You are very bold. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Now you only have two choices. To die. Yes. They had to give the cloud domain an explanation for Xing Fifan's death. Therefore they wanted to bring Lin Ling back. What if I don't? Yes. Lin Ling looked at the three old men calmly. His sharp soul power sensed that two of them were in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm. One of them was in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Perhaps they had an extraordinary background, but their strength wasn't enough to move Lin Ling. You are not qualified to negotiate with us, the three elders of the Saint Mountain. You have no choice. One of them snorted with murderous intent in his eyes. If you don't want to come with us, fine. But we will bring your corpse back. Then we can report on our mission. These three people were determined to take Lin Ling away or even kill him. Lin Ling nodded. Then should we make our move now? Or wait until I settle my grudge with Yun Tian before making a move? The three elders of the Holy Mountain were taken aback when they heard this, and then they burst out laughing mockingly. This young man didn't seem to know that he was about to die. He actually said calmly, "Who should I get rid of first?" Did he have the right to say that? Young people are all so arrogant. However, young Master Sheng was invited to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom by Yun Tian, which led to young Master Sheng's death. Hence, Yun Tian had also committed a grave mistake. If you want to make a move on him, then do it. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to be able to do it. One of the elders said coldly. Another person looked down at the Crown Prince and said, Yun Tian, you've made a grave mistake. I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Capture Lin Ling or kill Lin Ling. Perhaps the sacred race will spare your life. The last elder looked down on everyone as though he was going to vent his anger on the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom just because young Master Sheng died in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. All of you useless trash, just wait to receive the wrath of the saint race. All of you shall die. If you dare to go against the heavens, none of your filthy bloodlines shall be spared. So domineering. The words floated out and countless people's eyes narrowed. The three elders of the Holy Mountain seemed to treat them as slaves. If a slave made a mistake, everyone would be killed. I hope you have the strength. Lin Ling muttered to himself, and then he looked at the third prince and the others. The third prince also noticed Lin Ling's gaze and he shrugged. Lin Ling, you are very powerful, but in this world there are many people you can't provoke. Next you will die, but I will live well. It's hard to say until the end. Lin Ling shook his head. The most important thing now was to kill the crown prince. He held his sword and walked out step by step. Yun Tian, get out here. Yun Tian, get out here. His majestic voice caused endless ripples to spread to everyone's ears, causing them to gulp. Even though the three elders of the Holy Mountain were here, Lin Ling still seemed to be as arrogant as ever, fearless as ever. His Majesty the Crown Prince's expression was extremely ugly. He had thought that things had taken a turn for the better with the appearance of the three elders of the Holy Mountain. However, the three elders of the Holy Mountain wanted him to kill Lin Ling to atone for his crimes. This meant that a battle between him and Lin Ling was inevitable. Are you scared? Lin Ling's mocking voice sounded when he saw the Crown Prince's silence. The Crown Prince's eyes narrowed. Why would the Crown Prince be scared? First place in the Battle of 100 Generals, it seems that you've become arrogant. At best, you can defeat a mid-sky spirit realm cultivator. Although my spirit body isn't as good as Sir Sheng's, my cultivation level is higher. The Crown Prince said coldly. He walked out step by step, and a terrifying aura bloomed from his body. Everyone could faintly see an enormous golden dragon coiling around the Crown Prince. This was a true dragon body, a spirit body that was close to a king body. Rumble. As one of the strongest experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Yunitian does have some skills. The three elders of the Holy Mountain watched from afar like otherworldly experts. Their eyes revealed a satisfied smile. Although the three elders of the Holy Mountain had an extraordinary background, it was undeniable that the Crown Prince's strength had moved them. Come Lin Ling. Let's fight to the death. Standing quietly in the middle of the plaza, the Crown Prince looked indifferently at Lin Ling. At the same time, many people were looking at Lin Ling. Lin Ling came today to avenge his father and challenge the #1 king of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. However, this king's strength was slightly stronger than Xing Fifan. Could Lin Ling win? Yunitian. Lin Ling looked coldly at the Crown Prince. He was a little excited. Ever since he found out about his father's murderer, he had been working hard to surpass him. Now the day had finally arrived. Without relying on anyone, he could wash away his father's humiliation with his own hands. Ling ergo. Patriarch Taiyan was also excited. He looked at his grandson in front of him and nodded. Grandfather, I will win. Lin Ling clenched his right fist and walked out step by step with the big sword on his back. Today I, Lin Chen, challenge the Crown Prince Yunitian. Today I will return the humiliation 10 times. A calm voice came out, which made many people's faces change. Lin Chen. Lin Ling was actually using Lin Chen's name to fight. He wanted to use Lin Chen's identity to wash away the humiliation. This was truly using his father's name. Everyone was shocked and even their blood was boiling. Lin Chen had a good son. Lin Chen. The Crown Prince's face turned ferocious. In the past, Lin Ling was his subordinate and had to greet him respectfully. Today, Lin Ling was using Lin Chen's identity to fight, which was also a great humiliation to him. He wanted to let him know that the subordinate who used to greet him was looking down on him today and wanted to kill him. Chapter 412. Lin Chen's Glory. Is that so? In the past, I, Lin Chen, treated you sincerely and sincerely wanted to help you become king, but you treated me like this. Today I will make you deeply regret it. I will make you kneel 3 times in front of my Fire Ancient clan to repay the debt I owed to the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, invisible astral winds swirling around his body. Then with a boom, green flames bloomed, making him look both demonic and cold. I'll let you have 3 moves. After 3 moves, former master, kneel down and accept your death. A heroic voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth, shaking the hearts of countless people. 3 moves? Lin Ling, using his father's name, actually dared to let the Crown Prince make 3 moves. He wanted to use his identity to humiliate the Crown Prince. Moreover, if he wanted to win beautifully and heroically. This is my Chen. Looking at that slender figure, Ancestor Extreme Flame's entire body trembled. Deep in his eyes, tears flowed down. The figure of the youth in the distance somehow overlapped with Lin Chen's figure, bold and unrestrained, wild and unrestrained. Everything about Lin Chen's childhood circulated in his heart. Uncle Lin Chen, defeat him. All the disciples of the Fire Ancient clan cheered excitedly. What they saw was not Lin Ling, but the former generation's genius Lin Chen. Trash, make your move. Lin Ling stretched out his left hand. A wisp of green flames spiraled, emitting a terrifying ancient aura. Then a demonic dragon condensed from flames appeared. It majestically circled Lin Ling, then rushed into Lin Ling's body. The great concept of the world-purifying demonic flame, the incarnation of the demonic flame king. Chi-chi. Endless waves of energy spread out. Lin Ling's body was terrifyingly hot. The air around him was also burning, causing rings of fire and smoke to appear, making Lin Ling even more dreamy and demonic. That aura is so strong. In the distance, the 3 elders of the Holy Mountain suddenly focused their gazes. They no longer looked like reclusive experts who were watching a good show. They were shocked. After all, with their experience, they could naturally see that the youth's innate spirit body was terrifying. It seemed to be comparable to the sacred clan's innate king body. No wonder the sacred prince lost to him. He has the innate king body, and has probably comprehended the great perfection of the concept. One of the 3 elders of the holy mountain said with difficulty. At this moment they were actually somewhat afraid of Lin Ling. After all, even if they were beaten to death, they would never have thought that the tiny Tianshan kingdom would give birth to a genius with a king physique. Now Lin Ling. However, the difference between the early and the heavenly spirit late stage. The difference between the early and late stage of the heavenly realm and the late heavenly stage of heavenly realm is 2. The difference between the early heavenly realm and the late heavenly realm is to heavenly realm. The crown prince was not affected by Lin Ling's aura. Behind him, a golden dragon spiraled out. It was majestic and domineering, making the crown prince look like the son of a true dragon. You want to step on my face? Let's see if you have the ability. With a cold voice, the crown prince displayed a complicated martial art with both hands and struck out with his palm. Dragon roaming the world. Rumble. The golden dragon swept out with its mouth wide open, pouncing towards Lin Ling. The golden dragon didn't seem to be condensed by spirit chi, but a real dragon. There was an ancient saying that dragons roamed the 4 seas, intimidating a region. Those who had the aura of a true dragon were born with the aura of a dragon. They were the heroes of a region. That's the 5-clawed golden dragon. Someone in the distance was shocked. The 5-clawed golden dragon was the king of dragons. No wonder the crown prince stirred up a storm when he was born. If it wasn't for the appearance of Lin Ling, the heavenly mystic's kingdom might have already been the crown prince's world. Lin Ling can defeat those in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm, but against the crown prince in the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm? It's hard to win. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Only the members of the ancient clan of flames were still confident in Lin Ling, 7 blades of heavenly fire. Right at this moment, a cold yell echoed. Under countless eyes, the giant sword in Lin Ling's right hand became dazzling and emitted an extremely terrifying aura presence. It was like fire and sword. In everyone's eyes, Lin Ling wasn't just the fire demon king, he was also a swordsman of a generation. 7 blades of heavenly fire, Qin'er's innate talent, astral body. Qin'er's glory. Ancestor Tai Yen stared blankly at the sword and got even more excited. He suddenly understood why Lin Ling wanted to use the 7 blades of heavenly fire. Since it was in the name of his father, he naturally had to use the method that Lin Ling was proud of. Slash. The dazzling sword light slashed out and revealed its sharpness, just like the sharpness of the 7 blades of heavenly fire. Cha. The sword light came from the horizon and seemed to be able to reach the peak, overlooking all the mountains and slashing everything. When the golden dragon clashed with the sharp sword light, it was instantly split into 2. The golden light blossomed and turned into endless radiance. After the world-cleansing demon fire reached the great perfection realm, Lin Ling could also use the 7 blades of heavenly fire at the same time. Therefore, the power of that slash was naturally even more terrifying. What a sharp sword. Looking at this scene, the crowd was shocked. They looked at Lin Ling again. At this moment, Lin Ling's clothes were fluttering in the wind. He held his long sword at an angle, as if he was seeking defeat with a single slash. How is this possible? The crown prince's expression turned ugly. He had used a powerful martial art and was confident that anyone below the late stage of the sky spirit realm would die. However, Lin Ling had cut him in half with a single slash. He hadn't even fought back. To him, that slash was an endless mockery. Your Majesty Yun Tian, what do you think of Lin Chen's sword? Slash. At this moment, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. Slash. Lin Chen used to be the crown prince's subordinate, but today he had offended his superior. This was even more of a mockery to the crown prince. Your Majesty Yun Tian, when we meet again, do you need me to bow 3 times and kowtow 9 times? Slash. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling gripped his sword and walked forward. 100 dragons contend for supremacy. Slash. The crown prince's expression was ferocious. A large number of golden dragons swam out from behind him. There were at least 100 of them and they swept towards Lin Ling. Slash. Slash. Before the 100 dragons could get close to Lin Ling, some people around him were entangled and swallowed alive. This is King Yunhai's martial art. Slash. Everyone else was scared out of their wits and retreated one after another. Yun Tian is indeed stronger than Xing Fifan. Slash. Lin Ling's eyes flickered when he saw the 100 dragons surging towards him. He moved his feet and used the elephant steps, moving between the hundreds of dragons. Lin Ling wanted to trample on the crown prince's face, so he gave him 3 moves. However, he seemed to be having a hard time dealing with the second move. Slash. Looking at the dazzling figure, many people secretly exclaimed, "Haha, Lin Ling, didn't you say you would use your father's name? Why did you dodge? Shame on you. Hide. Let's see how long you can hide." Slash. The crown prince opened his arms, looking mighty and domineering. He seemed to be very happy. Perhaps after Lin Ling's arrival, he had been suffering a lot of humiliation. Only now did he regain some of his dignity. Dodge? Does Lin Chen need to dodge? Cold? At that moment, a cold voice rang out, causing countless people to be slightly stunned. When their gazes landed on Lin Ling, who was entangled by the 100 dragons contend for supremacy, their pupils constricted. There, the sword radiance was as dazzling as the sun, and every ray of sword radiance cut down a golden dragon. Lin Ling wasn't entangled by the 100 golden dragons. Instead, he was using his movement technique to swim in the midst of the 100 dragons. He used his sword to slay every single golden dragon. It was as if he wanted to slay every single one of the 100 golden dragons, not letting a single one escape. Chapter 413. The true intent of fire. Lin Ling is truly terrifying. After realizing Lin Ling's intention, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. As for the crown prince, the smile on his face had stiffened. He'd witnessed the 100 dragons battle being destroyed before his eyes. He knew that Lin Ling was slapping him in the face. Lin Ling was using his former identity as Lin Chen to trample on him. Lin Ling was going too far. I merely utilized 70% of my strength earlier. I'll use my full strength now. You'll definitely regret not using your forces to kill me. The killing intent in the crown prince's eyes grew denser and denser. He had no other choice. Lin Ling was humiliating him in front of countless people, so how could he retreat? So he had to kill Lin Ling. The energy of the 9 and 5 is born from the energy of dragons. It controls the world and all living beings in the world. An even more terrifying aura was released. His Majesty the Crown Prince's body floated up like an emperor descending upon the world. Behind him was a dazzling sun. Terrifying rays of golden light shot out and floated in the air like ghosts. After that, a terrifying scene occurred. The golden light seemed to have a spirit of its own. It shot towards countless people in the city and devoured their vitality before transforming into numerous enormous dragons that swam back to the Crown Prince. The entire sky was filled with golden dragons, and there were over 10,000 of them. Moreover, these golden dragons were even more terrifying than the 100 dragons battle from before. The Crown Prince is going too far. Ocean of Cloud City was in an uproar. Numerous cultivators had their vitality devoured by the golden dragons, and the remaining cultivators were furious. Using the vitality of others to execute a martial technique? Is this the ability that King Yunhai left behind to control the world? Rumble. Countless golden dragons circled around the Crown Prince and formed a tornado. Lin Ling died. A moment later, the terrifying golden dragons charged towards Lin Ling. On the other hand, the Crown Prince's face was slightly pale. Obviously, executing this martial technique had exhausted all his energy. However, he stared fixedly at Lin Ling because he wanted to see how Lin Ling would die. True dragon physique, great perfection. This martial art is very powerful. The 3 elders of the Saint Mountain all had grave expressions. They didn't expect Yun Etian from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom to be stronger than they imagined. Rumble. The golden dragon storm swept over, causing Lin Ling's long hair to flutter. However, he still stood there like a pine tree, his sword pointed forward. He was fighting as Lin Chen, so no matter how strong the Crown Prince was, he would not back down. In the ancient times, there was a clan that was born with fire. Today, Lin Chen is fighting with fire. The humiliation that Lin Chen has to bear will end. Lin Ling raised his sword, and a blue flame leaped out, fusing into the sword like water. In this way, a flame formed from the fusion of 3 types of flames was born. The 9 underworlds heavenly flame, 7 blades heavenly flame, and world-cleansing demonic flame allowed Lin Ling's understanding of fire to reach unprecedented heights. Boom! A terrifying scorching storm swept out, shaking the entire palace. In everyone's eyes, Lin Ling had turned into an ancient fire god. His body was so dazzling that everyone could see his appearance clearly. Even with their eyes, they could feel the scorching heat. What a terrifying flame! Everyone had the same thought. This was the most terrifying flame they had ever seen in their lives. True intent. In the distance, the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain were stunned, their eyes revealing the light of fear. What did they just see? In a small place like the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, they actually saw a genius who had given birth to the true intent of fire. It had to be known that after the great concept was the true meaning. That was the essence of martial arts, and it only appeared in the 100 domains. But now it actually appeared here. Although that true meaning was tiny, the one who displayed it was only 18 years old. It was hard to imagine just how terrifying that true meaning of fire would be in the future. How can he be so terrifying? One of the three elders couldn't help but shout. Slash. At this moment, a cold voice echoed in the sky. Under everyone's gaze, a dazzling sword seemed to have come from ancient times, carrying endless flames that wanted to burn and slash everything. This sword was so terrifying that even a true swordsman would feel inferior. When the sword slashed at the golden dragon astral wind, there wasn't any deafening sound, only a clear sound like glass. However, the astral wind formed by tens of thousands of golden dragons stopped spinning and stopped moving forward. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Everyone held their breaths and stared fixedly at this scene. Pop, 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 pop. In the next moment, there was a deafening sound as the terrifying golden dragon astral wind shattered like glass and was forcefully split into two. The surging spirit energy vanished in the sky. Silence. Cloud Sea City fell into silence. Lin Ling had slashed the Crown Prince's strongest martial art with a single sword. That terrifying martial art came from the King of Cloud Sea, and coupled with the Crown Prince's true dragon body, there was no need to doubt the power of that martial art. There were probably no more than 3 martial artists in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom who could withstand that move. However, Lin Ling had slashed it with a single sword. It seemed like compared to the 100 Generals tournament not long ago, Lin Ling's strength had increased again, and he had firmly stepped into the top 3 of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. No, how is this possible? This is fake, it must be fake. The Crown Prince's face was pale as if he couldn't believe his eyes. In fact, Lin Ling had come in the name of his father, and he felt a deep sense of humiliation. However, Lin Ling had chosen to challenge Lin Ling alone, and he was still confident that he could kill Lin Ling. However, the result before his eyes made his confidence become extremely laughable. It wasn't impossible for an early-stage Heaven Spirit Realm to kill a late-stage Heaven Spirit Realm martial artist. Only the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain knew that Lin Ling's strength had long surpassed the Crown Prince, and the reason was the true intent of fire. 3 moves have passed. Your Majesty Yunitian, you're trash. While countless people were still in shock, Lin Ling spoke softly, causing the Crown Prince's face to turn even paler. Then with a plop he fell to the ground. Countless people couldn't believe their eyes when they saw the Crown Prince's lost and dazed expression. He was a dignified ruler of a generation who used to be able to summon the wind and summon the rain. However, today he had fallen into such a sorry state, being crushed by Lin Ling without the ability to fight back. Lin Ling had easily broken through 3 moves. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times in front of the Fire Ancient clan. Lin Ling walked forward step by step, flames rippling on his body. He was as elegant as a sword god and as domineering as a fire god. He was forcing the Crown Prince to kowtow and admit his guilt. Hearing this, the Crown Prince clenched his teeth tightly. He knew that Lin Ling could kill him, but he didn't. Instead, he wanted to humiliate him before killing him. This made him feel aggrieved. Lin Ling was so strong that he could kill him whenever he wanted. Die, Junior. At this moment, a loud shout rang out in the sky. Buddhist chants rippled in the distance as a golden figure shot over from the horizon. When it came closer, everyone realized that it was an old man. He was tall and sturdy, and wore a long robe embroidered with Buddhist chants. One of his arms was broken, and the other was using a powerful martial art to attack Lin Ling. It was Elder Shengda. Many people recognized the person who had come. Chapter 4:14. Who dares to help? Elder Shengda. The Crown Prince's eyes flashed, a desire to live rose in his heart. Since Heavenly Sound Temple has made a move, I will not die. As long as I don't die this time, then the next time I see Lin Ling, that will be the time of Lin Ling's death. Bald Donkey, I wanted to deal with the Crown Prince first and then settle the score with you, but I didn't think that you would come to die first. This time you won't be able to escape. Staring coldly at the sky, Lin Ling spoke indifferently. His soul force madly condensed and surged like waves. Then, it formed a small knife as thin as a cicada's wing in front of him. The small knife floated, constantly circling, emitting a terrifying soul force. Unfortunately, only people with sharp soul force could discover it. Nirvana Blade. Shio. The small knife shot towards Elder Shengda in the sky. Its speed was so fast that no one could detect it. After the Nirvana blade was used, Lin Ling gripped his sword with both hands. The terrifying flames burned once again. 3 types of flames fused together, the true meaning of fire rippled, then he slashed out. Shio. The terrifying flames slashed out, cutting through the air, ruthlessly slashing towards Elder Shengda. Lin Ling dared to come here today because he was full of confidence. He did not plan to hide anything and used all his cards. His goal was to end everything. End it. A low shout came from Lin Ling's mouth, causing many people's pupils to constrict. They seemed to have seen through Lin Ling's intentions. Lin Ling was not afraid of Elder Shengda. If Elder Shengda dared to interfere, then Elder Shengda would also die. This intention was very terrifying, causing everyone's face to stiffen. End it? You must be dreaming. In the skies, Elder Shengda coldly shouted. Not only did he not dodge but he actually increased his speed. But at this moment, he sensed that the danger of death had arrived. This feeling was very familiar. Not too long ago, he had also faced this danger in the Battle of 100 Generals. At that time he had been far away from Lin Ling. In addition, Lin Ling had not pursued him, so he had been able to avoid this calamity. But he knew that this soul attack was terrifying. His soul was trembling. He was sure that if he was hit by that terrifying attack he would definitely die. But this time he couldn't avoid it, because Lin Ling's killing intent towards him was incomparably strong. Who is it? Elder Shengda's heart trembled. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the indifferent youth on the ground and a terrifying thought arose in his mind. Could it be Lin Ling? In the last battle of 100 Generals, he had made a move against Lin Ling, and that was why he had encountered this life-or-death crisis. And this time it was the same again. Lin Ling actually hit such a terrifying trump card. Thoughts flashed through Elder Shengda's mind as his pupils congealed. At this moment he only wanted to retreat. He regretted coming forward to save His Majesty the Crown Prince because Lin Ling was an existence that could not be provoked. Saint, be careful. Just as the saber of Nirvana was about to break Elder Shengda's soul spirit, an ancient voice echoed in the sky. A white-haired elder with a benevolent face mysteriously appeared and slammed his right hand into the void. Isn't it too cruel for you to be so ruthless? Great Vajra will seal. Along with the elder's clear voice, a mysterious Buddha seal that was condensed from soul spirit power and spirit chi appeared and slammed straight at the saber of Nirvana. What a close shave. Elder Shengda's heart finally relaxed. He knew who made the move. It was the Grand Elder of the Heaven Court Monastery, Sage Tianyin. This was also his master, who was ranked second in the entire Heaven Mystics Kingdom. He was at the peak stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm and was only inferior to the King of Yunhai. He was an expert who had the terrifying battle record of battling with the King of Yunhai for 3 months. With such a powerful existence here, Lin Ling was definitely going to die today. Sage Tianyin has come out from seclusion. The Crown Prince's eyes were getting brighter. The most ancient experts of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had finally appeared. Lin Ling, even if he had to die, he would die with honor. Countless eyes were locked onto the sky. The crowd seemed to have guessed the identity of the newcomer and were all shocked. Swish. Right at this moment, a sword light slashed across and sliced across Elder Shengda's neck, leaving a sword scar on his neck. Furthermore, the sword scar was still burning with flames. Subsequently, Elder Shengda maintained his complacent smile, but his head was slowly falling off. He was extremely unwilling to accept this as he thought that Lin Ling's terror was his soul spirit power and overlooked that sword slash. He was filled with regret, but it was a pity that everything was gone with the wind. He previously said that Lin Ling wanted to kill him, but everything had become a reality. That a top-notch expert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who wanted to save the Crown Prince didn't manage to do so. Instead, he died in front of everyone's eyes. This made everyone feel very upset. They looked at Lin Ling again. Lin Ling was truly terrifying. Shengda. Sage Tianyin yelled out. He had already blocked the most terrifying soul spirit attack for Elder Shengda, but he didn't expect for his beloved disciple to still die. Junior, you are too savage. Sage Tianyin's eyes were red as he looked at the youth on the ground. Sage Tianyin's eyes were also red. You better take care of yourself. Your martial art is the fusion of soul spirit power and spirit chi. It isn't considered a true soul spirit attack. However, Sage Tianyin's rage was in exchange for Lin Ling's indifferent statement. Bop, bop, bop. Above the sky, A terrifying formless pressure was released as the saber of Nirvana clashed with the great Vajra wheel seal. The saber of Nirvana was formed by Lin Ling's soul spirit power, and Lin Ling's soul spirit power was the strongest in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It even surpassed King Yunhai's soul spirit power. Sage Tianyin believed that he was the #1 expert below King Yunhai, so he didn't put Lin Ling's soul spirit power in his eyes. However, he had to pay the price for underestimating Lin Ling. A clear glass-like sound echoed. In Sage Tianyin's widened eyes, the mysterious Buddha seal in front of him shattered like glass. A similar saber of Nirvana was shot straight at his soul spirit. How is this possible? Sage Tianyin yelled out with fear. His body shook and his face turned pale. He vomited a mouthful of blood, which caused the crowd below to fall into a deathly silence. The #2 expert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was actually injured. Your body is protected by a mysterious aura presence. If it wasn't for that, you would have already died. Looking at the sky indifferently, Lin Ling spoke calmly. Contempt. This was a type of contempt that was filled with arrogance. The #2 expert of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was like an ant in the eyes of Lin Ling. Indeed, Sage Tianyin had an ancient combat artifact, and it was that combat artifact that protected him previously. However, after receiving Lin Ling's saber of Nirvana, that combat artifact had cracks. Lin Ling was only at the initial stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm, while Sage Tianyin was at the peak stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. With such a huge difference in cultivation realm, Lin Ling might not be able to kill Sage Tianyin, but the results were already terrifying. Sage Tianyin glared at Lin Ling. At this moment he wasn't as arrogant as before. He was afraid of Lin Ling's soul spirit power, and so he remained silent. Your Majesty Yunitian, is there anyone who can help you now? Ignoring Sage Tianyin who was in the sky, Lin Ling looked at the Crown Prince and asked. Help. Who could help? Or rather, who would dare to help? Chapter 4:15. You commit suicide. Lin Ling's strength wasn't only ranked 3rd in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, but he was also comparable to Sage Tianyin. Sage Tianyin had cultivated for many years and had a deep foundation, but Lin Ling was only 18 years old. Horrifying thoughts arose in the Crown Prince's heart. At this moment he suddenly regretted. He regretted underestimating Lin Chen and sacrificing him. Because of Lin Chen, he had offended an extremely horrifying existence. I've said it before. You can die whenever I want you to. Now kowtow 3 times and kill yourself. Looking at the Crown Prince, Yunitian, Lin Ling spoke calmly. Commit suicide? The Crown Prince, Yunitian, muttered to himself and suddenly let out a bitter laugh. He was a monarch of a generation who looked down on the world, but today he was forced to commit suicide in front of everyone. What kind of irony was this? In this world, the strong reigned supreme. Lin Ling was stronger than him, and so he had the absolute authority. The Crown Prince's strength wasn't enough to shake Lin Ling. As for helpers, there was no one who could help him now. All monarchs have the pride of a monarch. It is impossible for this emperor to kowtow. But in terms of regret, this emperor does regret. This emperor made a mistake and led to the current situation. The Crown Prince sighed softly and looked at the distant sky. There were rolling dark clouds and the sun couldn't be seen. It was as though the end of the world had arrived, and even the heavens didn't allow him to see any hope. This scene made his bitter smile even more intense. Lin Ling, you are truly terrifying. From a nameless existence to the elite of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, you only used 2 years. But this emperor knows that the Heaven Mystics Kingdom isn't your goal. Your goal is the 100 regions, but this emperor can tell you that there are plenty of prodigies there. You won't be able to go far and will die in the 100 regions. The Crown Prince spoke indifferently. You don't have to worry about that. Furthermore, you won't be able to see it. Lin Ling looked into the distance as well. There were also rolling dark clouds, but everything in his eyes was different from the Crown Prince. It was the arrival of dawn after the storm. Furthermore, in the hazy sky, he could vaguely see a familiar figure who was smiling kindly at him. That figure was firm and stood proudly in the sky. It was his father, Lin Chen. He seemed to see his father smiling proudly at him and being proud of his efforts and everything. Father, I won. Lin Ling smiled and gently raised the sword in his hand. The sword in his hand bloomed with a dazzling light that shot into the sky like fireworks, forming a gorgeous flower. The Fire Ancient Clan has won. In the distance, all the members of the Ancient Flame Clan smiled proudly. They released the power of flames one after another, forming dazzling fireworks that bloomed in the sky. Pa pa pa. The crown of the city was crown prince crown prince. The crown prince crown prince, the crown princess crown prince crown prince, the king crown prince emperor crown prince, and crown prince crown prince, Lin Chen. The crown prince muttered to himself and slowly walked back to the highest seat in the plaza. After he sat down, a smear of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His aura presence was gradually fading away, but his eyes were still looking at the world with unwillingness. A sovereign of a generation had committed suicide. The plaza was silent, and only the explosions of the fireworks could be heard. At this moment, many people had complicated feelings, but they didn't sympathize with him. The crown prince has fallen. The third prince and the others had pale faces. They originally thought that Lin Ling was dead for sure when all the experts came out. However, Lin Ling didn't rely on any faction behind him and was able to go against the strongest combat strength of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom by himself. Right now, the crown prince had committed suicide in front of countless people, and no one could help him. Everyone could only watch helplessly. This feeling was very unbearable, especially Reverend Tianyin. The discomfort and humiliation in his heart was more intense than anyone else. He represented the Heaven Cord Monastery, but what was the use of it? Even in death you still don't forget your authority? It seems like you still don't know why you are going to die. Lin Ling looked at the dead crown prince indifferently. When he realized that the crown prince was going to die on the dragon throne, he couldn't help but feel sorrow for him. Such a person would be bound by the imperial ambitions for his entire life and had no freedom. The pitiful thing was that the crown prince didn't realize this until his death. He didn't even realize that any imperial ambitions couldn't be compared to his own strength. The stronger one was, wouldn't the emperor's decision be based on the martial artist's intentions? Reverend Tianyin, it's your turn. Do you want to fight? Lin Ling looked at Reverend Tianyin and asked indifferently. Reverend Tianyin had a complicated expression. In fact, he really wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he wasn't 100% confident. This made him go silent. Seeing this scene, the crowd shook their heads. The Heaven Cord Monastery's #1 expert refused to fight. The Heaven Cord Monastery had declined. The future of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was undoubtedly the world of this youth. You bunch of bald donkeys. Other than bullying the weak and fearing the strong, you don't seem to know anything else. Lin Ling's mouth revealed a disdainful smile, but he didn't attack Reverend Tianyin. In fact, he also knew that if he really fought with Reverend Tianyin, his chances of winning weren't high. At most, both sides would suffer and he might even lose. After all, Reverend Tianyin was a martial artist at the peak of the Heaven Spirit realm. However, the older one was the more afraid of death. Lin Ling wasn't afraid of both sides suffering, but Reverend Tianyin was afraid. He didn't know that Lin Ling's saber of nirvana could only be used once. After all, the consumption of spirit energy couldn't be compared to spirit energy, and the recovery was very slow. Next, it's time to end our grievances. You guys are the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain, right? Ignoring Reverend Tianyin, Lin Ling looked coldly at the experts from the Cloud region. Lin Ling, you really want to end everything? The crowd was muttering to themselves. In the Battle of 100 Generals, Lin Ling became the #1 genius. Today, Lin Ling was going to become the #1 king. We refused to fight. It was just a misunderstanding. In the silence, the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain slowly opened their mouths. They were afraid. At the start, they thought that Lin Ling was only a young boy. However, when Lin Ling fought with His Majesty the Crown Prince and easily killed him, they realized just how terrifying this boy was. This also allowed them to understand why Sir Saint had died, and they also understood just who the #1 genius of the Cloud Domain was. Now Lin Ling asked them to fight. How could they dare to? After all, their strength was only at the late stage of the Heaven Spirit realm. However, the Cloud region won't let the death of young Master Xing go. You're on your own. One of the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain said indifferently. Then he looked at the other 2 and nodded. Let's go back. Go. Do you think you can leave? Go. However, as soon as they finished speaking, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. These people thought they were from the Cloud Domain, so they were arrogant and condescending. At the beginning, when they didn't know how strong he was, they threatened to kill him. But after seeing his strength, they were scared and wanted to leave. Was this possible? You won't let us go? Chapter 416. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios ruling the world? Do you know where we're from? One of them couldn't help but laugh. He seemed to be mocking Lin Ling's ignorance. Although they weren't as strong as Lin Ling, their background and knowledge surpassed Lin Ling's. Lin Ling was strong, but there were countless geniuses stronger than Lin Ling in the 100 territories. What right did Lin Ling have to take their lives? I know, but so what? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. Young Master Sheng's status is higher than yours, but he died at my hands. Do you think I would be afraid of killing you? Boom. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, causing the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain to tremble. Yes. This young man was so arrogant that he even dared to kill young Master Sheng, let alone them? They didn't expect that Lin Ling had already killed young Master Sheng and thoroughly offended the Saint race. What was there to be afraid of killing a few more? They would have to face it sooner or later, so why not face it now? My men, go ahead and kill them. Lin Ling said softly, causing the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain to be puzzled. Lin Ling's men? What did that mean? The Heaven Mystic's kingdom may be small, but it has its dignity. Since you're here, stay. At this moment, several powerful auras appeared. In the distance, several Heaven Spirit Realm experts slowly walked out. It was the Ghost Marshal and other top experts. These people are all his men. Sensing the arrival of these experts, the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain narrowed their eyes. They came from the Cloud region and didn't know Lin Ling's terrifying rallying power. Now they sensed that there were close to 7 or 8 Heaven Spirit Realm experts approaching. This made them fearful. Don't get yourself into trouble. The 3 elders of the Saint Mountain shouted with difficulty. Aha, not long ago you were incomparably arrogant and only gave me 2 choices. One was to die and the other was to go back with you. You even told the Heaven Mystic's kingdom that everyone had to face the wrath of the Saint race. Why are you afraid now? Lin Ling's mocking laughter rang out, causing many people in the crowd to laugh as well. The 3 elders of the Sacred Mountain were very proud and had treated them like ants, but now they were scared of ants. If you dare touch me, the saints will never let you go. The 3 holy mountain elders had extremely ugly expressions. Their arrogance was actually being mocked by countless ants. Can your stubborn brains change a little? Was what I said just now all nonsense? Lin Ling shook his head. These 3 old men were really used to being arrogant. They had just said that since young Master Saint was dead, there was no need to fear the 3 of them. But now they wanted to use the name of the Saint clan to intimidate everyone. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on people who thought too highly of themselves. Only by killing them would it be clean. If you have anything to say, go to hell and say it to young Master Saint. Sovereign King Li and the others attacked. They had long known that Lin Ling had killed his way into the palace, but they also knew that Lin Ling wanted to use his own strength to settle his personal grudge. So they didn't step in. But now that Lin Ling had spoken, they could also attack. They knew very well that today would be the day when Cloud Sea City would be completely reshuffled. While Sovereign King Li and the others were attacking, Lin Ling walked towards the 3rd prince. His footsteps made the hearts of the state preceptor Tian Xuanzi, the 3rd prince, and old he tremble. Although there was only one person walking over and he wasn't old in their eyes, this young man seemed to have come from the horizon. His every move seemed to affect the entire Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Especially that pitch-black sword and the flames that appeared on his body from time to time, it made it difficult for them to breathe. Although the young man's handsome face was smiling, it was a very cold smile. Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? The 3 of them finally couldn't hold it in any longer. Tian Xuanzi was the first to speak. It was too terrifying. If Lin Ling killed them forcefully, they might not feel so pressured. However, Lin Ling didn't. He walked over slowly and every step he took gave them a terrifying pressure. The unknown was the scariest, especially when they didn't know when they would die. That kind of waiting was even more torturous. But the footsteps stopped. Lin Ling looked at the 3 of them with a smile and said softly, "What do you think?" Lin Ling, there isn't much enmity between us. Your enemy was the Crown Prince. Now that the Crown Prince is dead, and the Heaven Mystic's kingdom is under your control, I hope that we can reconcile. From today onwards we are all your men. Tian Xuanzi hesitated for a moment and said slowly. Hearing this, Lin Ling nodded slightly. He suddenly laughed and said, "Not long ago you guys were very proud. You thought that once the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain arrived, I would definitely die. Especially you, Tian Xuanzi. You complained to the 3 elders of the Saint Mountain. You volunteered." Tian Xuanzi's eyes froze and he was speechless. In fact, you had many opportunities to become my people, and you could have turned weapons of war into gifts of jade and silk. Unfortunately, you were all hoping for a fluke, hoping to turn defeat into victory. In the end you overreached yourselves. Now that everything is settled, you surrendered. Do you think I will accept you? Lin Ling said again. The three of them were silent. Indeed, before the Battle of the 100 Generals began, Lin Ling had already surpassed His Majesty the Third Prince. If His Majesty the Third Prince had surrendered at that time, perhaps the outcome now would have been completely different. However, His Majesty the Third Prince did not want to give up at that time and attempted to turn defeat into victory. Now they wanted to surrender again. How ironic. Third Prince Yun Yifan, you tried to kill me multiple times. The enmity between us is irreconcilable. Kill yourself. Lin Ling ignored the three's silence. The Third Prince's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lin Ling. You don't want to? Do you have the chance to resist? Lin Ling said coldly. Indeed, the Third Prince didn't want to, but at the same time he didn't have the chance to resist. In terms of power he was weaker than Lin Ling. In terms of strength he was even weaker than Lin Ling. In Lin Ling's eyes he was just an ant. Good. I didn't think I would die today. The Third Prince murmured. For a moment he was in a daze. In the past Lin Ling was just an ant. He wanted to recruit him, but Lin Ling hesitated. This caused the Third Prince to be humiliated. After that, he ordered people to kill Lin Ling in the Fire Ancient clan. However, he didn't expect that today Lin Ling would openly ask him to kill himself. He couldn't even fight back. There is a dragon throne next to your big brother. Go there and die. Lin Ling said calmly. Winner takes all. I thought my enemy was my big brother. But in the end both of our opponents were you. Both of us died in your hands. The Third Prince's expression was complicated. He walked towards the front of the square step by step. His mood was extremely bitter. One wrong step led to many wrong steps. That day when Lin Ling was weak, the Third Prince didn't seize the opportunity to kill Lin Ling. Now he must be regretting it. The crowd looked at the figure and sighed. Chapter 417. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Everything was over. Plop. Arriving at the side of the dragon throne where the crown prince sat, the Third Prince looked at the sky, and the helpless smile on his face deepened. This must be fate. He then sat down and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The second monarch of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had fallen again. Tian Xuanzi, it's your turn. Lin Ling looked at Tian Xuanzi, and his cold words made Tian Xuanzi's heart tremble. Bang. Tian Xuanzi knelt down and kept kowtowing. Lin Ling, spare my life. I promise you, as long as you let me go, I will return to my hometown and never step into the Heaven Mystics Kingdom again. Sat. The former marshal, the teacher of countless crown princes, was now kowtowing and begging for mercy. This was a huge irony. It's useless. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's eyes were extremely cold. He didn't believe Tian Xuanzi's words at all. Hearing that, Tian Xuanzi's face seemed to have aged a lot. His eyes were blank. Was he going to die? He was sitting in a high position and was respected by everyone. Was he really going to die today? No, he couldn't die yet. As long as he killed Lin Ling, he could escape. He looked up, and a hidden killing intent flowed out from the depths of his eyes. He wanted to sneak an attack on Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling knew him too well. How could he let him sneak an attack on him? Before Tian Xuanzi could do anything, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded. My soul spirit is 100 times stronger than yours. Your every move is under my control. A sneak attack is useless. This sentence was like a bolt from the blue, and the hope in Tian Xuanzi's heart was extinguished again. Lin Ling seemed to know everything about him. Tian Xuanzi was resentful, hateful, and helpless. As a teacher, you are respected by everyone. However, you are vicious, cunning, and fickle. Such a teacher will only lead people astray. The soft words were followed by a flash of sword light. Swish. A sword mark appeared on Tian Xuanzi's neck. He wanted to say something but he couldn't. He could only stare at Lin Ling and finally fell to the ground. Dead. Another elite expert from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had perished. Everyone had a complicated expression as they looked at the plaza again. All the top-notch experts of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were all dead, and the one who changed the situation was Lin Ling from the Fire Ancient clan. While they were still in shock, Lin Ling's words floated out again. It seemed like everything wasn't over yet. Elder He, do you have anything to say? As one of the three pillars, Elder He used to be one of the Crown Prince's men. But today he was facing a life-and-death crisis. He opened his mouth, but no words came out. What else could he say? A loss was a loss and he had to pay the price. Vice versa, If Lin Ling lost, they would also have to pay the price, so there was really nothing to say. Ah, everything is just like a dream. Finally, Elder He spoke softly. Perhaps he wanted to say that he didn't expect that the final decision of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom would be made by an 18-year-old youth. Therefore, everything was just like a dream. Lin Ling, you have great potential and you don't want the throne. I just hope that before you leave, you can remind the second prince to treat the Heaven Mystics Kingdom well. Elder He spoke again. In fact, he might be one of the Crown Prince's men, but he had never made a move on Lin Ling. However, the change of the imperial authority was like the rolling wheel of history. His death was unavoidable. Even if Lin Ling didn't kill him, he would be killed by the second prince's men. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well die under Lin Ling's sword. To die under your sword is also an honor for me. Elder He smiled slightly. Lin Ling nodded. Elder He was a straightforward and upright person. He just stood on the wrong side. All right, I will give you a quick death. Thank you, Lin Ling. You are the person I can't see through the most. In the future, I know you will definitely go further. Please grant me death. Plop. Elder He knelt down on one knee and faced Lin Ling with the etiquette of a monarch. Swish. A flame shot out and landed on Elder He's body, burning him crazily. Lin Ling respected Elder He very much, so he gave him a dignified death. At least, unlike the Crown Prince and the others, who were left there to be mocked even after death. Looking at the burning flame indifferently, Lin Ling sighed softly in his heart. His eyes shifted and landed on the elder in the sky. Perfected Tianyin, you only have one chance. The next time we meet, I will obliterate you. Now do you dare to fight again? Lin Ling didn't have any good impression of the Heaven Court Temple. Therefore, as long as his strength met the requirements, he wouldn't hesitate to obliterate the Heaven Court Temple. In the sky, Perfected Tianyin's face was extremely ugly. Dead. Everyone was dead and he was the only one left. But could he fight? If he fought with Lin Ling, his chances of winning were still 50-50. Moreover, there were many experts on Lin Ling's side. Therefore, even if he won by luck, he wouldn't be able to deal with those experts. Well, we will fight again when we meet next time. But let me remind you, the next time we meet, it may be you who will die. Perfected Tianyin said coldly. His body moved and he flew away. Trash. However, not long after flying, he heard Lin Ling's mocking voice. His body trembled and his face became even uglier. Everything is over. After Perfected Tianyin disappeared, Lin Ling looked at the sky. The dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing the blue sky, which made him smile slightly. The current enemies were all over. Only the Heaven Court Temple and the Sacred Clan were left. Of course, there was also King Yunhai who had disappeared without a trace. However, the next time they met, these experts who were above him, Lin Ling would surpass them again. The wind quietly blew through the square, but for some reason many people felt that the wind was very tranquil, making them feel relaxed and happy. When they looked up, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and a clear blue sky appeared in front of their eyes. The Heaven Mystics Kingdom was peaceful. A thought appeared in their minds. Then everyone looked at the slender and handsome figure and sighed in their hearts. This young man started the era. Today it ended. One battle to decide the world. At this moment, in the distant cloud region, there was a vast ocean. The surface of the ocean was calm, like a giant mirror. Although the surface of the ocean looked calm, the bottom of the ocean was turbulent. Several mysterious mountains were hidden in the ocean. Countless experts were cultivating in those mountains. The experts hidden here were the Sacred Clan. The Sacred Clan, the clan that controlled fire. Their history could be traced back to 10,000 years ago. As for why they lived in the ocean, it was because the Sacred Clan was a natural fire god. If they lived on land, they would burn everything. Clan head, there is news of young master. In a valley, the water rippled. A guard covered in light respectfully reported to a middle-aged man in white. The middle-aged man in white also had a faint light on his body. It blocked the surrounding seawater. His white robe fluttered and his long hair was tied behind his head. His sharp face had a trace of coldness. Speak. The voice was soft, but it suppressed an unquestionable majesty. Young master died in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The guard hesitated for a moment and said nervously, Fan Fan died. Chapter 418. Wukongqi Mountain. Yes, clan head. After investigation, the one who killed young Master Sheng was Lin Ling from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. The 3 elders of the Saint Mountain were also killed by him. That guard said anxiously again. He felt that the clan head wouldn't believe him, so he slowly explained. This was the information he found in the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. Lin Ling had the innate monarch body and 2 innate astral bodies, all of which had reached the perfection stage. Innate monarch body. The little Heaven Mystic's kingdom actually has such a genius, and all 3 of his innate astral bodies are at the perfection stage. I'm afraid he is at the initial stage of martial intent. The white-robed middle-aged man was surprised, but he was even more furious. That youth Lin Ling defeated his son and became the #1 genius of the Cloud region. Kill. A cold sentence floated out and the seawater overflowed. Endless flames boiled. If one looked at the sea surface they would see a giant whirlpool, and a large amount of seawater was evaporating. Horrifying. This was the wrath of the saint race. This was still in the sea. If it was on land it was hard to imagine how strong the flames would be. Lin Ling has left the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. It is said that he is heading to the Stone Saint Nation. Send someone to the Stone Saint Nation and find him. If he is alive I want to see him. If he is dead I want to see his corpse. At the North Ice, it was a land of white rocks. At a glance, it was vast and boundless like a land of ice and snow. That was why it was called the North Ice. After the North Ice, it was the Stone Saint Nation. Giddy up. 2 single-horned horses passed by like a gust of wind, causing dust to billow, which made the bandits hiding in the dark sigh. Those 2 horses were too fast, making it difficult for them to kill and rob. Therefore they could only watch as the single-horned horses left. However, they were very curious about the 2 people on the horses. The white unicorn was a young girl dressed in white. Although this young girl was far away and her appearance could only be seen vaguely, her figure was slender and graceful. Especially that slender waist that could be held in one's arms, it made one's imagination run wild. As for the black unicorn, one could vaguely see that it was a young man wearing a blue and white robe. The young man carried a huge black sword on his back. He was calm and tranquil, but there was also a kind of aura that made one not to underestimate him. After a long time one of the bandits said, "A perfect match. Perhaps it's better for us that we didn't stop them." Thump. On the horse, Lin Ling looked into the distance, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Presently, the knot in his heart had been untied, and his enemy was dead, causing his mind and body to be even more relaxed and carefree. It caused him to have the feeling of riding a horse and galloping through the world with his sword in hand. Mother. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. This was his only wish at the moment. Besides wanting to see his mother, he also wanted to tell her about his father. This was also the reason why he came to the Stone Saint Nation. And the one accompanying him was naturally the Heavenly Concubine. Heavenly Concubine, did you notice that there were bandits targeting us earlier? Lin Ling smiled as he looked at the young girl beside him. The Heavenly Concubine raised her eyebrows. These bandits really know how to pick targets. But do you know why they gave up? Lin Ling asked with a smile. Of course it's because they couldn't catch up to our unicorn, so they gave up. The Heavenly Concubine's eyes widened. She didn't understand why Lin Ling asked this. Lin Ling shook his head with a smile. Of course not, it's mainly because of you. Because you're too ugly, the bandits decided to give up. Sigh, to be able to make the bandits turn over a new leaf and give up their specialty of robbing, Heavenly Concubine, you're really amazing. On the horse, the Heavenly Concubine was stunned. Her fair little face immediately revealed an angry expression. She knew that Lin Ling was joking with her, saying that she was so ugly that the bandits were too lazy to target her. Lin Ling, you're courting death. The Heavenly Concubine moved her horse closer to Lin Ling's horse and kicked it with her slender leg. This Lin Ling always angered her half to death. Damn it, she really didn't understand. Senior sister was so kind and gentle. How could her son be so vicious? Ah. Lin Ling chuckled. Naturally, he wouldn't be kicked by the Heavenly Concubine and galloped away. Bastard, no matter what, I'm still your aunt. How can you treat your aunt like this? Looking at the youth's back, the Heavenly Concubine clenched her fists. However, as the youth gradually disappeared, she also revealed a smile. She knew that the youth carried a lot of burdens. There was the Fire Ancient clan, the second prince, and so on. These people all relied on the youth. If the youth fell, then everyone would die. Therefore, the youth had always relied on his own efforts to support half the sky. Only after the death of the crown prince did the fetters end. The youth in front of her was even more cheerful, just like the boy next door. For some reason, this kind of youth was very attractive. Although North Ice was boring, the 2 of them would occasionally bicker, so the journey wasn't boring. Heavenly Concubine, why are there so many people there? On this day, the 2 of them were getting closer and closer to the border. Lin Ling looked at a mountain range in front of him. He could vaguely see many martial artists lingering there. Moreover, the mountain range was very cold, as if it was made of 10,000 years old mysterious ice. Wukongqi Mountain. The heavenly concubine stopped her horse and looked into the distance with a serious expression. Wukongqi Mountain was a real ice mountain. According to legends, this was the place where an ancient expert fell. Every full moon it would emit an aurora. Wherever the aurora passed, the mysterious ice would melt, revealing a large number of treasures. It was said that those treasures were left behind by that expert. Naturally, it attracted a large number of martial artists. Interesting. Lin Ling looked at the sky and the corners of his mouth curled up. His eyes constantly flashed, emitting a mysterious light. The heavenly concubine's gaze froze. Just as she was about to ask something, she heard Lin Ling say with a smile, "Let's go take a look." Then the two of them walked towards the mysterious ice mountain. At this moment Lin Ling was curious. Previously he had used the eye of time to look at the sky. In the long river of history, there had been a battle between kings in this area. That was the battle between the Ice Chi King and the Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal. The two of them were emperors from the 100 territories. Their strength was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, in the final battle the two of them perished together. Wukongqi Mountain was the place where the Ice Chi King fell. But what Lin Ling cared about was the Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal. The Vermilion Bird was born from fire. It was also known as the Vermilion Bird Flame. On the last page of the Blazing Flame technique, it was the Overlord physique of the Innate King physique. It was also the ruler of the Fire Innate Spirit physique. If Lin Ling could obtain such a terrifying flame, his potential and strength would greatly increase. Nirvana Flame, the Overlord physique of the Innate King physique. It's even more domineering than the world-cleansing demonic flame. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He wanted to find information about the Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal in Wukongqi Mountain. Then he looked at the heavenly concubine and said, "Heavenly concubine, are you familiar with Wukongqi Mountain?" The heavenly concubine shook her head. "This is my first time here." Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. He gradually approached the vast mountain with the heavenly concubine. After looking at the mountain up close, it was extremely majestic. It was like a sharp sword piercing the sky. This sword was an ice sword and it was like a dragon roaring angrily. Chapter 419. Suzuka Shinwu. Back then the Ice Chi King had a lot of bone forging ginkgo. If I can find them, then I can also forge my bones and increase my innate spirit body. At this moment, a clear voice came from afar, causing Lin Ling to stop. Looking over he saw 5 people walking in the mountains. The one who spoke was a girl around 15 or 16 years old. She was not tall and had a small face like an apple. However, her plump buttocks were extremely magnificent. Beside her was a young man in his 20s who followed her with a smile. This young man was handsome and his white robes fluttered in the wind. He would occasionally speak, but his indifferent eyes would occasionally stare at the young woman's voluptuous breasts. Unfortunately, the young girl didn't seem to notice anything. Instead, her charming face revealed a look of adoration. She seemed to be secretly in love with the young man in white. Bone forging ginkgo, I didn't expect it to be here. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. With his current knowledge of alchemy, Lin Ling naturally knew what the bone forging ginkgo was. It was a spirit herb that was used to forge the bones after the 8 gates of the human body were opened. Could be used to refine the bone forging silver elixir. It was a pity that such a rare treasure didn't exist in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, which made Lin Ling feel extremely regretful. Most importantly, the last page of the Blazing Flame art stated that in order to obtain the Nirvana Flame, one must possess 3 flames in one's body, open the 8 inner gates, temper the blood, temper the bones and strengthen the organs. Only then would one be able to contain the Nirvana Flame. The flame of Nirvana was an ancient flame. If a person's body hadn't undergone tempering and rashly swallowed fire, then the only outcome would be to burn oneself. Lin Ling was very clear about this point. In order to obtain the world-purifying demonic flame, he had exhausted all his efforts to open the 8 gates. In the end, the world-purifying demonic flame didn't disappoint him. Moreover, the Nirvana flame was even more terrifying than the world-purifying demonic flame, so the difficulty naturally increased. "Excuse me, do you know where I can find bone-forging ginkgo?" After a moment of thought, Lin Ling walked up and asked. He and the heavenly concubine weren't familiar with Wukong Dragon Mountain. These people often stayed here, so maybe they knew a thing or two. "Don't you know the rules?" When Lin Ling walked over, the young girl frowned and said with dissatisfaction. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. It's my first time here, so I'm not familiar with this place. That's why I'm asking. Why don't we search together? I'll give you a reward and we'll split whatever we find equally. The young lady coldly snorted. She was just about to speak when the white-clothed young man beside her opened his mouth and said, "Why don't you take a look at yourself first? You want to join us because you want to share our gains. Unfortunately, you found the wrong person." His voice was calm, but the eyes of the young girl beside him were filled with adoration and worship. It looks like it's his first time coming to Wukongqi Mountain. He probably isn't strong. Maybe if something happens we'll have to protect him. Trash. The other guards also said. Lin Ling frowned and then looked at the guards. Instantly the guards wanted to say something but they all stopped talking. When they met the young man's gaze they didn't know why, but they felt like they were in a volcano. If that's the case I'll take my leave. Without paying any more attention to the young girl and the others, Lin Ling turned and left. In the distance, the heavenly concubine was waiting for Lin Ling. She had also seen the previous scene, and it made her smile disdainfully. She and Lin Ling were only unfamiliar with Wukongqi Mountain, which was why she suggested they go together. However, those people arrogantly refused. They didn't know that this refusal would also shut out an expert. If anything happened they would definitely regret it. Then the two of them went together. Because it was his first time coming to Wukongqi Mountain, and because no one had warned him, Lin Ling could only rely on the eye of time. There? After a long time, Lin Ling looked at the sky and saw a huge rock protruding from a higher part of the mountain. At a glance there was nothing special about the rock. However, Lin Ling saw through the eye of time that a long time ago, there was a bright light there. Later, a huge rock appeared and blocked the light. "Follow me." Lin Ling was delighted as he led the heavenly concubine up the mountain. Moments later the two of them arrived in front of the huge rock. After taking a closer look, they realized that the rock was dozens of meters wide. The heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't say much as he slashed out with the cloud-patterned black sword. Rumble. This slash seemed to break the seal as the entire Wukongqi Mountain shook violently. The rock cracked as countless beams of light shot out from the cracks. Then a dragon's roar sounded as an ice dragon rushed into the sky. Soul. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. He sensed that the ice dragon was a soul that seemed to be sealed under the rock. Breaking the rock would release the seal. I can finally enter the cycle of reincarnation. The ice dragon sitting cross-legged in the sky let out a low voice, causing Lin Ling's expression to change again. He suddenly had a guess. This ice dragon wasn't the Ice Dragon King's soul. Perhaps, it was the soul of the Ice Dragon King's innate spirit body. It was terrifying. The innate spirit body had actually given birth to a soul. This also meant that the Ice Dragon King's ice elemental power was extremely strong. Chi-chi. Snow fell from the sky as the ice dragon slowly flew in a circle. Then it gradually dispersed as if it had escaped into the 6 paths of reincarnation. However, this wasn't the end. The battle between the Ice Dragon King and the Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal appeared in the sky. On one side was the Ice Dragon and on the other side was the Vermilion Bird. The battle between the two sides was earth-shattering. It caused the hearts of all the martial artists in the Wukongqi Mountain to tremble. At this moment, Lin Ling was the closest to the illusion of the battle. His eyes were filled with yearning. The two kings were terrifying. Their strength had definitely reached the king spirit realm or even higher. The fire in my body. Lin Ling also sensed that when the Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal released its fire energy, the 3 fires in his body actually trembled. Among them, the 9 nether heavenly flames and the 7 blade heavenly flames were the most violent. The world-cleansing demonic flame was slightly better. This was an innate suppression. It was like an ordinary fire meeting an emperor. However, this was also normal. Lin Ling's fires, other than the world-cleansing demonic flame, were all at the spirit body level. The Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Flame was definitely at the king body level. There was no comparison. A king body could easily suppress a spirit body. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Compared to the battle between the two powerhouses seen in the Eye of Time, the illusion in front of him was clearly more complete. Lin Ling couldn't take his eyes off it. Their battle doesn't seem strong on the surface, but this is only on the surface. In reality, they are suppressing all their strength into their moves. Not a single bit is wasted. Lin Ling's eyes revealed a smile. He also had a preliminary understanding of the stronger world. The true meaning of the sword is a concept martial art that surpasses the sword intent. This is the Ice Dragon King's specialty. 90% true meaning of fire. The power of the vermilion bird divine martial flame is so terrifying. Lin Ling constantly muttered to himself. He yearned even more for the true meaning of martial arts. It was a power that was even more terrifying than a great concept. Moreover, Lin Ling guessed that if he wanted to comprehend the true meaning of martial arts, first he had to have a king body. Second, he had to have a deep understanding of the king body. Currently, he had a deep understanding of the three flames. However, he wasn't too sure if he had comprehended the true meaning of fire. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The battle finally ended. Both of them were heavily injured. The Ice Dragon King came to the Void Dragon Mountain area and died from his injuries. As for the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Flame, he went to a certain place in the Stone Saint Nation and died. Chapter 420. Extreme Hall, the tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial has appeared. Many people shuddered as they saw the tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial. If they could enter, they would definitely reap great benefits. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. The tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial. If the Vermilion Bird Flame was still there, then he must obtain it. The sky gradually quieted down as many people were excited and looked forward to returning to the Stone Saint Nation to search for the tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial. Rumble. Right at this moment, the Wukong Chi mountain shook again as the 10,000-year mystic ice quietly melted, revealing a large amount of treasures. They were spirit crystals. The place where Lin Ling broke the rock earlier revealed a terrifying spirit crystal mine. These spirit crystal mines were probably formed by the Ice Chi King's spirit chi or his personal collection, but there was no doubt that there were a lot of spirit crystals. I'm rich. Lin Ling smiled with joy. Spirit crystals were very important. According to what he knew, if a Heaven Spirit Realm martial artist wanted to advance, they had to rely on elixirs made from spirit crystals called the Heaven Crystal Elixir. The Heaven Crystal Elixir required a lot of spirit crystals, and even a kingdom's worth of spirit crystals might not be enough to advance one realm. This was also the reason why there weren't many Heaven Spirit Realm experts in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Lin Ling, these are mid-grade spirit crystals. The spirit chi in a single spirit crystal is more than 1,000,000 low-grade spirit crystals. The Heavenly Concubine was also extremely surprised. Subsequently, the two of them quickly kept the spirit crystals at their feet. After a careful count, there were more than 3,000 spirit crystals, which startled the two of them. With this batch of spirit crystals, it wouldn't be difficult to break through the realm. As for the Wukong Chi mountain, it was currently in chaos. The 10,000-year mystic ice melted, revealing a large amount of treasures, causing everyone to frantically plunder them. Of course, compared to Lin Ling's harvest, these treasures were still inferior. Bone-forging ginkgo. Lin Ling's soul spirit extended out like water, and his eyes lit up. Not far away, he saw a shining silver fruit, which made him move his feet and keep the bone-forging ginkgo. If I want my astral body to become the nirvana flame, then the bone-forging process is indispensable. The bone-forging ginkgo is very important to me. Moving, Lin Ling started to search Wukong Chi mountain again. Treasures like the bone-forging ginkgo, the more the better. Bone-forging ginkgo is not something you can possess. After collecting the 5th bone-forging ginkgo, a tender voice rang out from behind Lin Ling, causing Lin Ling to turn around to look. He couldn't help but smile. Wasn't the person who spoke the girl he met before? That's not something you can have. Ignoring the girl's unruly behavior, Lin Ling put away the bone-forging ginkgo. I saw that bone-forging ginkgo first. In the distance, the young woman and the white-clothed young man slowly walked over. Their faces were filled with displeasure, as if they were extremely displeased because Lin Ling had overestimated himself and snatched their treasures. According to what you said, if I stood at the top of the mountain and saw all the treasures, those treasures would belong to me? Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. His words caused the young woman and the white-clothed young man to be even more furious. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was indifferent. He said indifferently, I invited you to come with me earlier, but you refused. Since you refused, then the treasures will depend on your own ability. Now that I obtained the bone-forging ginkgo first, what qualifications do you have to speak? Although this is the North Ice region of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, it is very far from the Cloud Sea City. We are from the Stone Saint Kingdom's Qin clan and Shanggong clan. We are not people you can offend. Before the young woman spoke, the white-clothed young man spoke. His words caused the young woman to proudly raise her mouth, as if the person she worshipped would solve everything for her. Get lost. However, Lin Ling only had one sentence before he turned and left. You can't see yourself clearly. You're courting death. Courting death. The white-clothed young man released his aura. His cultivation was at the peak of the Earth Spirit realm and was considered a slightly famous genius in the Stone Saint Kingdom. Of course, the most terrifying thing was that he actually revealed killing intent. Brother Feng, go for it. Let him know your prowess. The young woman on the side shouted with admiration, but after she sensed the white-clothed young man's killing intent, she still couldn't bear it. However, that trace of pity was quickly attracted by the white-clothed young man's elegant demeanor. Kill me? Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and his expression became indifferent. These people were really willful and unruly. The treasures naturally belonged to whoever obtained them first. They didn't obtain them, but they actually wanted to kill and seize the treasures. However, they had the strength to do so. Showing off in front of a beauty is indeed an exciting thing. Unfortunately, you don't have the strength, Lin Ling said calmly. He drew the cloud-patterned black sword from his back and took a step forward. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the white-clothed young man. Swish! A sword hung on the white-clothed young man's neck, and a cold voice sounded at the same time, I want to see if being chic is more important or your life. The white-clothed young man's pupils constricted, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the sword of the young man opposite him was hanging on his neck, threatening his life. On the other hand, the young woman's beautiful eyes widened. The young man she admired had not shown his strength, but not only was he subdued in one move, this was so humiliating. You sneak attacked me? The white-clothed young man gritted his teeth and said, Sneak attack? You don't even know how you lost and you still have the nerve to say this? Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He moved his sword slightly, and a wound appeared on the white-clothed young man's neck. However, it wasn't fatal. Instead, it scared the white-clothed young man and made him tremble. You can continue to pretend to be chic and elegant, but I can't guarantee your life. Lin Ling shook his head and looked at the white-clothed young man calmly. The white-clothed young man's legs went soft, and he knelt down with a plop, his face extremely pale. Compared to his elegant demeanor just now, it was a 180-degree change. You can be unruly and willful, but the prerequisite is that you don't kick an iron plate. Glancing at the white-clothed young man with disdain, Lin Ling didn't kill him. Instead, he kicked out and sent the white-clothed young man flying back dozens of meters. After he fell on the ground, he bent over like a shrimp and let out a painful cry. Waving his hand, Lin Ling kept his sword and turned to leave indifferently. He didn't have the mood to bully an ant's provocation. The young woman looked at Lin Ling in a daze. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Brother Feng, whom she admired, was in a dire situation. On the contrary, the young man who kept a low profile at the beginning was extremely dazzling at this moment. On a closer look, the young man's tranquility seemed to be even more attractive than Brother Feng. All the treasures of Wukongqi Mountain belong to my Ji Hall. Men surround this place. Right at this moment, a large number of figures arrived and surrounded the entire Wukongqi Mountain. It was obvious that the unsealing of Wukongqi Mountain had attracted experts here. Ji Hall, one of the largest forces in the Stone Saint Kingdom, which was comparable to the Cloud Sea Empire of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Leave all the treasures behind or you will die. A cold voice came from a young man. This young man was sitting in a wheelchair and seemed to have trouble with his legs. He was wearing black clothes and his face was a little pale. It was because he hadn't been exposed to the sun for a long time, but his voice was very cold, sharp, and sinister. All the martial artists frowned. The people from Ji Hall were here to seize their harvest. If they didn't hand over the harvest, they would die. Chapter 421. Misfortunes flow to the east. My lord, do you remember me? I'm Shanggong Feng and my family is also from the Ji Hall. When he saw the young man in the wheelchair arrive, the young man in white from before got up from the ground and ran towards the young man in the wheelchair. I've heard my brother mention the Shanggong clan before, but so what? You still have to hand over the treasure or die. The young man in the wheelchair said indifferently. Then he smiled evilly and stretched out his right hand. It turned into a claw that looked like a withered tree and suddenly grabbed the young man in white's neck. It's been a long time since I've drunk human blood. Shanggong Feng, please fulfill my wish. Drinking human blood? Hearing this, the surrounding warriors' hearts trembled. Could this young man in the wheelchair be Fourth Knight's younger brother? After all, only the Fourth Knight had such an insidious martial art. It was said that the Fourth Knight of the Extreme Hall was the most brutal of the 6 knights in the Circle of Geniuses. He killed people like Scything Flax and took lives in the grass camp. Today he was very unlucky to run into them. Moreover, the wheelchair-bound young man was here, so the fourth night must also be here. Perhaps, even if he handed over the treasures today, he might not be able to live. Sir, please spare my life. If you want to drink blood, I will recommend someone to you. She is the daughter of the Chen clan, and she is also a virgin. Her blood is even more fragrant. The white-clothed youth anxiously shouted. His words caused the young girl not far away to turn pale. She had always worshipped the white-clothed youth, Shanggong Feng, but who would have thought that Shanggong Feng would betray her and introduce her to the wheelchair-bound youth? TSK, not bad. The young man in the wheelchair looked at the girl not far away and licked his lips. Then he pushed the wheelchair towards the girl. How dare you touch the young miss? You're courting death. The guards beside the young girl all stepped forward to block the attack. However, the young man in the wheelchair smiled slightly. His eyebrows twitched and a huge head appeared behind him. It looked like the head of a vengeful ghost. It opened its mouth and spat out a blood mist that enveloped the guards. In the next moment they all turned into blood water. What a cruel martial art. The crowd also began to tremble. My lord, if we're talking about treasures, I met a young man who obtained the bone-forging ginkgo. At this moment, the young man in white caught up with the young man in the wheelchair and smiled. Kill him and take the bone-forging ginkgo. The young man in the wheelchair's eyes flashed with excitement. It was obvious that he was very satisfied with this unexpected harvest of the bone-forging ginkgo. Then, under the command of the white-clothed youth, several martial artists walked towards the distant Lin Ling. The young man in the wheelchair completely ignored Lin Ling and looked at the young girl with a lustful gaze. Don't touch me. The young female's entire body started to tremble. She suddenly regretted it. She shouldn't have believed Shanggong Feng, and even more shouldn't have come to Wukongqi Mountain with just a few guards. Suddenly, an image appeared behind her mind. It was the figure of that low-key youth from before. If he hadn't looked down on the youth in the beginning and had agreed to travel with the youth, then perhaps he wouldn't be alone and helpless now. He had actually rejected such a powerful companion. At this moment, tears flowed from her eyes. Unfortunately, there was no one here to help her, and there was no medicine for regret in this world. Bang! At this moment, a loud rumbling sound rang out, causing the young man in the wheelchair to withdraw his gaze. He frowned and looked into the distance. The other martial artists also looked towards the source of the sound. He saw that the few cultivators who had gone to look for the youth had all been burned to ashes. The youth was carrying a large sword on his back and his other hand was holding the white-robed youth's neck as he slowly walked over. What's going on? Everyone's pupils constricted. Hadn't the young man in the wheelchair sent people to kill the youth? Could it be that everyone had died? Wukongqi Mountain was silent for a moment. I say, do you understand the meaning of the word, ant? Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Ling lifted the white-robed youth in his hand and looked over with a cold gaze. Earlier, the white-robed youth had lost in one move, but Lin Ling had disdained to kill him and hadn't bothered to make a move. But who would have thought that the white-robed youth wouldn't give up and had wanted to use a strong cultivator to kill Lin Ling? I was wrong, please have mercy. With Lin Ling's hand gripping his neck, the white-robed youth found it difficult to breathe, but his eyes were filled with a thick sense of fear. He'd thought that Lin Ling had heavily injured him with a sneak attack. He'd led people to capture Lin Ling alive and at least wash away his humiliation. But who would have thought that the youth's strength would be even more terrifying than he'd imagined? Several cultivators at the peak of the Earth Spirit Realm had been killed in one move. And this time, the youth hadn't launched a sneak attack and allowed him to use his martial arts, but he'd still defeated him in one move. This made him understand that a sneak attack? The youth didn't care at all, he'd just been too lazy to waste time. If apologies are useful, what do we need the police for? Lin Ling frowned slightly, causing the white-robed youth's pupils to constrict. He suddenly had a feeling that the youth wanted to kill him. No, I'm the young master of the Shanggong family. If you spare me, I'll give you any amount of spirit crystals. The white-robed youth started to regret. I'm also the king of the Cloud Sea. Unfortunately, the youth only laughed coldly in return, causing the white-robed youth's regret to grow even stronger. Wham! Under numerous shocked gazes, Lin Ling's left hand blossomed with flames as he grabbed the white-robed youth's neck and burned him alive. The surging flames caused the surrounding cultivators to swallow with difficulty. This youth was very strong. Waving the ashes in his left hand, Lin Ling looked coldly at the youth in the wheelchair. You stole your treasures and I collected mine. We minded our own business, Yet you had someone kill me? The calm voice caused the youth in the wheelchair to frown slightly. He couldn't see through this youth. And he'd seen all of the strong geniuses in the Stone Saint Nation, but he'd never seen this youth. Exactly. But thinking of his brother nearby, the youth in the wheelchair smiled faintly. I understand. All right. Lin Ling nodded and slowly drew out the cloud-patterned black sword. Then your next cripple. Cripple. The indifference on the youth's face disappeared as soon as the words cripple were spoken. He was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and an icy killing intent exploded forth. Obviously the word cripple was his reverse scale. I won't let you die comfortably. A cold voice came from the youth in the wheelchair. Wherever the voice passed, the surrounding cultivators trembled in fear. This youth had such a strong sense of resentment. You feel inferior because you're crippled, so you take pleasure in killing people? However, Lin Ling was indifferent. He held his sword diagonally and walked forward step by step. You deserve to die, 10,000 ghosts cry. The youth in the wheelchair had a ferocious expression as he drew strange circles with his hands. A terrifying thing happened. Every time he drew a circle, a blood-red demon rushed out and swept towards Lin Ling. Countless ghosts circled around Lin Ling. It was extremely terrifying. 10,000 ghost technique. It said that you can kill people from 1,000 miles away. The surrounding cultivators felt a chill in their hearts. That martial art was terrifying. Coupled with the fact that the youth in the wheelchair was in the early stage of the Sky Spirit realm, he would have few opponents in the Sky Spirit realm. Innate in spiritual body. Yes. Lin Ling's eyes flickered amidst the ghostly wails and howls. This kind of innate spiritual body was extremely rare. As far as he knew, other than the ghost martial, there was only the ancient Yin clan of the 8 ancient clans. Chapter 422. The Man in the Coffin. Night 4. Boom. Boom. Flames shot up into the sky. The dazzling blue and white flames made countless people's pupils constrict. In their eyes, all the ghosts were burned into nothingness. From the blazing flames, a slender figure walked out like a flame god. He broke the 1,000 ghost art. How is he so strong? Boom. The young man in the wheelchair also narrowed his eyes. That youth was so strong, why had he never seen him before? Shwa. Using mirror image steps, afterimages flashed and a sword hung on the neck of the young man in the wheelchair. The flames on the sword burned the young man in the wheelchair, causing his neck to be in extreme pain. Don't say that I ambushed you. In fact, I just wanted to save time. Boom. A cold voice sounded at the same time. The young man in the wheelchair narrowed his eyes and looked up. The youth in front of him stood straight and raised his hand. The sword hung on his neck. My brother is nearby. If you touch me, you won't be able to escape. Boom. Inexplicably, a sense of panic rose in the heart of the young man in the wheelchair. Sweat dripped down from his forehead and dripped onto the sword, emitting white mist. When you say this, you are very tough, but your heart is already scared. Boom. Lin Ling shook his head. His eyes were still cold. Unfortunately, even if your brother is in front of you, I will still kill you. Boom. Shwa. The sword light was dazzling. A sword mark appeared on the neck of the young man in the wheelchair. His eyes widened as if he still couldn't believe the reality in front of him. But in the end he died silently. A ghost floated into the sky with the death of the young man in the wheelchair. At the same time, as if sensing the death of the ghost, Wukongqi Mountain shook. From afar, a cold wind swept over madly. Dead, dead, Night 4's brother died in Wukongqi Mountain. We are all going to die. Feeling the chilling presence, the crowd trembled with fear. Then they looked at Lin Ling and were shocked by the youth's courage. This youth really dared to kill. My brother is dead. Oh, who is it? In the sky, dark clouds rolled like 100 ghosts crying. Under countless gazes, 4 headless ghosts appeared in the distance. They carried a black coffin and slowly flew over. The 4th night of the 6 nights of the Extreme Palace Genius Camp. The crowd let out panicked voices. The 4th night? Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Naturally, he had heard of the 6th night Genius Camp. During the 100 Generals battle, a genius from the Stone Saint country, the 6th night, participated in the competition. Unfortunately, he was killed by Xing Fifan in the end. Yes, I am. Lin Ling said calmly as he looked at the sky. Don't you know I'm here? The coffin in the sky jumped violently and Inchi rolled out. Then the lid of the coffin exploded, and a pitch-black figure stood quietly in the sky. The figure's appearance could not be seen clearly, and only two dark red eyes could be seen. It was extremely terrifying. The martial artists below shuddered as thoughts of fleeing rose in their hearts. It had to be known that the Stone Saint Empire was ranked first among the three great empires. Their geniuses were also above the other two empires. Lin Ling was well aware of this point. During the 100 Generals battle, the sixth knight was even stronger than the number one general, Li Xianxiao. If the sixth knight was like this, then there was no need to doubt the fourth knight's strength. Everyone will become my ghosts. As if he knew that the crowd wanted to escape, his cold voice sounded out again, causing the crowd's pupils to constrict. The fourth knight wanted to kill all of them because of his brother's death. You only have one chance to join hands, but you will still die in the end. The voice sounded out again. The crowd's face turned pale. You seem to have forgotten about me. At that moment, a calm voice sounded. Everybody looked over and saw that it was the young man from before. Everybody was astonished. The six knights were famous in the Cloud region, but that young man was unknown. It seemed like he wasn't afraid of the fourth knight at all. The pitch-black figure in the sky looked at Lin Ling, and his murderous intent became even more intense. Your brother wanted to kill me, so I killed him. As for whether you are in the Wukong Dragon Mountain or not, what does that have to do with me? Lin Ling said again and then shook his head. All right, no need to show off your aura. Whether you are strong or weak, we will know in a battle. His words stunned the pitch-black figure in the sky, and an even more powerful aura burst out, causing the Wukong Dragon Mountain to shake again. The fourth knight was furious. All the martial artists' eyes narrowed. That youth had killed fourth knight's little brother. Fourth knight had already been furious, but the youth had said, "It doesn't matter if you are at Wukong Chi Mountain or not, I will still kill your little brother." This was a type of disregard. No wonder the fourth knight was furious. It seems that you don't know what the sixth knight's genius camp is. Fine, you will become my ghost head. Rumble. Countless ghosts appeared in the sky, and they were all carrying coffins as they charged towards Lin Ling. 100 ghost coffin bearers. A wave of coldness came from the sky, causing the crowd's mouth to tremble. This kind of coldness was not cold, but gloomy, as if they were in a grave. Demon ghost body, innately able to communicate with souls, and can borrow the power of the underworld. In addition, the fourth knight is in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Who can be his opponent? Some older warriors said in fear. Whoa. At this moment, a weaker martial artist on the ground was entangled by several of the ghosts. Then he was pulled into the coffin and disappeared into the ground. Quick, stay away. Those ghosts can borrow the aura of living people to get close. The crowd became chaotic and retreated. The fourth knight's ghost-controlling technique was indeed terrifying. Boom. Lin Ling's body emitted blue and white flames. Flames also appeared on his sword, and he slashed towards the sky. Ghosts are of the Yin attribute. Fire is a natural counter to them. The sword light was dazzling, like a rainbow sprinkling down from the 9 heavens. Many people's eyes lit up when they saw the burning flame sword slash, and a trace of hope rose in their hearts. That's right, fire was domineering and majestic, and was a natural counter to ghosts. Perhaps this young man could save them all. Early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. It's rare for someone your age to have such cultivation, but do you really think fire can counter ghosts? A disdainful voice came from the sky, causing everyone's pupils to constrict. Then they saw Lin Ling's flaming sword slash being sucked into the coffin by the ghosts. And the flames were all extinguished. Lin Ling's eyes flickered when he saw this scene. The fourth knight's innate spiritual body was quite powerful, and was close to the level of an innate king body. Plus, his cultivation was higher than his, no wonder his flames couldn't take advantage of him. Still, the fourth knight shouted. Countless ghosts entangled Lin Ling, ignoring the flames on his body. Then they formed a huge coffin, wrapping Lin Ling and slowly pulling him to the ground. That young man won't be able to live. Seeing this scene, the disappointment in many people's hearts was extinguished again. The fourth knight was indeed powerful. His ghosts were not afraid of the flames of the sun, which was extremely rare. You are not qualified to play with fire in front of me. I will turn your corpse into a silver zombie and use it as a sacrifice to my brother. The fourth knight's cold voice came from the sky. He then looked at the crowd and said, "The same goes for all of you." The crowd went silent. Dead, they were all going to die. Chapter 423. Under the king body, everything is just an ant. Rumble. At this moment, the huge coffin that was slowly being pulled to the ground suddenly jumped up, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Even the fourth knight, who was in the sky, was shocked. This was the first time he had seen something like this. What was going on? Fire, there's fire burning the coffin. Suddenly, someone noticed something different. From the huge coffin's crack, a strange green flame rippled out. Then the flame gradually grew stronger and burned crazily. How is this possible? My ghost body is not afraid of any lightning or fire. The fourth knight muttered to himself. At this moment, an even more terrifying flame bloomed, as if it came from ancient times. The ghosts around the coffin all let out strange cries and were burned. The smell was incomparably foul. Rumble. Then the coffin exploded, and a dreamy figure walked out step by step with fire ripples all over his body. You're not qualified to play ghost in front of me. At the same time, a cold voice rang out. It was the fourth knight's words. However, the fourth knight had said that Lin Ling was not qualified to play with fire in front of him. Now Lin Ling was saying that the fourth knight was not qualified to play ghost in front of him. Lin Ling. This is the ghost that you're controlling? Unfortunately, it's still afraid of fire. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling stretched out his left hand and grabbed a black ghost. Then with a boom, flames bloomed. The ghost screamed in fear and was gradually burned into nothingness. You. In the sky, the fourth knight's body trembled. That young man had slapped him and told him in front of his face that his ghost was not afraid of fire? Afraid, equally afraid. What kind of fire is this? The fourth knight roared. He could not understand at all. You're not qualified to know. Lin Ling's wings unfolded behind him. Those were strange green wings. Together with the fire ripples on the surface of his body, it made him look like an ancient demon king. Flame Demon King. At this moment, Lin Ling borrowed the power of the world-cleansing demonic fire to increase his strength again. Looking at the dreamy figure, the crowd's pupils constricted. Then they saw the young man charging towards the fourth knight. Inexplicably, a thought appeared in their minds. The battle between the Demon King and the Ghost King. The Stone Sank Kingdom's 6 Knights Prodigy Camp. You don't even know what that represents. 6 knights means that the enemy must not be killed for more than 6 knights. Those who are able to enter the 6 Knights Prodigy Camp must be below the age of 30, and their strength must be above the 3 kingdoms' true prodigies. Just like the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's 108 prodigies, when facing the 6 Knights Prodigy Camp, they are nothing. Looking at Lin Ling shooting towards him, the fourth knight's eyes turned cold. An aura that was different from before began to spread out. Corpsey. Previously it was Yin Chi, but now it was a kind of rotten corpse Chi. You are very young, but you have a bit of skill. You were able to make me use my hidden innate spirit body. You will die a worthy death. The dark clouds that had covered the fourth knight dissipated, revealing a withered body. It was glowing with a purple light and did not look like a person at all. Instead, it looked more like a corpse. Zombies. Looking at the terrifying figure in the sky, everyone's expression changed drastically. Legend has it that after 100 days of death, the corpse would not decompose, and the resentment would not be resolved. Zombies would not enter the 6th Tao of reincarnation, would not be afraid of fire and water, and would be invulnerable to swords and spears. Furthermore, they were as old as heaven and earth and were extremely terrifying. Every time a zombie appeared, heaven and earth would be in a drought. Heaven and earth would also send down thunderbolts in an attempt to destroy the zombies. However, the zombies were not afraid of the thunderbolts and remained safe and sound. This proved how powerful they were. No one expected that the fourth knight's innate spirit body was actually to transform into a zombie. I have 2 types of innate spirit bodies. The second is the 100 zombies body. This body is invulnerable to swords and spears, immune to fire and thunder, immune to the 6th Tao of reincarnation, and coexisting with the sun and moon. Now you know how terrifying I am. As the stinky corpse spread out, the fourth knight let out a hoarse voice. Lin Ling frowned slightly. As expected, after leaving the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the innate spirit bodies that he had seen were all over the place. There were even more prodigies and experts like carp crossing the river. Take the fourth knight for example. If he was placed among the 108 general stars, Li Xianxiao would not even be a match for him. This 100 zombies body was obviously close to the level of the innate spirit body. It was a pity that the 100 zombies body might be powerful, but he had encountered Lin Ling. Did Lin Ling have to be afraid of him? Even Sheng Fifan was not a match for Lin Ling. What was a mere 6 Knights Prodigy Camp? Immune to fire and thunder? Very powerful. Let me try if I am truly unafraid. Swish. The demonic green flames blossomed as the wings on Lin Ling's back spread out. He shot towards the fourth knight like an ancient demon king while the sword in his hand slashed out like a dragon. After transforming into the fire demon king, any of Lin Ling's attacks were extremely powerful. It was the concept of fire and it was at the perfected stage. It didn't matter if he executed ordinary martial arts or not. You will understand. Swish. The fourth knight spoke softly and shook his head. He reached out his shriveled hand as though he wanted to crush that sword slash. Swish. However, the sword light flashed and was as sharp as the moon. The fourth knight's arm was forcefully severed, and the wound was burning with green flames. What? The Wukong prison mountain was silent. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open. They could not believe what they were seeing. That mysterious youth had severed the fourth knight's arm. What was going on? Impossible. My 100 zombies' body is not afraid of fire and thunder. How could you defeat me? Swish. The burning green flames in his hand made the fourth knight cry out in fear. He could feel that the flames were very strange. They were both hot and cold, as though they were not supposed to exist in this world. He could not believe what he was seeing. After all, the Six Knights Prodigy camp was extremely powerful. It could be said that they stood at the top of the pyramid of the three big countries. There were only a few people who were qualified to fight with them. However, today a strange youth had severed his arm. This was unbelievable. I don't know how powerful your innate spirit body is, but I know that under the king body, everything is just an ant. Swish. The cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth. The demonic fire bloomed and he slashed again. The speed was as fast as lightning, leaving the fourth knight no time to dodge. Swish. Another arm was severed. The green demonic fire burned the fourth knight's body, making him even more terrified. Innate king body? It was said that the cloud domain only appeared in the sacred clan. This youth actually had a king body? You said before that the Six Knights Prodigy camp was very powerful. Unfortunately, last time I almost fought with the sixth knight. However, he was killed by Xing Fifan. Now I will fight with you. However, the Six Knights Prodigy camp's name is undeserved. Swish. Lin Ling's body floated forward. Circles of green flames bloomed like ripples. His sword was hanging on the fourth knight's neck. The fourth knight's strongest point was his 100 zombies' body. He was not afraid of fire and thunder, and was invulnerable to swords and spears. However, this advantage was broken. The sixth knight died in the 100 generals battle. You want to fight with him? The fourth knight's pupils constricted. Suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in his mind. During the 100 generals battle, a youth rose like a comet and swept through the crowd. In the end, he defeated the number one genius of the cloud domain, Xing Fifan. Chapter 424. Extreme Ice Palace. You are Lin Ling? Yes. Fourth Knight said something that even he couldn't believe. Swish. Without answering Fourth Knight's question, Lin Ling's sword was the answer. The green flame flashed and Fourth Knight's head fell off. A large amount of corpse aura gushed out from where his head was severed, and his body fell from the sky. Plop. That dull sound caused everyone in Wukong Dragon Mountain to tremble violently. The fourth knight had actually perished here. This was like a dream. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would definitely think that it was a dream. Countless eyes looked at the figure in the sky that looked like a demon king. For a moment they were speechless. Furthermore, they realized that compared to fourth knight, that youth was even younger. He was probably not even 20 years old. This also meant that Six Knights Genius Camp was not qualified to be called a genius in front of this youth. I thought that the zombie would revive and was prepared to use another trump card. A pity that my head was severed and I still had to die. Yes. Staring at the zombie on the ground, Lin Ling shook his head. The flames on his body receded like a tide. In this battle, he saw the geniuses of the outside world. Compared to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the geniuses of the Stone Saint Kingdom were indeed stronger. Of course, this strength was just that. After all, Lin Ling still had a few trump cards that he didn't use. He only used 50% of his strength. I am looking forward to seeing the geniuses of the 100 regions. Yes. Muttering to himself, Lin Ling floated to the ground. He looked at the surrounding martial artists and didn't pay much attention to them. He then slowly left. In the distance, the heavenly concubine walked over with a smile. She didn't seem to be surprised by what happened just now. Lin Ling was the number one genius of the Cloud region. If he had to use all his strength to fight Fourth Knight, then his reputation as a genius would be undeserved. The two gradually left and Wukong Dragon Mountain was still silent. Everyone was shocked. Plop. Suddenly, there was the sound of someone kneeling on the ground. It was accompanied by a regretful voice. Sorry. Yes. The young lady knelt down with tears in her eyes. She knew that if it wasn't for that youth's help, she would have died today. Not long ago, she rejected the youth's companionship and instead worshipped the white-robed youth, Shanggong Feng. Looking back now, it was all extremely laughable. The difference between Shanggong Feng and that young man was like heaven and earth. Most importantly, because she had underestimated him, she had missed the opportunity to get acquainted with a powerful expert. One had to know that in this world, the strong were revered. To have a powerful cultivator protecting her, whether it was an individual or a family, it would be of great help. Furthermore, that young man was handsome and was in his prime. Perhaps she would have the chance to walk together with him. However, all of this was gone with the wind. The seal of Wukong Chi Mountain has been lifted, the tomb of Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal has appeared in Stone Saint Country. It seems that the trip to Stone Saint Country was correct. Lin Ling smiled faintly as they walked. With his current strength, he wasn't afraid of any cultivator in the Sky Spirit Realm as long as they weren't at the peak of the Sky Spirit Realm. Therefore, the previous battle had only been used to broaden his horizons. The Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal came from the 100 Territories, so the appearance of his tomb will definitely attract many experts from the 100 Territories. At that time, the Cloud Territory will probably be in chaos. Heavenly Concubine analyzed with a frown. As expected of the strategist, Lin Ling praised, but his eyes were still burning. No matter what kind of genius comes, I must obtain the inheritance left behind by the Vermilion Bird Divine Marshal. Yes. He was very clear that his current strength was very strong in the Cloud Territory, but his foundation was still a bit weak against the geniuses of the 100 Territories. However, if he obtained the Vermilion Bird's flames, then he would have the Nirvana flames. Lin Ling couldn't imagine how strong the Nirvana flames would be, but he was looking forward to it. Of course, before that, Lin Ling wanted to see his mother even more. The Stone Saint Country was ranked first among the 3 great kingdoms. However, it wasn't ruled by the imperial court, but by the Extreme Ice Palace. The Extreme Ice Palace was divided into 2 main palaces, the Extreme Palace and the Ice Palace. Lin Ling's mother was the Ice Palace's Hall Master of Inheritance. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's mother was seriously injured after leaving the Heaven Mystic's kingdom. When she returned to the Ice Palace, she was stripped of her position as the Hall Master of Inheritance. The new Hall Master in name was Heavenly Concubine. After chatting for a while, Lin Ling had a rough understanding of the situation. Mother and father loved each other openly and openly. They weren't afraid of the rumors in the world. Although they were under a lot of pressure, they had no regrets. Lin Ling's heart surged. Although he hadn't seen his mother, he knew that his mother was definitely someone who dared to accept what she loved. Senior Marshal sister is the best. You will be able to see her soon. Speaking of Lin Ling's mother, Heavenly Concubine was also a little excited. She seemed to treat Lin Ling's mother as her own elder sister. After another 3 days, the two finally arrived at the core of the Stone Saint Country, the Extreme Ice City. Looking from afar, this place looked like an ice city. Its vastness wasn't any weaker than the Cloud Sea City. In fact, it was even slightly stronger. Looking at the huge ice wall, Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Although the Stone Saint Country was slightly stronger than the Heaven Mystic's kingdom, with his current strength, he didn't have to be afraid of many people. The two of them directly entered the city gate and headed towards the vast Extreme Ice Palace. The Extreme Ice Palace was like an imperial palace. It was majestic and domineering like an ice dragon lying on the ground. Only people with a certain status could enter this place. Stop. The Extreme Ice Palace is sacred. Strangers and dogs are not allowed to enter. Right at this moment, 2 guards stopped Lin Ling and Heavenly Concubine. Lin Ling frowned. From what Heavenly Concubine said earlier, he had a rough understanding of the Extreme Ice Palace. These 2 people were wearing black robes, which meant that they were from the Extreme Ice Palace. The Extreme Ice Palace had always been at odds with the Extreme Ice Palace. Especially when Lin Ling's mother was the Ice Palace Master, the Extreme Ice Palace would often pick fights and wanted to swallow the Ice Palace. What are you doing? Can't you see that I am Heavenly Concubine? Heavenly Concubine frowned and shouted angrily. These guards were too arrogant. They actually said that strangers and dogs weren't allowed to enter. Were they calling Lin Ling a dog? We saw it. So what? The 2 Extreme Ice Palace guards smiled faintly. They knew that Heavenly Concubine was the Ice Palace Master in name, but they still didn't give her face. It was obvious that Heavenly Concubine didn't have a great reputation in the Extreme Ice Palace. Don't you know the rules? The Extreme Ice Palace is an existence of the Extreme Ice Palace and the Ice Palace. It isn't the world of the Extreme Ice Palace. If Elder Extreme Ice knows about this, all of you will have to die. Right at this moment, several figures walked out from the depths of the palace. Heavenly Concubine, you are the Ice Palace Master in name. It is our Extreme Ice Palace's fault for stopping you. Let me apologize to you right now. A youth wearing a green robe smiled faintly. His words seemed sincere, but his attitude was extremely arrogant. If one took a closer look, this youth had a handsome appearance. His long hair was tied behind his head, which gave people a feeling of elegance. That's right, he seemed to be as elegant as the wind. Late stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he was shocked in his heart. This youth was only a little over 20 years old, but he was already at the late stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the former #1 General Star Prodigy, Li Shenxiao, was only at the middle stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. Among the prodigies of the younger generation, only the Crown Prince was at the late stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. Chapter 425. Why wouldn't I slap his face? 6 Nights Genius Camp's second night, Wind Blade. Heavenly Concubine whispered, which made Lin Ling nod slightly. He was speechless. Not long ago he killed the 4th night. Now he encountered the 2nd night. Compared to the 4th night, the 2nd night seemed to be even stronger. Heavenly Concubine, Lord Polar Ice is very unhappy about your disappearance. He seems to be considering whether to strip you of your title as the Honorary Palace Master. The green-clothed youth smiled. In the Extreme Ice Palace, Lord Polar Ice was the strongest. He was comparable to King Yunhai of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Heavenly Concubine snorted and led Lin Ling into the main hall. She knew that they were from the Extreme Palace. They looked like they were helping her, but they were actually suppressing her. Tsk, such arrogance. But after not seeing her for a long time, this little girl is getting more and more interesting. That slim waist is especially alluring. If one hugs her, it will definitely make one forget to leave. But Heavenly Concubine's taste is really strong. She actually likes this kind of immature young man. No wonder she has been indifferent to us. Early stage Heavenly Spirit Realm. Not bad. In order to gain Heavenly Concubine's favor, this young man seems to be working hard. Looking at Heavenly Concubine who walked in without a care, the green-clothed youth smiled faintly. Their words were very unpleasant. They were insulting Heavenly Concubine verbally. Heavenly Concubine stopped in her tracks. Her charming face was a little pale, but when she thought of the Ice Palace's current situation, she finally endured it. You can endure this? Right at this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice came from behind her. What can I do if I can't? Heavenly Concubine smiled bitterly. The Ice Palace had declined and she couldn't do anything about it. Sorry, I can't. Lin Ling shook his head, turned around and walked towards those youths. What? Are you unhappy? Looking at Lin Ling walking over, those youths smiled. Not only were they not afraid, but they were curious about what Lin Ling wanted to do. At the same time, there were many people in the main hall who were watching, and all of them were smiling. Previously, they also saw that the people of the Extreme Hall had insulted the Heavenly Concubine of the Ice Temple, but the Heavenly Concubine had no choice but to grit her teeth and swallow the insult. However, the young man brought by the Heavenly Concubine seemed to be unwilling to accept it. He also seemed to want to show off in front of the beauty, so he wanted to regain his face. However, this was very funny. This was probably the first time that the young man had left home, so he didn't know how terrifying the Extreme Hall was. Not to mention the 2nd night of the 6 Nights Genius Camp was also there. 2nd Night's strength was unfathomable. His strength was almost on par with young Master Sheng of the Sacred Region. Of course, this was also because 2nd Night's cultivation time was longer. After all, young Master Sheng was only 18 years old while 2nd Night was 24 years old. But no matter what, the 2nd Night's strength was obvious to all. In the Cloud Domain, the Sacred Prince was ranked first. Next was the 6 Nights Genius Camp. Brat, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you managed to get the Heavenly Concubine. You can be arrogant outside, but in the Extreme Ice Palace, it's best if you restrain yourself. Looking at Lin Ling walking over, the young men smiled and didn't show any fear. On the other hand, 2nd Night's expression was calm. He didn't put Lin Ling in his eyes at all. Not to mention that Lin Ling was only at the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. Even if he was at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, he could still easily kill him. Brother Shi, why do you have to make him realize the reality? It's rare for him to show off, so you should let him show off a little. That's right, brat. My face is right here, I'll let you hit it. Do you dare to hit it? One of them even moved his face closer to Lin Ling and patted his own face lightly as if telling Lin Ling, come on, let's fight. Fight if you have the guts. If it was someone else, they would have left in humiliation after calming down. They wouldn't dare to hit him at all. After all, Second Knight was also present. Who would dare to be arrogant? However, there were exceptions among the trillions of people in the cloud domain. Perhaps Xing Fifan was one of them, but above him was Lin Ling. Did Lin Ling need to be afraid of him? Slap. The crisp sound of a slap instantly rang out, silencing the laughter in the main hall. Everyone looked at the young man who moved his face closer. A clear palm print appeared on his face, and there was also a strange green flame as if it was burned with iron. The young man was stunned and let out a squeal like a pig being slaughtered. The rest of the people's pupils constricted, especially Second Knight. He couldn't believe his eyes. This young man really dared to hit him. You dare to hit Brother Shi? After a while, the rest of the young men shouted angrily. I'll hit your face. Why wouldn't I? And I'll hit you all the same. Lin Ling's face was calm. He took a step forward and a flame appeared on his right hand. He slapped a few more times. Slap, 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 slap. The young men's faces were all hit by Lin Ling, and there was a looming green flame on their faces. That was the world-purifying demonic flame. It could be said that although Lin Ling seemed to be slapping their faces, he actually poisoned them with the demonic flame. Back then, the ghost marshal was entangled by the demonic flame for dozens of years, and he couldn't get rid of it. This showed how terrifying the demonic flame was. Unfortunately, those young men didn't know that at all. They were all howling in pain. Do you not want to live anymore? At this moment, Second Knight's cold voice was heard. His clothes fluttered, and everyone could hear the whistling of the wind. They only have cheap mouths. If they want to humiliate others, then they should be prepared to be humiliated. Lin Ling looked at Second Knight and his face was still calm. The heavenly concubine was his mother's junior sister. How could he just stand by and watch when she was humiliated today? As for how strong the Extreme Ice Palace was, Lin Ling didn't care at all. So what if they were strong? They dared to humiliate his family and he still dared to fight back. They only said a few words but you slapped their faces. Do you not want to live anymore just to please the heavenly concubine? Second Knight was so angry that he laughed. He couldn't understand why this puny young man dared to slap the people of the Extreme Ice Palace in front of him. Was he trying to show off before his death? Or was he just ignorant? Or was it because he wanted to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? I only slapped their faces but they hurt my pride. A girl's innocence is very important. If you insult her casually, you can make her live in infamy for the rest of her life. Lin Ling slowly walked toward Second Knight, and then quietly stood in front of him. The two looked at each other and Lin Ling's actions shocked everyone in the main hall. The young man hit the people of the Extreme Ice Palace, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he dared to confront Second Knight. So it's for a girl's pride. Not bad you're angry for a beauty. However, have you never thought about who you're hitting in front of? Second Knight said coldly. I don't know. Lin Ling shook his head. Second Knight suddenly wanted to laugh. It seemed that this young man really didn't know about the Six Knights Genius Camp. He sneered and said, then I'll let you know. I'm Second Knight. Silence. The main hall was incomparably silent. Second Knight announced his name. Clearly he was angry. He wanted to see the young man's regretful expression, and then slowly kill him. With the Six Knights Genius Camp's reputation, this was indeed enough for the young man to die from regret. However, in the silence, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. His calm expression stunned the crowd, and at the same time, it made Second Knight frown. You've announced your name, right? Then it's your turn. Chapter 426. Extreme Ice Elder Paw. The applause was crisp and clear. This? Everyone's pupils constricted as they looked at Second Knight's face. The palm print was clear and there were even flames burning on it. It was extremely ironic. After this youth learned of Second Knight's background, not only was he not afraid, he even came to Second Knight to give him a slap. Without any hesitation, he slapped everyone who insulted the heavenly concubine. The crowd was stunned. Even Second Knight was stunned. He was ranked second in the 6 Knights Genius camp. It could be said that he was ranked third among the geniuses of the cloud domain. He was only below Xing Fifan and Second Knight. In the 3 large countries, there weren't many experts that could enter his eyes. The Cloud Sea King was one, the Snake King was another, and Lord Extreme Ice was another. The others were all ants. But now, an ant slapped him in the face in front of countless people. You shouldn't have attacked. Second Knight's voice was even colder. It was as ethereal as the wind and as oppressive as a volcano. His voice reached the hearts of everyone in the hall, making them feel as if they were in a cold wind. You mean I can only watch you humiliate my family and I can't fight back? Lin Ling said indifferently. You are stronger than me so you can fight back. But you are weaker than me so you should swallow your anger. Second Knight reached out his right hand. Endless astral winds swept out and turned into a tornado saber. He held it in his hand as if he was holding the eye of a terrifying storm. Battle weapon Sky Wind Saber. It is said that with one slash, the terrifying tornado can travel from the Stone Saint Nation to the Snake Swamp Nation. Looking at the battle weapon that was like the eye of a storm, everyone in the hall swallowed their saliva. Second Knight's strength was not only because of his high cultivation and spirit body, but also because he had a powerful battle weapon from the 100 territories. That youth was dead for sure. He would probably be torn to pieces by the wind. To be able to slap me, you should be proud of your entire life. Shatter. Ignoring the envious voices, Second Knight stabbed out with his spear. It was as if a terrifying astral wind was stirred up. The entire Extreme Ice Palace shook violently and countless cracks appeared on the ground. The wind shot straight at Lin Ling. Late-stage Sky Spirit Realm and a powerful battle weapon. Looks like I have to use 70% of my strength. Bang! Lin Ling's eyes flickered. With a quick flick of his right hand, the cloud-patterned black sword appeared. Then, with a loud boom, green demonic fire rippled out. Circles of flame rippled out, emitting an ancient aura. Everyone in the hall was stunned. This youth actually dared to fight back. Die. The wind stirred the heavens and the earth as it shot towards Lin Ling. As for the flames, they were like the roar of a dragon. A sword and a spear collided in midair. A deafening sound rang out as a terrifying power erupted. The main hall swayed and soil fell like rain. Everyone in the main hall felt a gust of astral wind assault them, and they were all blown dozens of meters away. When they looked at the center of the hall again, they were instantly overwhelmed with shock. Everyone's heart trembled violently. Second Knight's pupils constricted. He thought he could kill the youth with a single spear. Who knew that the youth was unharmed and even blocked it with a single sword? Second Knight, you're just SOSO. While the Second Knight was still in shock, Lin Ling smiled from behind the greatsword. Smile? This youth was actually smiling. This meant that the youth blocked Second Knight's powerful attack with ease. You're courting death. The Second Knight's angry roar, that sentence and that smile to him, was a great humiliation. Enough. At this moment, an ancient voice echoed. A terrifying aura was released, causing everyone to kneel down. The aura was very strong, as if a king had arrived. An invisible air wave rolled over and appeared in the middle of the sword and spear. It separated Lin Ling and Second Knight. Lord Extreme Ice. Second Knight immediately knelt down on one knee with a fearful expression. Lord Extreme Ice was the strongest existence in the Stone Saint Nation. He was comparable to the King Yun Hai of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was said that this old man's cultivation was at the peak of perfection and had already entered the legendary King Spirit Realm. An old man in a white robe slowly appeared. He had white hair and a youthful face. His eyebrows were extremely long, and his square face gave off an extremely solemn feeling. Such a strong aura. If I use all my trump cards, I'm afraid I won't be a match for him. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He finally saw a stronger martial artist. He guessed that this person's strength should be comparable to the King Yun Hai. However, this didn't make him fearful. Instead, it made his martial Dao heart even more determined. The martial Dao world outside was indeed vaster. Everyone was kneeling and only Lin Ling was standing. This was extremely conspicuous. Even Lord Extreme Ice looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Who are you? Lord, he is my senior sister's son. He is here to see my senior sister. At this moment, the heavenly concubine quickly ran over and spoke respectfully to Lord Extreme Ice. Her son. Lord Extreme Ice's eyes flickered slightly as he sized up Lin Ling. However, he could vaguely see the shadow of that person on Lin Ling. This matter ends here. Lord Extreme Ice said indifferently. Everyone in the hall narrowed their eyes. That young man wasn't from the Extreme Ice Palace. He had slapped someone from the Extreme Ice Palace in the face, but Lord Extreme Ice said that this matter would end here. Lin Ling was also surprised by this outcome. Lord, this second knight raised his head unhappily. Did this mean that he had been slapped in the face for nothing? Didn't you hear what I said? Lord Extreme Ice said calmly. Second knight lowered his head again, not daring to say anything. Everyone disperse. Lord Extreme Ice looked deeply at Lin Ling, then turned and left. In fact, if it wasn't for the incident a few months ago, he would definitely punish this young man for his actions today. However, a few months ago, Mo Nianchen was taken away by someone. The person who came was extremely powerful, and he noticed something. Mo Nianchen's background was not simple. Therefore, before he figured out everything, he didn't want to complicate things. Kid, you're lucky. I underestimated you and didn't use my full strength. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. Second knight stood up, looked coldly at Lin Ling, then turned and left. Are you the only one who didn't use your full strength? After taking a few steps, Lin Ling's mocking voice came from behind, causing second knight to stop. Veins popped out on his forehead. He was at the late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, and the young man was at the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He should have been able to kill the young man in one move, but he failed. What angered him the most was that he didn't use his full strength, but the young man said that he didn't use his full strength. This sentence was a thick humiliation. Facing a late stage of the heavenly spirit realm, the young man didn't use his full strength? Was he looking down on him? What terrifying strength. Who is he? I said earlier that he's the son of Lord Mo from the Ice Palace. Second knight underestimated him, so he got away with it. But the next time we meet, he'll definitely die. Discussions broke out in the hall. Some were shocked by Lin Ling's strength and some were disdainful, thinking that Lin Ling would definitely die. Chapter 427. I must see her. The Extreme Ice Palace Hall was huge, like an imperial palace. There were also mansions, green hills, and gardens in the palace hall. The Ice Palace Hall was located within. Just like the Extreme Hall, it controlled the entire Stone Saint Nation. These two halls were like ancient sects that were always fighting for the top position. Lin Ling wasn't interested in all of this. He just wanted to see his mother. Her son is here? Hall Master Mo's son? No, he should be called Elder Mo now. Her position as the Hall Master has been stripped. If it wasn't because of that man from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Hall Master Mo wouldn't have been stripped of her position and even injured by the Extreme Hall Master. Lin Ling's arrival quickly spread throughout the Ice Palace Hall. A large number of people from the Ice Palace Hall appeared in the vast plaza. They looked at the youth with the heavenly concubine with disdain and indifference. That youth was the son of Hall Master Mo, and that man? Was it because of that youth and that man that Hall Master Mo was severely injured and her position plummeted? Lin Ling noticed the unfriendly gazes as well. He frowned slightly. Lin Ling, senior sister, has a high reputation in the Ice Sculpture Hall. She was the idol of all the disciples in the past. Unfortunately, after returning from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, senior sister was injured for unknown reasons. In a battle with the Extreme Hall Master, she lost to him and was stripped of her position. On the side, the heavenly concubine wasn't surprised by everyone's attitude. She slowly explained, hence, in the eyes of many people in the Ice Palace Hall, you and your father are trash and burdens. You caused senior sister to end up in such a pathetic state. Lin Ling frowned even more. His father ignored the opposition of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom because of his love for his mother. In the end, he was forced to die. However, his mother also carried a lot of burdens. Elder Mo has already left. You can leave now. Right at this moment, an aged voice came from the front. Looking over, there was an old woman who was around 60 years old. She was wearing a purple robe and a pearl crown. Her aura presence was extremely powerful. She was actually at the peak stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. So strong. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, there was only one peak stage Heaven Spirit Realm expert, and it was the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Court Temple. In this short period of time in the Shi Xinghua, he had already seen two martial experts. But Elder Mo had already left? When did Mother leave? Senior sister left? Grandma Wu, when did that happen? Heavenly Concubine exclaimed. Clearly she was also very surprised. Half a year ago, experts from the 100 territories came and took Elder Mo away. I don't know who they are, but I know that they are very strong. The old woman said indifferently as she looked at Lin Ling, Your father is not worthy of her, and you are not qualified to be her son. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. His mother had been taken away? His hands subconsciously clenched into fists, and in his left hand was a bag of soil. It was the soil from his father's grave. He had wanted to give it to his mother. At the side, heavenly concubine shuddered and said softly, Lin Ling, I am sorry. I didn't know it would turn out like this. She came to the Shixingua with Lin Ling and knew that the youth was about to see his mother. She was very excited, but when they arrived, everything was gone with the wind. Senior sister had left the Shixingua. She could feel the disappointment in the youth's heart. I want to see where mother lives. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he gripped the bag of soil even tighter. Get lost. In the next moment the old woman's cold voice echoed, which caused Lin Ling's eyes to freeze. If it wasn't for the fact that you are her son, you might not be able to leave here alive today. The old woman spoke coldly. The surrounding people also had cold expressions and didn't have any sympathy. Beside the old woman, there was a handsome youth standing there. He spoke with disdain. The former hall master Emo was so mighty and was the idol of everyone in the ice hall. If it wasn't for you and your father, these two trash, how could hall master Emo fall from the god pedestal? Asking you to get lost is the greatest gift to you. Jiang Hong stopped talking. The old woman shouted coldly as soon as the youth finished speaking. There was a hint of reluctance in her eyes, but there was also a trace of anger. Everyone in the ice hall seemed to hate Lin Ling and his father. They thought that they were a burden to hall master Emo. What if I don't leave? Voices came from all around, causing Lin Ling to raise his head. His eyes were even colder. Then you will die here. Before the old woman could speak, the youth called Jiang Hong shouted coldly. All right, let's see who can stop me. Lin Ling said word by word. His words were filled with determination. Not only did he come as a son to see his mother, he also came as a representative of his father. The grave in his hand also represented his father's heart. Although they were separated by life and death, at least he could reunite his parents' hearts. Lin Ling, don't do anything to Grandma Wu. The heavenly concubine anxiously shouted from the side. She stopped Lin Ling and said, Grandma Wu was very good to senior sister in the past. She treated her as her own daughter. However, her love was deep and so she hated you and your father. Hearing that, Lin Ling looked at the old woman again. His eyes were not as angry as before. If the old woman was looking for trouble, he would have barged in here even if she was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm. Although the peak of the heavenly spirit realm was strong, if he used all his trump cards he might have the ability to fight back. However, the old woman doted on his mother as if she was his grandmother. This made Lin Ling not hate the old woman so much. Seeing that you are very good to my mother, I won't be calculative. Lin Ling withdrew his aura and spoke softly. Ah, who does he think he is? Everyone in the square was stunned for a moment. Then they burst into laughter. Hallmaster Mo's useless son actually said that he would not be calculative? Did he have the qualifications to be calculative? Did he know that he was facing the third strongest person in the Stone Saint Kingdom, Elder Wu? Hallmaster Mo is an expert that we juniors worship. Who knew that her son is so useless? He doesn't even know how to speak. The youth named Jiang Hong shook his head and laughed, as though he was a senior looking at an ignorant junior. Everyone was mocking Lin Ling and felt that Lin Ling didn't know his limits. Only the heavenly concubine didn't. She knew that Lin Ling's strength was very terrifying. He might not be a match for Grandma Wu, but if it was a real battle, Grandma Wu might not have the upper hand. You want to see where she lives? Sure, I will agree to it. The old woman was still looking at Lin Ling. In her heart, this youth had the same stubbornness as Emon Yenshin. This made her sigh in her heart. However, whenever she thought of that man from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, she couldn't suppress her anger. If it wasn't for that man from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Emon Yenshin's current achievements would be immeasurable. Alright, I will be there. Ignoring the surrounding voices, Lin Ling nodded and walked forward step by step. At the same time, a terrifying aura was emitted from the old woman's body, blocking in front of Lin Ling. Then a crane cry echoed. In front of Lin Ling, a huge white crane illusion appeared. This crane was like the king of all cranes, emitting a domineering and elegant aura. This aura was very terrifying. It had the domineering aura of the king spirit realm. It was obvious that if Lin Ling wanted to move forward, he would have to face the old woman's terrifying aura, the psychic feathered crane. This was the old woman's innate spirit body. Chapter 428. In his mother's room, back off. You may be her son, but I won't give you any face. The old woman's cold voice came out at the same time. The aura of a peak stage heavenly spirit realm martial artist, and her innate spirit body belongs to the beast category? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This was the first time he saw such a terrifying innate spirit body. It was probably close to the level of a monarch body. However, although the aura was terrifying, Lin Ling wasn't too afraid. It wasn't like he hadn't faced a peak stage heavenly spirit realm martial artist before. He even used his trump card to scare away the supreme elder of the Sublime Cord Temple. Therefore he was only surprised but not afraid. Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the youth called Jiang Hong laughed disdainfully. Kid, you're here to suck up to Hall Master Mo, right? Unfortunately, Hall Master Mo has already left, and the Ice Palace won't take you in. Elder Jiang is right. Hall Master Mo has already left, but this trash son is still here. He must be trying to suck up to our Ice Palace. Despicable. Could it be that he couldn't survive in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, so he came here? Don't worry, those who can't see themselves clearly will lose face someday. Elder Wu's aura will make him see himself clearly. Disdainful voices came from all around. They indeed didn't have a good impression of Lin Ling and thought that Lin Ling and his father weren't worthy of Hall Master Mo. Now that Hall Master Mo had left, Lin Ling actually didn't leave. It was obvious that he wanted to take advantage of the Ice Palace and was greedy for benefits. Take advantage of the Ice Palace? From afar, the heavenly concubine heard the voices and couldn't help but shake her head helplessly. Lin Ling was the #1 prodigy of the Cloud region and was fully qualified to be senior sister Mo's son. Furthermore, Lin Ling was the #1 monarch of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Did he need to take advantage of the Ice Palace? Therefore, the heavenly concubine found these people's disdain very funny and very ironic. If you weren't my mother's elder and treated her well, I wouldn't give you any face today. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with the sneers. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the old woman and took a step forward. However, his words were met with even more angry voices. This young man was too arrogant. Even now he was still putting on airs. Make him vomit blood. Someone angrily shouted. The young man called Jiang Hong frowned and waved his hand. Men, after he faints, throw him out of the Ice Palace and chase him out of the Stone Saint country. Everyone was waiting for Lin Ling to be stunned by that aura and return in disgrace. Bang! Right at this moment, a crisp sound like glass rang out. Lin Ling's footsteps did not stop. He took a big step forward and like a war chariot he rammed into the white crane illusion. In an instant, the white crane illusion turned into countless pieces of crystal before dispersing. The aura of the peak of the sky spirit realm had been shattered. Silence. Everyone present was absolutely silent. Even the old woman's eyes were wide open. She was at the peak of the sky spirit realm, and unless one was at the peak of the sky spirit realm, anyone who faced her aura would be so intimidated that their blood would surge and they would lose their will to fight. However, the young man didn't stop and broke her aura with a single step. Could it be that he had the power to fight against the peak of the sky spirit realm? This was extremely dreamlike. Even with the old woman's vast knowledge, she couldn't guess what the reason was. Can you all shut up now? While the crowd was still in shock, Lin Ling's calm voice rang out, causing everyone to open their mouths, but no words came out. Where's my mother's room? Lin Ling looked at the old woman and asked faintly. The old woman frowned and looked at Lin Ling. In the end, she slowly pointed to a room behind her. Lin Ling nodded and strode over without saying anything. How is this possible? Elder Wu, did you go easy on him? The crowd was still silent. After a moment, Jiang Hong's voice rang out, causing everyone to look at the old woman. They knew that the old woman doted on Hall Master Mo. Now that his son had arrived, it was possible that she had gone easy on him. The old woman didn't say anything. She was still in shock. She really didn't go easy on him. She did dote on Emon Yenshin, but she hated Lin Ling and his father. Therefore, she vented her anger on the young man and didn't restrain her aura at all. She went easy on him? Elder Wu must have gone easy on him. Seeing the old woman's silence, the crowd thought to themselves. Only the heavenly concubine shook her head in disdain. Without saying anything, she chased after Lin Ling. Going easy on him? Lin Ling was a genius who had forced the Supreme Elder of the Sublime Cord Temple to back down. That Supreme Elder's strength was on par with Grandma Wu. Therefore, even if Grandma Wu didn't go easy on him, she wouldn't be able to stop Lin Ling. Emon Yenshin's room wasn't far from the square. After arriving at the room, Lin Ling took a deep breath and gently pushed the door open. There was a faint fragrance in the room. Layers of bookshelves were neatly arranged. Mother's room. Lin Ling mumbled to himself. His heart was filled with ripples. There was the scent of his family here. It was very familiar. It was a familial relationship where blood was thicker than water. Although he had never seen his mother before, ever since he came to this world, he had taken over the body of the original owner. Therefore he treated everything of the original owner as his everything. He would also fill in the regrets left by the original owner. Lin Ling gently sprinkled the grave soil on the table. Then he sat down in front of the window sill. He knew that compared to him, his father wanted to see his mother more. However, it was a pity that they were separated by life and death. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to place the things his father had left behind in his mother's room so that they could reunite again. Mother, Emon Yenshin. It seems that I'm not thinking but I'm actually reminiscing. Lin Ling said softly. His eyes focused and the eye of time appeared again. In the room the passing time started to flow again. A woman in a blue palace dress appeared before Lin Ling's eyes. She was about 30 years old but she was very beautiful. Time had not left many traces on her body. Moreover, she was very gentle and kind. The room was filled with all the qualities of a woman. Seeing his mother for the first time, Lin Ling was undoubtedly very excited. Now that his mother had left, he could only see her through the eye of time. At the same time he was familiar with everything about his mother. Just like that he sat quietly. 3 days and 3 nights passed quietly. In these 3 days, Lin Ling had seen everything in Emon Yenshin's room countless times. What surprised him was that his mother was actually a powerful alchemist. She was also the #1 alchemist in the Stone Saint Nation. Here he saw many alchemy pills that he had never heard of before. There were even books. For example, the refining of the heavenly crystal pill, the bone-forging silver pill, and the 7 transformations awakening pill. Chapter 429. Provocation. Mother knows a lot of things and she's very powerful. She's ranked in the top 5 in the cloud region, but the mysterious person was still able to take her away. It seems like he invited her away. Lin Ling vaguely saw the people who took his mother away. They were cloaked people but they did not forcefully take his mother away. Instead they were respectful. Lin Ling guessed that his mother's identity was not simple. After all, those cloaked people were very powerful. The 100 territories. It seems like I have to go to the 100 territories after obtaining the Vermilion Bird's flames. Lin Ling had a rough plan for his future. First, he had to obtain the Vermilion Bird's flames after the Vermilion Bird's tomb appeared. Then, he would be able to go to the 100 territories. Moreover, the news of the Vermilion Bird's tomb had probably spread. Many powerful cultivators from the 100 territories would probably come. Before that, he had to increase his strength. In the following days Lin Ling did not leave. Instead, he stayed in his mother's room. He picked up a broom and a rag and cleaned his mother's room. So far, this was the only thing he could do. As he quietly settled down, an old pair of eyes looked at him from time to time. After seeing Lin Ling's every move, the old woman could not help but feel less resentful towards the young man. The old woman was Elder Wu. Of course, that was all there was to it. Every time she thought about how her beloved Emon Yenshin's status had plummeted because of Lin Ling and his son, her heart was filled with indignation and anger. Melody of Ice, Alchemy Method without a cauldron. 18 Divine Alchemy Method. 7 Transformations Awakening Elixir. 6 Transformations Bone-Forging Silver Dragon Elixir. Then, through the eye of time, Lin Ling continued to learn the alchemy knowledge that his mother had left behind. This allowed his alchemy skills to increase crazily. At the same time, a strange feeling rose in his heart. In the past, he had learned knowledge from ancient powerful cultivators through the eye of time. Today, he had become his mother's disciple and had his mother personally guide him in alchemy. All of this was very dramatic. Time passed quietly. Lin Ling did not leave the Ice Palace. Instead, he stayed at Hall Master Mo's residence. This news had also spread out in the Ice Palace, causing many people to feel disdain. As expected, Hall Master Mo's son came to take advantage of the Ice Palace. However, to their surprise, Elder Wu did not stop them. Instead, he gave Lin Ling the status of an elder. This caused even more people to become dissatisfied. This meant that Hall Master Mo, this trash of a son, was now above their heads. On this day Lin Ling finally left the room. Outside the door, the heavenly concubine had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Lin Ling, she immediately told Lin Ling what had happened during this period of time. I became an elder? Lin Ling was very surprised. Grandma Wu is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. In fact, she loves senior sister very much. You are senior sister's son. Although she doesn't like you, she will still take care of you. Heavenly concubine Dao. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly, but it didn't matter. His current goal was to wait for the appearance of the vermilion bird divine martial tomb. At the same time he could increase his strength. The position of an elder was dispensable. "Oh right, heavenly concubine, there is a pill that is very suitable for you. However, I lack the ingredients to refine it. So I want to ask you, where does the Ice Palace refine pills?" Lin Ling suddenly smiled. The 7 transformation awakening pill was prepared by his mother for the heavenly concubine. Unfortunately, due to an accident, his mother left before the pill was successfully refined. Now Lin Ling could also help his mother finish her unfinished business. Other than that, Lin Ling also wanted to refine the 6 transformation bone-forging silver dragon pill. This was a necessary step for him to devour the vermilion bird's flames in the future. "Pill? Don't tell me you're giving me poison." The heavenly concubine narrowed her eyes and joked. "It's poison. Do you dare to eat it?" "Yes." Lin Ling also smiled, causing the heavenly concubine to pout. Then she heard Lin Ling say, "A pill that won't disappoint you." "Yes." For some reason this sentence made her look forward to it. The place where the Ice Palace refined pills was called the Ice Pill Hall. The heavenly concubine led Lin Ling forward. The two of them didn't notice that in the distance, there were several dissatisfied eyes looking at them. Why should that country youth become our elder the moment he came? Why do we have to bow to him? Elder. If he didn't have the elder position, I would really want to teach that trash a lesson. Trash. Trash trash. Apart from using his mother's glory, he doesn't know anything else. A few of the Ice Palace disciples said coldly. The Ice Palace Hall was like an ancient sect, and those who were able to enter this sect were all people with high expectations. Right now, a country youth who couldn't make a living in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom had become their leader. How could they be willing to accept this? Furthermore, this youth was the descendant of Hall Master Mo, whom they worshipped. They were even more unwilling. That youth had simply blasphemed Hall Master Mo's reputation. The elder position has the responsibility to guide the disciples and pass down the Tao. You can look for him to guide you. Just then a faint laugh was heard. They turned around and saw that it was Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong was also an elder. In the past, he was also Hall Master Mo's personal disciple. He had quite a reputation in the Ice Palace. However, after Hall Master Mo fell in love with a man from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he was extremely jealous. He even resented Lin Ling and his father. Now that Lin Ling dared to come to the Ice Palace, Jiang Hong naturally wanted to teach him a lesson. He couldn't wait to chase Lin Ling out of the Ice Palace so that he wouldn't embarrass himself. In his heart, his master was perfect. If one wanted to be his master's son, he had to be a true prodigy. Elder Jiang's words are very reasonable. A few of the Ice Palace disciples heard Jiang Hong's words and laughed. "Lin Ling, what elixir are you going to refine for me?" Right now, the heavenly concubine and Lin Ling were still moving forward. The heavenly concubine asked curiously. She believed that Lin Ling wouldn't harm her. She was just curious. Did Lin Ling learn something after staying in her senior sister's room for such a long time? "I will finish the things that my mother didn't finish." Lin Ling smiled and said, "Kid, please hold on." Right at this moment, a large number of figures blocked their path. Furthermore, they didn't seem to know Lin Ling's name. Or rather, they disdained to guide him and directly addressed him as Kid. Their impression of Lin Ling was that this youth couldn't survive in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and was here to hug Hall Master Mo's thigh. "Huangwei Li Yunshan, what are you doing?" The heavenly concubine instantly yelled out when her path was blocked. The heavenly concubine's status in the Ice Palace wasn't small as she was a right-in Hall Master. Hence, these disciples didn't dare to offend her easily. They all spoke respectfully. "This kid has become an elder. It is reasonable for him to guide us. This is imparting knowledge." That's right. As an elder, it is equivalent to half a master. In the past, it was Hall Master Mo who guided us in martial arts. Now that Hall Master Mo isn't around, it should be him. "Elder Mo, please guide us." Voices echoed one after another, which made Lin Ling shake his head. He couldn't be bothered with them and replied indifferently, "I'm not free." Chapter 430. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios preaching and imparting knowledge, so be it. What's the big deal? Lin Ling shrugged nonchalantly. His words stunned all the disciples. The position of Ice Hall Elder was a position that was above everyone in the Stone Saint Nation. However, this youth just said he wasn't going to do it and threw away the position that was in high demand. This was rather shocking. This youth was so thick-skinned and refused to leave the Ice Hall. It was obvious that he wanted to climb up the Ice Hall's coattails. He must be pretending. All the disciples thought in disdain. Without the time to bother about these clowns, Lin Ling brought the heavenly concubine and continued to move forward. He might not care about the position of elder, but the title of elder still existed. Hence, if Lin Ling didn't agree to give them pointers, none of the disciples dared to make a move on Lin Ling. Hall Master Mo's husband is a trash, and his son is actually a trash as well. Back then, that trash from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom must have used despicable methods to obtain Hall Master Mo's body. That is why he left behind this bastard. Right at this moment, a cold voice came from the disciples. Then another voice came out. Pitiful Hall Master Mo, who has been brilliant all his life, was dragged down by this useless father and son. Don't go overboard. The heavenly concubine stopped and yelled out coldly. These disciples' words were very unpleasant. They actually said that Lin Ling and Lin Ling were trash and trash. Lin Ling was even a bastard. Lin Ling's expression turned cold. He stopped and looked at those disciples coldly. Originally, I didn't care about the provocation of trash like you. You want me to give you pointers? You are still not qualified. But now you have successfully infuriated me. The Ice Hall was ultimately his mother's sect. These disciples were also his mother's disciples. Hence he had to give them some face. However, if they didn't want it and even insulted him and his father, then there was no need to give them any more face. Haha, not qualified. Do you really think you are an elder? All the disciples were stunned for a moment before they burst out laughing. This youth really thought he was Hall Master Mo and actually called them trash. Furthermore, this youth said that he could give them pointers. That was a huge favor. Did this youth really think he was a powerful elder? You have said so much. Do you dare to accept it? A disciple asked in a strange tone. Since you all are looking for a fight, why don't you accept it? Lin Ling. His eyes as. This is my first. How my mother used mothers. And I will teach you how to be what? How my mother. How my mother's God. Haha. The crowd finally couldn't hold back their laughter. Back then, Mo Nianchen was a true expert. When he gave them pointers, everyone believed in him and worshipped him. But did this young man have the strength to do so? It sounded nice, but it was a pity that it was useless. Calm. Brother. Looking at the youth, many people laughed. This youth was a genius of the Ice Temple. He was in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He was ranked among the geniuses of the Stone Saint Nation. After he walked out, everyone looked at Lin Ling mockingly. This youth wanted to teach them how to be what? Let's see how proud he is now. Lin Ling nodded. You are in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm at such a young age. You are worthy of my attention. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed again. His words made the crowd laugh again. This youth was only in the early stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He must have stolen some pills to forcibly increase his cultivation. But brother Yu Qin was already in the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm. He was a true genius. How dare this youth say that he was worthy of his attention? I'm dying of laughter. The crowd laughed louder and louder. Haha, Hall Master Mo used to be the idol of my generation. Unfortunately, his son is only good to look at but useless. He is full of big talk. Yu Qin couldn't help but laugh. As a genius of the Stone Saint Nation, he had fought tens of thousands of battles. This was the first time he had seen someone so arrogant. Since my mother taught you in the past, I won't bully you today. I'll let you make the first move. However, Lin Ling's even more arrogant words made the crowd speechless. Did this guy understand what was going on? Right now, everyone was using the opportunity of teaching to teach him a lesson. Was he so stupid that he couldn't see it at all? Instead, he kept putting on an act. Haha, I don't know what to say anymore. Forget it. I just want to vent my anger today. It doesn't matter who wins. So, Elder Mo, please give me some pointers. Yu Qin shook his head. He didn't show his aura. His body disappeared as his right hand grabbed at Lin Ling like a snake. This martial art was ethereal, dreamy, and unpredictable. Moreover, because he was imparting Tao, he did not use a powerful realm or great concept. He only used pure martial arts to make a move. Of course, this was also the foundation of teaching. It was to let the disciples know that martial arts had returned to its original state, and the exquisite use of moves. A powerful martial artist could use a huge amount of spiritual chi to split mountains and seas. But what if he met a martial artist who was on par with him? Then the exquisiteness of the moves would be the key to victory or defeat. Ice Snake capturing Moon Hand. Senior brother, you didn't hold back. That move is ever-changing. Even we can't see its essence. That young man is going to suffer for his pretentious act. Ha! The crowd sneered, waiting for Lin Ling to lose face. Who taught you martial arts? You're so slow. Do you want to wait for your opponent to finish a cup of tea before making your move? Ha! At this moment, a disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. He stood quietly and didn't move. He gently held the branch in his hand. A steady and calm wind rippled out from his body. Then, when the ever-changing palm attacked, his right hand suddenly slapped gently. Whoosh! The branch carried a strong wind and fiercely slapped the palm. Slap! This slap was like hitting a snake at its weakest point. Yu Chen's body was revealed. He rubbed his palm, feeling a burning pain there. He was extremely surprised. This young man actually broke his move? Moreover, that slap of the branch seemed ordinary, but it contained the power of fire that could not be underestimated. Again, myriad snake transformation. Slap. He took a step and disappeared again. The sound of footsteps could be heard all around Lin Ling. There were footprints on the ground, but he was nowhere to be found. This move was extremely strange. It could kill the enemy invisibly. Slap. However, before the strange figure could get close to Lin Ling, the sound of the branch slapping was heard. Lin Ling didn't even look behind him. He casually waved the branch in his hand, but it miraculously landed on Yu Chen's face. A bloody scar appeared on Yu Chen's cheek, and the pain pierced his heart. Running around randomly? Is there any use? Hiding your head but not your tail. Your movement is strange, but the sound of your footsteps can be heard. Are you telling your opponent where you are hiding? Sigh after my mother, which trash taught you martial arts. Slap. Chapter 431. Translator. Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios 100 times more ferocious than Hall Master Mo. This scene caused the crowd to stop laughing. All the disciples stared with wide eyes as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Senior brother Yu Chen was being beaten by a tree branch? The youth was arrogant, but he had the right to be. A distance away, a youth had an ugly expression. He was Jiang Huang. After Lin Ling's mother disappeared, he was in charge of teaching. But now, Lin Ling actually said that a piece of trash was teaching his disciples martial arts. Wasn't he scolding him? How can you see through my martial arts? Stop. Stop. Yu Chen was being beaten up and he roared in anger. He was a prodigy of the Stone Saint Nation, but he was being beaten. Because you are trash, I saw through your martial arts. Now you want me to stop? Dream on. Stop. Lin Ling laughed coldly. Not only did he not stop, but he became even crazier. He knocked Yu Chen to the ground and whipped him like a father teaching his son a lesson. Ah, you dare to hit me? I am a prodigy of the Stone Saint Nation. Stop. Yu Chen was rolling on the ground as he shouted. What terrified him was that he had already used all his strength, but the youth's tree branches were still like rain, suppressing him. This made him extremely shocked. In fact, Yu Chen did not know that his moves were like child's play to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had a strong soul spirit and could see through any movement technique. Not to mention that Lin Ling was the #1 prodigy of the Cloud region. Apart from the elites of the 3 big kingdoms, who in the younger generation could be a match for him. But other than the heavenly concubine, no one knew. They were all looking at Lin Ling in shock. It was like a dream. They did not know that Lin Ling was Emon Yenshin's son. How could he be embarrassed for Emon Yenshin? Emon Yenshin had endless glory in the Stone Saint Nation, but her son was not weak either. He also had endless glory in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Prodigy? You are beating a prodigy. My mother used to be your master. Today, as her son, I will teach you how to be a person on behalf of my mother. Stop. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Lin Ling's cold voice sounded, causing everyone's heart to tremble. After that, the storm-like tree branches hit Yu Chen's nostrils until she could only breathe out, not breathe in. Moreover, the blood on her body had traces of being burned, causing Yu Chen's entire body to be in intense pain. A mouthful of blood rushed to her head along with humiliation, and then she completely fainted. Your senior brothers are useless. Now it's your turn. Stop. Lin Ling stood up and looked at the other disciples with a cold gaze. Us. Stop. The disciples swallowed their saliva with difficulty as fear rose in their hearts. This was terrifying. Not saying anything means you agree. Stop, Lin Ling said coldly and dashed into the crowd of disciples with a single step. No. Elder Mo. Heaven Studios Dragon Mu Chen Lu Studios, N. The disciples to Lu. They were unhappy that Lin Ling was using their mother's name to become the elder above them. Hence they wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. But now they realized that they were the ones being taught a lesson. The funniest thing was that they were mocking the youth's arrogance. Now who could still laugh? Is there such a thing as giving up halfway on the path of martial Tao? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He smiled. That smile was like the devil's smile, causing everyone to have difficulty breathing. It's too late to learn now. The tree branches were like dragons whipping at the disciples. They sucked in a breath of cold air. They realized that when the branches landed on their bodies, the pain was heart-wrenching. It was as though they had been burned by fire. This is too much. Fight it out. A few disciples were furious. They wanted to suppress Lin Ling. I love to make a move on people with integrity. But what they got in return was Lin Ling Li's cold smile. Pa pa pa. The sound of wind breaking rang out, accompanied by painful howls. With their strength, how could they stop Lin Ling? In fact, when Lin Ling decided to teach them martial arts, it was the beginning of their nightmare. The disciples who had joined forces were taught an even more miserable lesson by Lin Ling. The other disciples secretly felt lucky that they hadn't tried to show off. Of course, their situation was only slightly better. Your punches are too slow. Wick. 15 lashes. The attack hasn't even come close, but you're already panicking. Who did you learn martial arts from? 30 lashes. Not bad. You're brave, but you lack intelligence. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you'll be victorious in every battle. Courage alone isn't enough. Learn to find the flaws in your opponent's moves. 50 lashes. You were the most arrogant before, but unfortunately you don't know how to act or speak. You even dared to call me a bastard. Very bold. 100 lashes. You're so useless. If you were in my flame core, I would have kicked you out already. I really don't understand how Mother has the patience to teach trash like you. Pa pa pa. In a short hour, a bunch of people were sprawled on the ground. There were quite a few mid-sky spirit realm cultivators, with the majority in the early sky spirit realm and earth spirit realm. They all sucked in a cold breath and no longer looked at the youth with disdain. There was only fear. The young man's strength was only in the early stage of the sky spirit realm, but it was only after fighting him that one realized how terrifying he was. The young man could predict any of your moves in advance. That branch looked ordinary, but every wave of his hand was accompanied by intense flames. The youth's teacher was terrifying and ruthless, 100 times more ruthless than Hallmaster Mo. This lesson is over. We'll continue tomorrow. Lin Ling tossed the branch aside and left with the heavenly concubine. We'll come again tomorrow. Elder Mo, we won't dare. All the disciples were stunned for a moment before they started shouting crazily. If there was such a terrifying Tao teaching tomorrow, would they still be able to live? In the distance, Jiang Hong's expression was ugly. He'd wanted to see Lin Ling be taught a lesson, but the result was the complete opposite. Lin Ling had easily taught all the disciples a lesson with his strength in the early sky spirit realm. This was like slapping the ice palace in the face. Elder Jiang, are you interested in teaching as well? At that moment, a light voice drifted over, causing Jiang Hong to tremble. He looked at Lin Ling again, but the young man had already disappeared. This made him realize that the young man seemed to know his intentions. He wanted to use the disciples to teach the young man a lesson, but the disciples were not qualified to do so. Just who is he? Jiang Hong murmured to himself. He realized that if he'd been in the shoes of the previous disciples, it would have been very difficult for him to block the youth's branch attack. As he thought of this, he looked to the front again. There, the disciples were howling in pain and rolling on the ground. Was he smashing his own foot with a rock? Lin Ling, although Grandma Wu doesn't like you, she gave you the position of elder because she didn't want you to be bullied by the ice palace. Who would have thought that it would bring trouble instead? The heavenly concubines smiled as they walked. However, Lin Ling, they are still your mother's disciples. Although they were a bit rude, I hope you won't take it to heart. Chapter 432. Third time is all that counts. The Ice Pill Palace was vast and magnificent. It was one of the biggest medicine halls in the Stone Saint Nation. It was as famous as the Extreme Palace's Extreme Dan Hall. Naturally, there were countless spirit herbs here. As long as it was a spirit herb that had appeared in the Stone Saint Nation before, it would have everything here. Lin Ling's first objective on this trip was to refine the 6th Revolution Bone-Forging Silver Dragon Pill. The second was to refine the 7th Cycle Awakening Pill for the Heavenly Concubine. The third was to refine the Celestial Crystal Pill. The Celestial Crystal Pill was the most commonly used pill of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. It was refined with mid-grade spirit crystals and could increase one's cultivation. Lin Ling, on the other hand, was qualified to break through to the early stage of the Sky Spirit Realm now that he had accumulated enough martial arts. At this moment, the Ice Pill Hall was bustling with noise. A large number of disciples were walking in and out. They were chatting as they walked. However, when two figures appeared in the distance, they subconsciously stopped talking and looked over. The son of the Heavenly Concubine and Hall Master Mo. In fact, most of them were looking at the handsome young man. Previously, many disciples had taken the opportunity to teach the young man a lesson, but in the end, they were taught a lesson by the young man instead, which made the Ice Temple lose face. However, they knew that this was not the end of it. After all, the young man's mother was too dazzling. Therefore, if the young man did not have a certain level of strength, he was not qualified to be her son, and no one would believe in him. One must know that in this world, strength reigns supreme. Relying on his mother's halo, he would not be able to go far. Stop. Right at this moment, a figure blocked Lin Ling and the other person. As expected, someone from the Ice Temple made a move. The crowd looked at the person who walked out and sneered. It was Elder Jiang Hong. This elder's position in the Ice Palace was only below Elder Wu and Hall Master Mo. Furthermore, he was the former disciple of Hall Master Mo. As Hall Master Mo's disciple, he had always been arrogant and worshipped Hall Master Mo. When this youth came from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he wanted to borrow his mother's influence to seek refuge with the Ice Hall. Jiang Hong was obviously the first person to object. Ice Pill Palace, trash and trash are not allowed to enter. Jiang Hong looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Then, when he saw that the Heavenly Concubine wanted to speak, he continued, "Heavenly Concubine, you are the honorary Hall Master of the Ice Palace. Why do you keep helping this trash? Don't you know his purpose? He's here for the benefits of the Ice Palace, such as entering the Ice Pill Palace to search for spirit herbs. You better stay away from this kind of person." Jiang Hong obviously looked down on Lin Ling. He believed that Lin Ling had joined the Ice Palace to plunder their cultivation resources. His words caused the crowd to be stunned for a moment. Then disdainful voices could be heard. They didn't like this young man from the beginning, but who knew that this young man was not only trash but also greedy? He came to the Ice Pill Palace just to get cultivation resources. "Elder Jiang, don't talk nonsense." The Heavenly Concubine couldn't help but say. Her heart was filled with anger. After all, being rude to Lin Ling once was fine, but a second or third time was too much. Lin Ling only came to the Ice Palace to see his senior sister, but after she left, Lin Ling decided to stay in the Ice Palace for a short period of time. What was laughable was that they actually accused Lin Ling of being greedy for the Ice Pill Palace's cultivation resources. "Lin Ling, do you need to be greedy for those little treasures? No matter what, today you and he can't enter the Ice Pill Palace." Jiang Hong was unmoved. He coldly said, "And Heavenly Concubine, you're still too young, you don't understand the ways of the world. You don't know that some people only know how to use their mother's halo, they don't know how to do anything else. However, I'll only say this once. It's up to you whether you want to listen or not." "All right." After saying that, he looked at Lin Ling and said like a senior, "Your mother is my master. Although I don't recognize your identity, I won't bully you. If you want to enter the Ice Pill Palace you can, but use your pills to defeat me." "All right. Your mother used to be a top alchemist in the Stone Saint country. As her son, if you don't have the strength, you should leave the Ice Palace and stay away from the Stone Saint country. Your mother's honor is not something you or your father can compare to." "All right." His words were very harsh. Although he respected his master, he humiliated his master's son. Perhaps in his heart, his master was too perfect, so he wanted to be even better. At least, he wanted to be his master's son. He wanted to be the #1 genius in the Cloud Realm. Grandma Wu said that Lin Ling is now an elder of the Ice Palace. "What qualifications do you have to stop him?" "Stop." Heavenly Concubine shouted when she saw Jiang Hong's overbearing attitude. "Jiang Hong, you've gone too far. You're just a piece of trash. What qualifications do you have to be an elder of the Ice Palace? Jiang Hong sneered. He looked at Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, and shook his head in disdain. Enough. Stop. At this moment, a cold voice finally sounded. Lin Ling finally spoke. Perhaps in your heart, my mother is a perfect woman, but in my heart, she is my mother. I just want to see her and let my father reunite with her. Lin Ling said calmly. Jiang Hong sneered. Reunite? You and your father, that trash, are qualified? Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Lin Ling interrupted and angrily shouted at Jiang Hong in front of everyone. Jiang Hong's expression became somewhat unsightly. It doesn't matter if I'm qualified or not, the blood that flows in my veins is her blood. That's enough. When I came to the Ice Palace, your elder Wu stopped me from entering. Then he used the excuse of teaching to make things difficult for me. Now he's even stopping me. Do you really think I'm afraid? Lin Ling looked at everyone coldly. I am only giving face to my mother and heavenly concubine. That is why I didn't make things difficult for you. However, the same thing cannot be done more than 3 times. Yes. Indeed, since Lin Ling came to the Ice Palace, he has been tolerating him. Because these are his mother's disciples, he gave them face. But some people don't know how to cherish it and humiliate him again and again. Lin Ling. Yes. Heavenly Concubine's eyes flickered as she softly shouted. She knew that this youngster is very good to his family and friends. However, to his enemies he is like a cold winter blade. The reason why Lin Ling is tolerating them is because he treats the Ice Palace as his friends. But now, the Ice Palace is continuously testing Lin Ling's patience, forcing Lin Ling to treat them as his enemies. You guys, enough is enough. Heavenly Concubine looked at everyone with cold eyes. These people's standards are too high, they consider everything beneath them. Heavenly Concubine, this is none of your business. However, Jiang Hong interrupted her and sneered at Lin Ling. You don't seem to recognize yourself. You think you are some big shot? You actually said that you are tolerating us. Since that is the case, you don't need to tolerate anymore. If you want to enter the Ice Pill Palace, then use pills to defeat me. Otherwise scram. Fuck off. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Fuck off. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he nodded. Alright, if you lose, leave your life behind. Fuck off. Silence. The entrance of the Ice Pill Palace became incomparably quiet. This youngster's courage is extraordinary. After angering him, he will cut off all means of retreat and gamble with his life. You. Jiang Hong's eyes narrowed. His gaze met the young man's, and he realized that the young man's eyes were filled with determination. He wasn't joking at all, but rather he was fighting with his back against the wall. He had the courage to fight to the death. Suddenly he found that this youngster is not as weak as he imagined. He is also not a soft persimmon that can be bullied by anyone. Sorry, the update is late. Originally I wanted to write more, but I saw a lot of comments urging me to update, so I can only post it now. Here I thank Chu Junfeng Ye Shuiyu. I promise you a lifetime of gentleness. Feng Xiao, be serious, learn to listen to your classmates' tips, thank you. Chapter 433. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios 6th Grade Bone Forging Green Gold Elixir. The path of alchemy is the same as the path of martial arts. One must forge ahead bravely and face death to survive. Only then will one be able to break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly. Otherwise, if one only pursues stability and tranquility, why would one step into the path of alchemy? Since we have to gamble, then let's gamble with our lives. Lin Ling's voice was a little hoarse. I don't care how you humiliate me, but you are not allowed to humiliate my father as a trash. You are not allowed to say that my father is not worthy of my mother. So, I will gamble with my life. I will gamble with my mother's foresight and my father's pride. Everyone thought that he and his father were burdens, trash and trash. He wanted everyone to know that his father and mother were a match made in heaven. His mother gave up everything to marry his father. Her foresight was not wrong. Silence. The surroundings were still silent. When the crowd heard the youth's words, their hearts rippled. They just realized that this youth was the same as Hall Master Amo and had a hidden pride in his heart. You are ultimately her son. Although I don't like you, I will not let you lose your life in the ice hall. Otherwise, when she returns, the ice hall will not be able to answer to her. So be it if you gamble with your life. Right at this moment, an aged voice echoed. From afar, an expressionless old woman walked over slowly. It was Elder Wu. You think that I will lose? Hearing that, Lin Ling looked at the old woman indifferently. He knew what Elder Wu meant. She meant that he, Lin Ling, would definitely lose and eventually lose his life. Therefore, Elder Wu did not allow Lin Ling to gamble with his life. This was for Lin Ling's own good. Exactly. The old woman walked into the crowd and looked at Lin Ling expressionlessly. Do you know who Jiang Hong is? He is the third best alchemist in the Stone Saint Nation. He inherited your mother's legacy and is only second to your mother. Perhaps you don't understand how powerful he is. Let me give you an example. You came from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and should have heard of the imperial physician, Feng Moshui. Jiang Hong's strength is on par with him. Although he is not as good as Grandmaster Danding He Yenshan, he is not far off. Of course, you might be a nobody in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and have never heard of Feng, but you can ask around. Elder Wu's attitude, she was arrogant and full of contempt for Lin Ling. Her words caused the ice hall's Jiang Hong. However, the heavenly concubine shook her head and found it laughable. Feng Moshui. Feng Moshui. As far as she knew, this esteemed senior had addressed Lin Ling as little teacher. Is he Yenshan? Elder Wu actually said that Lin Ling did not have the chance to meet him. This was simply sarcastic. He Yenshan was Lin Ling's master. Furthermore, if there were many alchemy problems that even He Yenshan could not solve, he would definitely help Lin Ling. Alright. You don't have to emphasize how powerful your ice hall is. Since we are not betting with our lives, the loser will have to kneel and apologize. Lin Ling said indifferently. Other than apologizing, the loser will have to be slapped 3 times by the winner. Of course, if you feel embarrassed, you can choose not to slap yourself. But you will have to get out of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom forever. You are not allowed to use my master's name to show off. Jiang Hong said indifferently. His goal was to chase Lin Ling away. Alright then. Let's begin. Lin Ling didn't say anything else and nodded. Subsequently, everyone walked forward and entered the ice pill hall. They arrived at a giant plaza. There were many elixir furnaces stacked in layers. It was the place where the ice pill hall refined elixirs. Why bother? Isn't it good to be an ordinary person in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom? Why are you so stubborn? Is the position of Ice Hall Elder and endless cultivation resources very important to you? When Lin Ling and Jiang Hong walked towards the elixir furnaces, Elder Wu sighed and said. She had a huge prejudice against Lin Ling. If I don't even dare to acknowledge my mother, then I am not worthy of being called a son. Lin Ling didn't even look at the old woman and said indifferently. He then walked in front of one of the elixir furnaces. The old woman shook her head and said, Nianshan, you won't blame me, right? I just want him to know his true colors. After sighing, she said slowly, the elixir contest is very simple. Whoever can refine the elixir of the higher grade wins. Once she said this, Lin Ling and Jiang Hong both nodded. They then wrote down the spirit herbs they wanted and asked someone to prepare them. Each person only had 1 set of herbs. If they failed in refining the elixir, it meant that they had lost. As for the 2 contestants, one was the 3rd-ranked elixir refiner in the Stone Saint Nation. The other was a nameless youth who borrowed his mother's name and came to the ice hall to plunder resources. In fact, many people already knew who was stronger and who was weaker. Hall Master Mo is so holy and noble. Who knew that his son would be so lowly? How sad. More and more people gathered. Many people shook their heads. They knew that Elder Jiang would let the youth know his true colors. The elixir I want to refine is a 6th-grade bone-shaping green-gold elixir. As everyone knows, if an Earth Spirit Realm cultivator wants to break through to the Sky Spirit Realm, their innate spiritual body and comprehension of great concepts are the key. However, if one wants to refine a heavenly spirit origin elixir of a higher grade, then one's own foundation is also very important. At this moment, a loud shout rang out, causing the square to fall silent. Jiang Hong looked indifferently at Lin Ling and continued, the stronger the body, the more spirit energy it can contain. The 6th-grade bone-shaping green-gold elixir is an elixir that strengthens the bones. It has the effect of turning bones into green gold. Amazing. I finally understand why some geniuses can fight above their level. It is because their foundation is more solid. The bone-shaping green-gold elixir is also one of the factors that allows geniuses to fight above their level. This 6th-grade elixir is priceless. After a moment of silence, the crowd exclaimed one after another. Jiang Hong was indeed capable to become the 3rd-ranked elixir refiner in the Stone Saint Nation. Come out, 9-hole dragon flame cauldron. Boom. At this moment, Jiang Hong gave a low shout and waved his right hand. A ray of purple light floated out from his rune pouch and a cauldron floated in front of him. It was a cauldron about the size of a small stone plate. 9 dragons were carved around the cauldron, continuously circling and spitting out clouds as if they had come to life. That is a battle weapon. It is said that Elder Jiang spent a lot of money to buy it at the cloud auction. It can actually turn ordinary fire into dragon flames and is of great help to elixir refiners who don't have innate spiritual bodies of the fire attribute. Boom. Many people revealed looks of admiration as they stared at the mysterious cauldron. Cauldrons had a great influence on elixir refiners and were related to the formation of the elixir. Now that Jiang Hong had displayed the 9-orifice dragon flame cauldron, he had an innate advantage. Although I don't know what your level of elixir refinement is, I'm guessing that you've learned some superficial knowledge from some unknown elixir refiners. Therefore, I don't want to waste time and will refine first. Jiang Hong glanced at Lin Ling from the corner of his eyes and then waved his hands. His movements were like moving clouds and flowing water. His hands were like fluttering butterflies. In front of him, the lid of the 9-orifice dragon flame cauldron floated open. The 9 orifices emitted white smoke and the roar of a dragon could be heard. Green love stone, golden cauldron flower, agate horn. Chapter 434. My turn. Everyone knew that the first step to refining pills was to refine the ingredients, removing the impurities and preserving the essence. Although this step seemed simple, it was a test of one's control. The refining of each ingredient was related to the success rate of the pill. But Jiang Hong was refining more than 30 ingredients at the same time. His skill was terrifying. As expected of Elder Jiang. The crowd exclaimed. Some alchemists even studied without blinking. This is what Hallmaster Amo taught me, the 18 methods of spirit tempering. However, only 1 in 10,000 people can learn it. After all, only those with sharp soul power can do it. Jiang Hong explained as he refined. His words were full of arrogance, as if he was saying that he was the only one in the world who could inherit Hallmaster Mo's mantle. After he finished speaking, he looked at Lin Ling, who was not far away. At this moment, Lin Ling was ignoring everything in the square. Instead, he took out an ancient book and began to read slowly. Trying to make a last-ditch effort? Jiang Hong shook his head and said disdainfully. He took it as Lin Ling giving up. Of course this was normal. He had shown off his expensive furnace and mysterious techniques. It was not easy for Lin Ling to still be standing in the square and not give up in shame. The 18 methods of spirit tempering. Are there really 18 types? If I remember correctly, there should be 99 types. As if sensing Jiang Hong's gaze, Lin Ling said to himself. His eyes were still looking at the book in his hand, but his calm words made Jiang Hong's pupils dilate. Lin Ling did not panic. Instead, he was very calm and even ignored him calmly. This made Jiang Hong very uncomfortable. Didn't my mother teach you that when refining pills, you must not let your mind wander and concentrate wholeheartedly? If you have the time to laugh at others, why don't you pay attention to your own pills? Your soul power can control the 18 methods of spirit tempering. That's the limit. This time, the words caused Jiang Hong's expression to change. Lin Ling seemed to be very familiar with the 18 methods of spirit tempering. He even knew how to refine materials. In fact, he could reach 99 methods. However, this mysterious method could only be taught by example. When Lin Ling came to the Ice Palace, Hallmaster Amo had already left. So, how could Lin Ling know the methods of spirit tempering? You must have heard about it. Jiang Hong's lips curled into a disdainful smile, and he began to concentrate on refining spirit tempering pill. After a long time, the alchemy furnace in front of him made the heavens and earth. A pill was about to appear, and it was a 6th grade pill. As for Jiang Hong, his face was solemn. Sin Jiang Hong's alchemy. But at this moment, Lin Ling's calm voice sounded as if he was talking to himself. The moment the grade 6 bone-forging green gold pill comes out of the furnace is the most crucial moment. You're despicable. How dare you interfere with my mind? Jiang Hong was stunned for a moment, then he said coldly. Many people in the crowd nodded. That young man saw that Elder Jiang was about to succeed, but he dared to interrupt him. Was he going to do anything to win? I'm just saying it to myself. If you focus on refining pills, you won't be affected even if the heavens and earth shatter. Lin Ling was still looking at the book, but he shook his head. Did he interrupt? He was just saying what he thought. It's done. At this moment, someone shouted in a low voice. The alchemy furnace shook violently as if it was suppressing a dragon. Then Jiang Hong made a complicated seal with his hands and shouted, "Open!" A pill shot out, releasing a green light in the air. 6 ripples spread out, causing everyone's eyes to narrow slightly. They were excited. The pill was a success. 6 ripples represented 6 pill patterns. That was the characteristic of a 6th grade pill. Good, good, good. Our ice palace has another rare pill. Congratulations, Elder Jiang. Not far away, Elder Wu sat on a chair and drank tea. She put down the teacup happily and waved her right hand. The fragrant pill floated to her. She looked at it carefully and nodded in satisfaction. Although it hasn't reached the Earth class, it's still a rare 6th grade pill. Elder Wu said again. What? A 6th grade pill refined to the Earth class? Elder Jiang really knows the essence of Palace Master Mo. The crowd exclaimed in shock. As everyone knew, every grade of pills was divided into Heaven, Earth, Mystic and Yellow. Heaven rank pills were the last and Yellow rank pills were the worst. As for 6th grade pills, very few people were able to refine Mystic rank pills. Most of them were Yellow rank pills, but even so, they were still able to make countless martial artists admire and respect them. That was why Jiang Hong's 6th grade Yellow tier medicinal pellet shocked everyone to the core. I was just lucky. Jiang Hong didn't care about the admiring gazes. He looked at Lin Ling and said, "You can leave by yourself." He seemed to have one, so he asked Lin Ling to leave on his own. Get the hell out of the Stone Saint Nation. This is unavoidable. But one of the previous bets was to kneel down and apologize. Elder Jiang, you can't let him off so easily. All the disciples sneered and looked at Lin Ling. Under all the gazes, Lin Ling's face was still calm. He finally closed the book in his hand and raised his head slowly. He glanced at the crowd and said, "It's my turn." His words stunned everyone. This young man didn't give up? Even Elder Wu was surprised. Only Jiang Hong smiled faintly and said, "You didn't give up right away. That's good. It's your turn. Make your move." 6th grade bone forging green gold pill. If I want to win, I must refine a 6th grade pill or even a 7th grade pill. Ignoring Jiang Hong's voice, Lin Ling mumbled to himself. The reason he read the book before was to familiarize himself with the 3 types of pills. 1. 7 Transformations Awakening Pill. 2. Bone Forging Silver Dragon Pill. 3. Heavenly Crystal Pill. This was the reason why he came to the Ice Pill Palace. As for the 3 types of pills, he naturally needed a lot of spiritual herbs. Luckily, he had prepared all the herbs for the Bone Forging Silver Dragon Pill and Heavenly Crystal Pill. Only the 7 Transformations Awakening Pill that he prepared for the Heavenly Concubine needed the herbs from the Ice Pill Palace. Now, the herbs were taken out by the Ice Pill Palace and placed on the table for Lin Ling to examine. Then, he nodded and took out the spiritual herbs that he had prepared. What kind of pill is he going to refine? Why does he need so many spiritual herbs? As the herbs were laid out, the crowd was shocked. There were almost 100 spiritual herbs on Lin Ling's table. No one could tell what Lin Ling was thinking. He's just trying to be mysterious. He prepared so many herbs in advance. If he fails, he can refine the pill again. Jiang Hong was also surprised, but he had a guess. However, this was the only explanation that made sense. Wait, look. He took out a lot of spiritual crystals. Just then, the crowd exclaimed again. Lin Ling wanted to refine the Heavenly Crystal Pill. The main ingredient of this pill was spiritual crystals, and they had to be middle spiritual crystals. Chapter 435. Shock. Wait, that's the bone forging ginkgo. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, another person exclaimed. Lin Ling took out another rare treasure, the bone forging ginkgo. It was said that this treasure only appeared in the 100 territories and was the best spiritual herb for martial artists to forge their bones. We thought he wanted to suck up to the Ice Pill Palace and rob them of their cultivation resources. But the situation now seems to be the opposite. In the midst of the silence, someone suddenly spoke up. The square became even more silent. Everyone's heart trembled and they suddenly felt that it was ironic and even embarrassing. They were mocking the young man for being greedy for the Ice Pill Palace's treasures. But the young man seemed to have more than the Ice Pill Palace. The young man didn't need to suck up to the Ice Pill Palace? The Ice Pill Palace was thinking too highly of themselves. This young man is humiliating us. Jiang Hong was embarrassed because he was the one who had slandered Lin Ling. But he quickly smiled coldly and said, taking out so many treasures just to show off? Unfortunately, this is an elixir competition, not a competition of wealth. His words made people feel that he was trying to show off, as if he didn't want to lose face. Of course, there was a reason behind it. This was an elixir competition, not a treasure competition. So the crowd looked at Lin Ling again and shook their heads. The young man had countless treasures, but he seemed to have forgotten the most important thing, which was the alchemy furnace. Without the alchemy furnace, what could the young man use to refine elixirs? Even if he has the alchemy furnace, can it compare to my 9-hole dragon furnace? Plus, with his level of attainment, he can't control a powerful alchemy furnace. Jiang Hong smiled faintly and said, he can't escape defeat. Beside him, Elder Wu wasn't surprised by the result. She took a sip of tea and was about to announce the result. But at this moment, the square became silent. Countless pairs of eyes stared at the young man in the square. Flames bloomed and formed a mysterious seal in midair. That seal was ancient and as big as a millstone. Its entire body was engraved with complex patterns of flames. It was extremely mysterious. However, this mysterious seal gave off an extremely familiar feeling. It was the alchemy method without a furnace. In the past, Hall Master Mo's alchemy technique made him famous in the Stone Saint country. He was able to refine pills without the help of a pill furnace, and that mysterious seal was the melody of ice. However, in the youth's hands, it had transformed into a melody of fire. Boom! A thunderous roar resounded in the hearts of everyone in the square. The square was dead silent. How does he know Nian Chen's alchemy technique? Elder Wu's pupils constricted and her aged right hand clenched subconsciously. The teacup that she had yet to put into her mouth shattered with a loud crack. She did not seem to notice the boiling hot tea spilling onto her hand. It was said that the alchemy technique came from the 100 territories. This meant that Mo Nianchen was the only one in the entire Cloud territory who knew how to concoct pills. Now that Mo Nianchen had left, there was no one to guide the young man, but the young man was able to demonstrate the technique that Mo Nianchen was so proud of. That's impossible. I've seen Master use this alchemy method before, but I couldn't learn it at all. How did he learn it? Jiang Hong kept shaking his head. He couldn't believe his eyes. This young man isn't as useless as I thought. Everyone in the square was shocked. Not only did this youth not tarnish his mother's name, but he even made his mother's halo even more dazzling. Rise. At this moment, a low voice was heard. Under everyone's gaze, the young man raised his hands and all the herbs on the table flew into the mysterious seal in midair. Then he began to refine them. It's him. The shock in the crowd's hearts hadn't disappeared yet, but they were shocked again. Previously, Jiang Hong had used the 18 spirit tempering techniques to refine 30 spiritual herbs at the same time. But now the young man was refining all the herbs. There were almost 100 of them. Could it be that the young man's soul power was able to refine hundreds of spiritual herbs at the same time? This is Master's 99 spirit tempering techniques. As Mo Nianchen's disciple, Jiang Hong was very familiar with the mysterious spirit tempering techniques. But what he found unbelievable was that the young man had never seen his mother before. How did he learn his mother's technique? First, it was the alchemy technique without a furnace. Then, it was the 99 spirit tempering techniques. He couldn't figure it out at all. He didn't know that he had only taught Mo Nianchen a few times, but Lin Ling had seen his mother refine pills countless times. How could they be compared? At this moment, the square was dead silent. Everyone's attention was on the young man. His hands are so fast. I think I can see Hall Master Mo refining pills. In everyone's eyes, Lin Ling's hands were as smooth as flowing water. It was pleasing to the eye. From time to time he would refine a herb. At this moment he was just like Mo Nianchen. So similar, so similar. The crowd was in a daze. Lin Ling is indeed senior sister's son. Heavenly Concubine also smiled. Everyone thought that Lin Ling wasn't fit to be Mo Nianchen's son. But at this moment, Lin Ling at least proved that today was his stage. Lin Ling didn't embarrass Mo Nianchen. His flames are very strange. It seems to have 2 colors. The time he takes to refine the herbs is shorter than Elder Zhang's. But what kind of pill is he refining? The crowd seemed to have forgotten to breathe as they stared ahead. Their words made Jiang Hong's face turn ugly. They were both refining. The young man had refined 100 herbs while he, Jiang Hong, had refined 30. But the young man's speed was faster. At this moment, it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker. The funny thing was that not long ago, Jiang Hong was proud of his pill furnace in front of the young man. How ironic. However, Jiang Hong did not know what kind of elixir Lin Ling was refining. After all, the combination of over 100 types of spirit herbs and the refinement made people guess that Lin Ling was refining the heavenly crystal elixir. However, with the bone-forging ginkgo, People guessed that Lin Ling was refining a bone-forging elixir. Maybe he's deliberately mystifying things. He only knows the first half of the pill refining technique but not the second half. So he's trying to please the crowd by refining all the herbs. Jiang Hong said coldly. Even now, he still didn't believe that Lin Ling's alchemy skills were better than his. But just as he finished speaking, the mysterious seal in front of him began to refine hundreds of herbs. 3 unformed pills gradually appeared. 3 types. Everyone saw clearly that the young man was refining 3 types at the same time. What? Jiang Hong roared. That young man was very ambitious and terrifying. He was arrogant enough to refine 3 types of pills at the same time. Was he trying to slap him in the face? Impossible, he'll fail. Elder Wu muttered to herself. She frowned. The young man wasn't just slapping Jiang Hong's face, he was slapping her face and everyone in the ice palace. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound came from the front. The mysterious fire melody swayed as if it couldn't suppress the mysterious power of the 3 types of pills. It was about to explode. Sure enough, refining 3 types of pills at the same time. The heat isn't enough. He's playing with fire. Elder Wu said coldly with a tone of disdain. That young man was arrogant and he was going to have a taste of his own medicine. The higher the grade of the pill, the stricter the requirements for the heat. It was said that in ancient times, when those earth-shattering divine pills descended, the refining method was even stricter and the flame needed to be divine fire. Chapter 436. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios 3 elixirs at the same time, serves him right. The melody of fire is about to collapse. His fire isn't strong enough. Jiang Hong sneered and felt relieved. Previously, the youth was very scary and kept on displaying his mysterious techniques, which made Jiang Hong afraid that he would lose. Fortunately, the youth overestimated himself and wanted to show off. Ultimately, it was all for naught. Explode. After taking a closer look, Jiang Hong suddenly muttered to himself. Boom. As expected, under his voice, the mysterious melody of fire couldn't suppress the elixir's power and finally exploded. Countless flames blossomed and turned the entire plaza into a volcano. No one saw that when the melody of fire was about to explode, a mysterious green flame surged out and spiraled in midair like a demonic dragon. It formed a mysterious runic seal. It was the melody of fire. This melody of fire was even more terrifying than the previous 2. It was a pity that no one saw it. Everyone only saw the flames in the plaza and the thick smoke. Could he have been killed by the flames? Jiang Hong's eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Lin Ling. Not far away, the heavenly concubine's beautiful eyes were flickering. She was extremely worried. She knew that this was a crucial moment as it concerned Lin Ling and his father's reputation. It also concerned her senior sister's judgment. Lin Ling will never embarrass senior sister. Soon enough, the heavenly concubine was determined. She believed that if the youth could create a miracle in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, he could do the same in the Stone Saint Kingdom. The youth would never let senior sister down. At this moment in the plaza, the thick smoke was billowing. The flames gradually dispersed, and a slender figure gradually appeared in the plaza. Everyone swallowed their saliva. The youth actually didn't die? You are still alive. You are considered lucky. Next time, please look at yourself clearly. Don't try to show off and risk your life. If you die, how am I going to answer to Nianchen? Seeing the youth's blurry figure appear, Elder Wu muttered to himself and finally felt relieved. On the side, Jiang Hong shook his head and said indifferently, everything that you did previously was very dazzling. A pity that it was all in vain. All of this is very ironic. Release the elixir. Right at this moment, a low voice echoed. The billowing thick smoke quietly dispersed, and the slender figure became clearer. Under everyone's gazes, the young man's face was calm and tranquil. A mysterious seal floated in front of him. It was the melody of fire, but at this moment the melody of fire seemed even more terrifying. It was formed by a strange green flame dragon. The flaming dragon seemed to be alive as it roared and emitted an ancient aura. If the melody of fire was compared to a pill furnace, then the green flame dragon would be the pill fire and the green flame dragon would be the king body world purifying demonic flame. At this moment, Jiang Hong's 9-hole dragon flame furnace was extremely small compared to it. Of course, the most terrifying, the flaming dragon. Flaming studios. Full flaming. FL flaming. The is to the flaming. To the swish tote this moment, The medicinal pill at the dragon's tail flew out, emitting a white light. Endless spiritual energy pervaded the air like water. Heaven flying flisses fulto fl to be to the heaven to be had fl for flies to fl for flies fl. This pill is very expensive. The crowd's faces stiffened. The young man had humiliated them with his pills. Did they have the right to laugh at the young man's greed for the benefits of the ice palace? Release the pill. The calm voice spoke again. A silver medicinal pill slowly floated out from the dragon's body. On the surface, the medicinal pill looked a bit ordinary. However, this was only the beginning. In the next moment, ripples began to blossom. There were a total of 6 ripples. This was a 6th-grade medicinal pill. He succeeded. Everyone's hearts trembled. To refine 3 types of pills in one go, and to even successfully refine a 6th-grade pill, this youth was no longer weaker than Elder Jiang. However, at this moment, the dark clouds in the sky roiled over, and an unexpected event occurred. A bolt of lightning that was thick as a finger descended from the sky and smashed heavily onto the silver medicinal pill. Rumble. In midair, lightning snakes slithered around. The silver pill let out a dragon's roar. Endless lightning wrapped around the pill, causing a silver lightning dragon to swim out of the pill. Then it circled around the pill before slowly disappearing into the pill. 6th-grade bone-forging silver dragon pill. Heaven rank, heaven rank. Looking at this scene with dumbfounded expressions, the crowd felt as though they saw the birth of a miracle. It was rumored that once an elixir reached the 6th grade, it would produce a heaven-tier grade. It would then attract the baptism of the heaven and earth's thunder calamity, cleansing the body of the ordinary elixir and turning it into a heaven elixir. 6th-grade heaven-tier elixirs were extremely rare. As an alchemist, Jiang Hong was the clearest about all of this. He opened his mouth wide and was in a daze. They were both bone-forging elixirs, but his 6th-grade bone-forging green-gold pill was only at the mystic tier. However, this youth was refining a heaven-tier elixir. How could his elixir be compared? Completely incomparable? Blah. He sat down weakly and still couldn't believe his eyes. He had lost to that youth. That youth was so young, but how could he refine such a terrifying elixir? Of course, if he knew that in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, even Fang Mohui and He Yenshan had to consult Lin Ling, he would definitely believe his own eyes. Release the elixir. The 3rd elixir flew out. This elixir wasn't at the heaven-tier grade, but it had 7 elixir patterns on the surface. This meant that this elixir was a 7th-grade elixir, and it landed in the hands of the heavenly concubine. 3 elixirs. One was priceless, one was at the 6th grade of the heaven tier, and the other was at the 7th grade. The most terrifying thing was that these 3 elixirs were refined by this youth at the same time. Who in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, the Stone Saint Kingdom, or even the Cloud region had such strength? Even Emon Yenshin in the past couldn't do it. Lost. The Ice Palace Hall had lost and everyone had nothing to say. They were all sincerely convinced. In the past, my mother was your master and I was your master's son. However, you didn't have any respect for me and kept on humiliating me. Is this how you respect your master? In the silence, Lin Ling slowly walked up from the plaza and stood in front of Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong's face turned pale and he couldn't say a word. Kneel down. The calm voice with an unquestionable tone echoed out again. Jiang Hong's eyes narrowed. You wanted to kneel down to this youth? Bah. A slap landed on Jiang Hong's face. Jiang Hong's face stiffened and he couldn't react in time. You said that my father and I were trash and not worthy of my mother. Now that you've lost to me, does that mean you're worse than trash? Lin Ling looked at Jiang Hong coldly. Furthermore, as a disciple, do you have the right to make such a decision? Jiang Hong raised his head and looked at Lin Ling. His eyes were filled with anger, but for some reason when he looked into Lin Ling's eyes, he felt a sense of fear. It was as if the person standing in front of him wasn't this youth, but his master Emon Yenshin. Kneel down. The cold voice echoed again and the entire plaza fell silent. Emon Yenshin. The Ice Palace Hall Master of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. She was also the strongest existence in the Ice Palace Hall. She was the holy goddess that everyone worshipped. Chapter 437. Like mother like son. Heaven class elixir, using the lightning to cleanse the body, turning it into a heaven elixir. I lost in the end. Do I have to kneel? Jiang Hong lowered his head and mumbled to himself. He had heard what the young man said. He had tried his best to chase Lin Ling away because he thought that the young man was not qualified to be his master's son. Now that he had lost to the young man, did that mean that he was not qualified to be Lin Ling's mother's disciple? Furthermore, the young man said that he had no right to deny his master's foresight and decision. He did not think so in the past, but now he had no right to decide. What did it have to do with him who his master was with? However, what he found hard to believe was that the young man had actually refined a heaven-class 6th grade elixir. Not only did he not embarrass his mother, he was even more dazzling than her. One had to know that in the cloud region heaven-class elixirs were very rare. It could even be considered a miracle. Take He Yinshan from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom for example. Back then he had refined an ungraded essence returning elixir into a heaven-class elixir. This had made him famous in the 3 kingdoms. However, the young man's difficulty was even higher. He had refined a 6th grade elixir into a heaven-class elixir. Thus, it was obvious how terrifying this was. Didn't my mother teach you that a man should take responsibility for his actions, be magnanimous, and be willing to accept defeat? The cold voice rang out again, causing Jiang Hong's eyes to flicker. Faintly, he seemed to hear his master reprimanding him. He raised his head. Under the sunlight, the young man in front of him had an indifferent expression, but that handsome face of his actually overlapped with his master's pure and holy figure. Master, this disciple knows his mistake. Put on. Jiang Hong knelt down and lowered his head. These 3 words were soft, but they were heavy like a mountain. It seemed like he was apologizing to his master, but also to the young man. In his heart, his master was perfect. However, at this moment, in his heart, the young man had completely suppressed him in the field of elixir. It made him feel like he was facing his master. He also knew that the pride of Emon Yenshin's son was not something he could bully. Elder Jiang has knelt down. Everyone in the plaza was shocked. Elder Jiang Hong, who had always looked down on the young man, was actually the first to admit defeat and kneel down. This scene was completely different from Elder Jiang's high and mighty bullying from before. For mother's sake, I won't pursue the matter this time, but this is the last time. Lin Ling lightly said. His words caused Elder Jiang Hong's body to tremble. But for some unknown reason, not only did he not feel any resentment, he even revealed a happy smile on his face. The crowd was shocked once again. Elder Jiang seemed to be overjoyed by the young man's generosity. Could it be that he really treated the young man as Hall Master Emo as his own master? Ignoring the gazes around him, Lin Ling looked at Elder Wu. I know you don't like me, but I don't care. I also know that as an elder, you want your son to be successful, so you have high expectations for my mother. However, after my mother fell in love with my father, she abandoned everything and disappointed you. Therefore you hate me and you hate my father. That's right. Although you defeated Jiang Hong, that only proves that your talent in alchemy is not bad. It doesn't mean that you and your father can make up for everything. If it weren't for the 2 of you, your mother would have been able to go even further. Elder Wu said as he looked at Lin Ling meaningfully. This young man was indeed very powerful. She was extremely surprised, but for her to approve of this young man, it was impossible. Every parent and elder thinks that they have paved the path for their juniors, so the juniors should be grateful. However, they have never thought about whether the juniors want to walk that path. They also don't know that the juniors are also humans, not puppets. They also have the right to choose their own lives, and they also have things that they like. My mother and father loved each other. Although the 2 of them couldn't walk together in the end, they once had each other, and that's enough. Lin Ling looked at Elder Wu mockingly and said word by word, you will never understand these things. You only think about yourself. I feel sad for you. Shaking his head, Lin Ling slowly left. His words caused Elder Wu to tremble, and an indescribable feeling of discomfort rose in her heart. Yes, every elder wanted their son to be successful, and wanted their juniors to have a brighter future. Therefore she had also paved the path for Emon Yenshin, looking forward to seeing his future glory. However, she had never asked Emon Yenshin if he liked these things, and did not know what Emon Yenshin wanted. When Emon Yenshin loved someone, he did not want them to last forever, but to have them once. Even if they were separated by life and death, even if he had to abandon everything, Emon Yenshin would have no regrets. Emon Yenshin was not a puppet, but a human with blood and tears. Am I wrong? Elder Wu muttered to herself, and her despondent look made the crowd gasp. That young man was so powerful, with just a few words, he had made the respected Elder Wu fall into a trance. I'm not wrong, I'm thinking for Yenshin. Suddenly, Elder Wu raised her head and looked coldly at Lin Ling who was leaving. What right do you have to criticize me? You're just an inexperienced junior and I'm the third person in the Stone Saint Nation. What right do you have to think that I'm pathetic? Although she knew all this, Elder Wu found it hard to accept her mistake. She had the same mentality as all the elders, stubborn and persistent. What a joke, is the third person in the Stone Saint Nation that powerful? However, her anger was only met with Lin Ling's disdainful laughter. I'm the king of Yunhai. King of Yunhai? That sentence made the veins on Elder Wu's weathered face bulge. The young man was mocking her and she knew that she was just trying to show off. In fact, she was indeed pathetic. There's nothing to stay here, I'll leave in 7 days. The soft voice was filled with mockery, and once again spread throughout the entire square. The square was silent and everyone had mixed feelings. They knew that this time, it was not the ice temple that chased the young man away, but the young man did not want to stay. They thought that the young man was not worthy to be Hall Master Mo's son, but now, the young man's alchemy skills had already surpassed Hall Master Mo. The brilliance he possessed was not any weaker than Mo Nianqian's. Like mother, like son. Linling, you're so powerful. You seem to know all the alchemy knowledge that senior sister knows, and you're even better than senior sister. Ignoring the people from the ice temple, Heavenly Concubine caught up to Lin Ling from behind, and then said in surprise. She could not see through this young man anymore. Lin Ling smiled slightly but did not say anything. Those people thought that you were not worthy to be senior sister's son, but now that you've shown that your alchemy knowledge is even better than senior sister's, they are all silent. It's the same as slapping their own faces. Heavenly Concubine curled her lips when she thought of the silence of the people in the square. She knew that everyone was regretting it. After all, alchemy was closely related to martial artists. Lin Ling's alchemy knowledge was so strong, and the ice temple had given up on Lin Ling, which was equivalent to giving up on another Mo Nianqian. Chapter 438. Dragon Bone Forging, what kind of pill is this? Can't you tell me more? Annoying, you just like to keep me in suspense. Do you know that according to seniority, I'm your aunt? Hearing this, the Heavenly Concubine's heart was filled with anticipation. Unfortunately, Lin Ling shrugged, meaning that he had nothing to say until the time was right. Heavenly Concubine, I know that you've always wanted to prove yourself. Unfortunately, your talent is limited, which makes you feel very unsatisfied. However, I will tell you that in 10 days, you will break out of your cocoon and become a butterfly. As for how high you can reach in the future, that will depend on your own luck. Lin Ling finally revealed a little. The 7 Revolutions Awakening pill was a pill that his mother had prepared for the Heavenly Concubine. It seemed to be used to awaken the Heavenly Concubine's innate spirit body. As for how much it would awaken, Lin Ling didn't know. He was just finishing his mother's unfinished business. After saying this, Lin Ling slowly left. Under the sunlight, his slender body looked extremely free and unrestrained. At the same time, his calm voice sounded, I'm leaving the Ice Palace. In 10 days I will find you. The Heavenly Concubine stared blankly at the pill in her hand. She didn't know why, but at this moment she cherished it even more. She had a feeling that the reason Lin Ling stayed in the Ice Palace was because he wanted to refine this pill for her. Thank you. After softly saying this, the Heavenly Concubine didn't hesitate to swallow the pill. After leaving the extreme ice city, Lin Ling was like a lone cultivator. He walked slowly under the heavens and earth. He looked at the blue sky and the refreshing wind and couldn't help but smile. He liked this kind of free and natural feeling very much. Mother has left. She should be in the 100 territories. When I'm strong enough, I will definitely go find her. Lin Ling appeared on top of a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. He looked at the distant clouds and the endless rivers and mountains before sitting down cross-legged. Oh right, the mysterious old man from the cloud auction. During the cloud auction, the mysterious old man was the host of the auction. He gave Lin Ling a set of soul force cultivation martial arts and told Lin Ling that when he reached the heavenly spirit realm, Lin Ling could find him. Mother-child worm. Lin Ling took out the mother-child insect from his rune bag and discovered that this insect was slightly different. Its life force was extremely vigorous. It seemed like the things in the 100 territories were much more powerful than those in the cloud territory. It's you, little friend. You've reached the heavenly spirit realm? The old man's voice came from the mother-child insect and Lin Ling's eyes lit up. That's right, senior, I'm in Stone Saint Nation now. Amazing. How long has it been? You've really reached the heavenly spirit realm. Your talent is terrifying. Are you in the Stone Saint Nation? Good, I'm here too. I'll come find you immediately. The old man's voice came from the mother-child insect, but it was filled with satisfaction and excitement. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He had a good impression of the mysterious old man, and he felt that the old man had no ill intentions towards him. Therefore Lin Ling went to find him. Soon after, Lin Ling took out the bone-forging silver dragon pill, and his eyes flickered. This pill was priceless. It seemed like it couldn't increase a cultivator's strength, but it could strengthen their foundation. It could increase a cultivator's ability to fight above their level. I've already opened 8 gates. Now, I need to forge my bones and stabilize my foundation. Only then will I be able to go further in the future. Without hesitation, Lin Ling swallowed the pill. Rumble. A deafening dragon's roar sounded. Lin Ling's pupils constricted as he discovered that he had swallowed a thunder dragon. It was terrifying. Moreover, the thunder dragon that had experienced the baptism of heavenly thunder, after entering his body, rushed towards his bones. Bang. In the next moment, sweat dripped down Lin Ling's forehead. It was as if all the bones in his body had been shattered. Bone forging was actually so terrifying. Suddenly clenching his teeth, Lin Ling stabilized his mind and resisted the bone-crushing pain. He was very clear that only by enduring the most bitter of hardships could one rise above others. Bang. Time slowly passed. If someone was here, they would be shocked to discover that the youth sitting cross-legged on the mountain peak was trembling from time to time. The sound of bones breaking could be heard. This was a terrifying torture. Without a certain amount of willpower, an ordinary person would not be able to endure it. Of course, after the storm, what came was a rainbow. When all the bones were shattered and reassembled, Lin Ling's bones had turned silver. Not only were they hard, they were tough. This was the legendary silver dragon bone. After his bones became tyrannical, it could greatly increase Lin Ling's defense. In the face of a martial artist's terrifying martial arts, his resistance was even stronger. 3 days passed. Lin Ling finally opened his eyes slowly. His eyes flashed and he smiled. Bone forging succeeded. Afterward, he took out the heaven crystal elixir and looked at it with some reluctance before swallowing it again. This elixir might seem small, but it was comparable to the entire wealth of the heaven mystic's kingdom. After all, it was refined with all of Lin Ling's mid-grade spirit crystals. After this breakthrough, I will definitely reach the mid-stage of the heaven spirit realm. When that time comes, I won't fear anyone in the heaven spirit realm. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with anticipation. While Lin Ling was cultivating, the situation in Shixingwo was turbulent. The Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb had spread throughout the 100 regions. A large number of genius martial artists had arrived at the Stone Saint Nation. They wanted to obtain the inheritance of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb and become famous in the 100 regions. The Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb was the tyrant body among the king bodies. It was also the pinnacle among the king bodies. Who wouldn't yearn for it? At this moment, in the Extreme Ice Palace, Elder Extreme Ice stood by the window and looked indifferently into the distance. The emergence of the Great Treasure Inheritance has changed the world. The appearance of the Great Treasure in the Stone Saint Nation is not beneficial to the Stone Saint Nation but harmful. He muttered to himself with a smear of uneasiness in his eyes. Old man, your intuition is pretty good. A man's wealth is his own ruin. What qualifications does Trash have to obtain the inheritance? Right at this moment, a cold voice echoed behind Elder Extreme Ice, causing him to narrow his eyes. This person was very powerful. He had unknowingly approached him, but he didn't notice at all. He turned around and saw that a black figure had appeared in the room at some point in time. This person was sitting on a chair and seemed to be the host, calmly drinking tea. He was very young, about 18 years old. His long hair was flowing and there was a sword hanging on his waist. His every movement carried a frivolous arrogance. Who are you? Elder Extreme Ice frowned and asked. This youth was very rude and came uninvited. Although his cultivation was only at the peak stage of the heaven spirit realm, he gave him a lot of pressure. This made him guess that this youth was a possessor of the monarch body. I am Qingxuan Ming from the Azura region of the middle 3 regions. The youth took a sip of tea and said, my purpose here is very simple. I want to unify the Stone Saint Nation and find the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb for me. You have no conditions to refuse. You have to know that in the Azura region I am the ruler of a region. What? Elder Extreme Ice's expression changed. The 100 regions were divided into 3 regions. The lower 3 regions, the middle 3 regions, and the upper 3 regions. Without a doubt, the upper 3 regions had the strongest cultivators. After all, there were 100 countries in the upper 3 regions, and the cloud region only had 3 large countries. Chapter 439. Old Man Huayang, the Extreme Ice Palace, the Extreme Hall has agreed to work for me. They're very sensible, so I'll help them. Only the Extreme Hall exists in the Stone Saint Nation. I'll wipe out the rest. The young man muttered to himself as if he was talking about something very normal. Impossible. The Extreme Ice Palace has existed since ancient times. The Extreme Hall and the Ice Palace have always coexisted. Do you want to eliminate the Ice Palace and let the Extreme Hall rule the Stone Saint Nation alone? Old Man Extreme Ice shook his head. Whoosh. In the next moment, an aura from hell bloomed. Old Man Extreme Ice felt a cold sword hanging on his neck. At the same time, a voice came from behind him. Do you want to die? It was a terrifying strength. Old Man Extreme Ice was a King Spirit Realm expert, while the young man was only at the peak of the Sky Spirit Realm. However, he was suppressed in one move. His sword was like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. Were all geniuses from the 100 realms so terrifying when fighting above their level? I can promise you, but if I eliminate the Ice Palace, I'm afraid the thousands of cultivators in the Stone Saint Nation will be dissatisfied. So, I'll find an excuse to cancel the Ice Palace. Old Man Extreme Ice said with cold sweat on his forehead. Up to you. The tomb of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Emperor hasn't appeared yet. I'll play along. It'll be best if I meet the number 1 genius of the Cloud Realm, Xing Fifan. I want to slap his face. The cold and ethereal voice made Old Man Extreme Ice tremble. When he looked back, the ghostly young man had already disappeared. What a powerful genius. Old Man Extreme Ice's pupils constricted. Then he ordered his subordinates to send out a message. 7 days later, the Extreme Hall and the Ice Palace would meet for a summit. In this world where the strong were respected, Old Man Extreme Ice knew that canceling the Ice Palace was unfair to the Ice Palace. At the same time, it would break the legacy of the Stone Saint Nation. However, for his life he had no other choice. The wind came from the horizon. The young man sat cross-legged on the mountain peak. At a certain moment, a terrifying aura bloomed. It was the power of fire. Although the fire couldn't be seen, the peak of the mountain was like a volcano erupting. The air became misty. I finally reached the middle stage of the Sky Spirit Realm. A clear voice sounded from the top of the mountain. The young man stood up. He was like fire and his aura was surging. With the world-cleansing demonic flame and 3 flames in one body, there are very few in the Sky Spirit Realm who can shake me with my current strength. Boom. Ripples of green flames blossomed from the surface of the youth's body, causing his long hair to flutter and his clothes to flutter. It was as if a flame demon king had descended. Then 2 other flames appeared on the youth's sword, adding fuel to fire. The young man seemed to have vaguely grasped the true essence of heaven and earth fire. The true meaning of fire, you actually comprehended it. At this moment, a surprised voice came from afar. An old man stepped on the void and walked over quickly. He then looked at the young man in shock. Mid-Sky Spirit Realm with 10% of the true meaning of fire. Lin Ling, you're even more terrifying than I thought. The young man was slightly taken aback by the person who had arrived. When he looked at the old man, he finally smiled. Senior, you're finally here. The young man was Lin Ling. Even though he was completely confident in his own strength, he was still surprised when he saw the old man because he still couldn't see through the old man. Moreover, he actually didn't notice the old man when he appeared beside him. What a terrifying strength. Fortunately, Lin Ling had a feeling that the old man had no ill intentions towards him. Just call me Old Man Huayang, no need to be so polite. The old man looked at Lin Ling with a smile. The last time he met Lin Ling, he'd had the thought of appreciating the young man's talent. But after meeting him again, he realized that he'd underestimated the young man. The young man's potential was even more terrifying than he'd imagined. The young man was at the Mid-Sky Spirit Realm, which could only be considered ordinary in the 100 realms. However, the young man had comprehended the true meaning of fire, which was 1 in 10,000. After all, if a Sky Spirit Realm cultivator wanted to advance, as long as they had a good background and endless cultivation resources, they would break through sooner or later. However, the true meaning of martial arts wasn't something that could be comprehended with cultivation resources. It depended on one's talent and comprehension of one's innate spirit body. What I comprehended earlier was the true meaning of fire? Lin Ling's pupils constricted. He'd heard of the true meaning of martial arts, but he'd never thought that he'd comprehend such a legendary thing. Truth, the true meaning. In any path of martial arts, once you comprehend the true meaning, you'll return to the natural state. The strength of the true meaning can be traced back to the extreme power of heaven and earth. Seeing Lin Ling's blank expression, old man Huayang smiled helplessly. Maybe this kid didn't even know that he'd comprehended the true meaning of fire. Look. He pointed his finger and a dazzling light shot out from his finger. The light wasn't big, but it was extraordinarily sharp. Whoosh. The light shot into the distance and penetrated dozens of mountains, leaving a finger-sized hole in the hard rocks of the mountains. However, the entire ancient green mountain remained unscathed. Lin Ling stared blankly into the distance and sucked in a breath of cold air. Currently, he could destroy a mountain, but he couldn't destroy a mountain and penetrate dozens of mountains at the same time. The power of the attack could reach thousands of miles away. This was the suppression of power to the extreme without a single bit of waste. This was a true martial art. This is the mystery of the true meaning of martial arts. Truth, everything is truth. Old man Huayang smiled, which made Lin Ling frown slightly. You seem to have understood something. In the lower 3 regions of the 100 territories, your talent is very terrifying. You're qualified to go to the rainforest sacred land. However, there are rumors of the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb in the Stone Saint Nation. Therefore, after the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Tomb is over, I'll take you to the rainforest sacred land. Old man Huayang said again. Senior, are you interested in the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Inheritance? Lin Ling asked curiously. Old man Huayang shook his head. The Vermilion Bird Divine Martial body is a king physique. However, my age has already fixed my king physique, so it's useless even if I get it. However, you seem to be able to, and you're also a fire elemental talent. Yes. He suddenly looked at Lin Ling and his eyes shone brightly. The young man's perception was very strong, and his king physique was also not bad. However, compared to the geniuses of the 100 territories, he still lacked a foundation. However, if he could get the Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Inheritance, then he could rise in the 100 territories. You and I hit it off at first sight. This Vermilion Bird Divine Martial Inheritance, I'll help you a little. Old man Huayang laughed. He thought highly of Lin Ling, and since he had decided to help him, then he would do his best to help him. He also didn't want to see a real genius being buried. Thank you, Senior Huayang. Thank you. Lin Ling's heart was filled with joy and he bowed gratefully. Then the two of them started to talk. It had to be said that in this world, the weak were prey to the strong and people were cold and warm. However, there were still some sincere people. Although these people hadn't met for a long time, they felt a sense of déjà vu after meeting them. Old man Huayang and Lin Ling were the same. Perhaps they had the same personality and will. Chapter 440. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios 2 halls converged the next morning, the sun shone brightly and the sky was blue with white clouds. At this moment, the Extreme Ice City was bustling with noise and excitement. Not long ago, the mysterious Extreme Ice Old Man had summoned the world as if he had something important to announce. Many experts from the Stone Saint Nation came to the Extreme Ice City to see what the strongest expert of the Stone Saint Nation, Extreme Ice Old Man, had to announce. The Extreme Ice City Square was filled with people. A large number of martial artists had gathered there, and if one looked carefully, the weakest among them was at least at the Earth Spirit Realm. There were even quite a number of Heaven Spirit Realm experts. There were several rows of seats in the vast square, and all the top experts of the Stone Saint Nation were seated there. Is that Extreme Ice Elder? Many people looked at a black-robed elder with flickering eyes. Extreme Ice Elder's name was known throughout the 3 kingdoms, but very few people had the chance to see him. This time, Extreme Ice Elder had finally appeared in front of everyone. This made many martial artists realize that what was going to be announced today was probably very important. Gu Yan is here too. Right at this moment, the crowd exclaimed. A middle-aged man was sitting not far away from Extreme Ice Elder. He was handsome like jade and his brows were sharp like blades. Just sitting there quietly, he emitted an aura that made it difficult for people to breathe. Gu Yan, the Extreme Hall Master, was an expert who was on par with Emon Yenshin of the Ice Hall. Of course, before Emon Yenshin went to the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Gu Yan had always been weaker than Emon Yenshin and was defeated by Emon Yenshin. There was only one time when Emon Yenshin returned from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and seemed absent-minded, which allowed Gu Yan to succeed in a sneak attack and defeat Emon Yenshin. From then on, Gu Yan became the second strongest expert in the Stone Saint Nation. After that battle, the Extreme Hall's fame had faintly suppressed the Ice Hall. Especially after Emon Yenshin went missing, the Ice Hall's fame plummeted. Gu Yan, other than Extreme Ice Elder, is invincible. Furthermore, the Extreme Hall has the 6 Knights Genius Camp. The Ice Hall is indeed inferior to the Extreme Hall now. Someone sighed. Subsequently, many people realized that Gu Yan seemed to be very respectful to a black-robed youth, and even Extreme Ice Elder was the same. Everything could be seen from the seats that they arranged. That black-robed youth seemed to be sitting on the same level as Extreme Ice Elder. Who is that young man? I've never seen him before, but his cultivation is terrifying. He's at the peak of the Sky Spirit realm at such a young age. Many people were secretly surprised and felt that something big was about to happen. It's just a small sect and you're actually late? Wasn't he putting on too much airs? Right at this moment, an icy cold voice resounded from the highest seat, and it was the black-robed young man who spoke. There were countless cultivators here, and even cultivators of the Sky Spirit realm didn't dare speak carelessly. However, the young man had dared to ignore the countless cultivators of the Stone Saint Nation and speak arrogantly. There was indeed another layer of meaning behind this. Obliterate him, waiting any longer is a waste of time. The black-robed youth said again, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Your Excellency Clear Spring, I have already agreed to your conditions. However, if I act rashly without a convincing explanation, it will be very difficult to satisfy the people of Stone Saint Empire. At that time rumors will spread and that will not be good. The Extreme Frost Elder said bitterly. The Ice Palace was indeed going to be devoured. However, if he were to suddenly devour this ancient palace, people would definitely gossip. At that time, people would say that he was afraid of death and was forcing the Ice Palace to disappear in order to satisfy the experts of other domains. Then what dignity would he have left? That was why Old Man Extreme Frost had called for today's summit. I don't mind if you all play the summit. It's just passing time anyway, but I don't like waiting for people. The black-robed youth said indifferently. He seemed to have the power to make the Ice Palace disappear at any time, but in order to pass time, he wasn't in a hurry to act. He was slowly enjoying the summit of ants. However, he didn't have the patience to wait for people. The people of the Ice Palace are here. Right at this moment, a large number of people arrived. The person in the lead was Elder Wu, and the second in line was the Heavenly Concubine and Jiang Hong. After they arrived, they glanced at the people in the square and were secretly surprised. No one from the Ice Palace was clear about Old Man Extreme Frost's goal this time. It's the 10th day. Lin Ling said he would come find me. The Heavenly Concubine had always been intelligent, so she naturally sensed the uneasy atmosphere. However, at the same time, she also thought of her senior sister's son, Lin Ling. Elder Wu, your Ice Palace is very arrogant, making all the cultivators of the Stone Saint Nation wait for you. Could it be that you think the Stone Saint Nation belongs to your Ice Palace? Right at this moment, a light voice was heard. It was the Extreme Hall Master, Gu Yan. This happened suddenly and you didn't inform us beforehand, so we came late. Here the Ice Palace apologizes to everyone. Elder Wu looked deeply at Gu Yan, then bowed to the people in the square. You think nothing happened just because of an apology? Elder Wu, your Ice Palace is declining more and more. Gu Yan's disdainful voice floated out again. Who do you think you are? With Old Man Extreme Frost here, is it your turn to speak? Also, when my master was here, why didn't you dare to be so arrogant? Right at this moment, a cold voice was heard. It was Jiang Hong's voice. He hated the man who ambushed his master and seriously injured him. Then who do you think you are? A mere elder dares to speak to me? Men kill him. Gu Yan's cold voice spread throughout the square, shocking the crowd. Gu Yan seemed to be even more arrogant than before. He wanted to kill the people of the Ice Palace in front of Old Man Extreme Frost, as if he didn't put the Ice Palace and Old Man Extreme Frost in his eyes. When Emon Yenshin was here, Gu Yan didn't dare to be so arrogant. Many people had a vague guess that Gu Yan must have a huge backing, which was why he was so arrogant. Alright, you might be late, but you are still here. Old Man Extreme Frost spoke indifferently, interrupting the two of them. Elder Wu looked deeply at Old Man Extreme Frost, then led the people of the Ice Palace to a corner of the square. She also felt that something was wrong. After all, in the past, Old Man Extreme Frost was like a supreme elder who was in charge of the order of the two palaces. But today, Old Man Extreme Frost was obviously helping the Extreme Palace. Today the two palaces are gathered here to announce something. Considering that the Extreme Palace and Ice Palace have existed for 1,000 years, it would be difficult to reconcile the matter of the Stone Saint Nation. Hence we want to merge the two palaces into one. After a moment of silence, Old Man Extreme Frost finally spoke. The square was silent, and in the next moment, there were waves of voices. The Extreme Frost Palace had both the Extreme Palace and the Ice Palace. This was something that had been passed down for 1,000 years, just like the Cloud Sea Empire of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Today, Old Man Extreme Frost actually said that he wanted to change the situation. Only one palace could exist, and the other palace had to be devoured. This was equivalent to the Cloud Sea Empire of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom being overthrown. This was a major event in the world. Old Man Extreme Frost, it isn't good to suddenly change the 1,000-year-old inheritance. Elder Wu frowned, and her words made many people nod. Indeed, this decision was too abrupt. Trash, there is no need for it to exist. Before Old Man Extreme Frost could speak, Gu Yan's sneer echoed, causing Elder Wu's eyes to narrow. She suddenly had a feeling that it might be the Ice Palace that was about to be devoured. This should be the purpose of the two palaces gathering today. Chapter 441. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios' despicable move. Then I wonder what Elder Extreme Frost means. Which hall will be cancelled? Elder Wu frowned and asked. Her words made many people's eyes twinkle. They were also curious. Elder Extreme Ice shook his head and sighed. Miss Hall. Elder Extreme Ice, you are too much. How are you going to answer to everyone in the Stone Saint Nation? How am I going to answer to Amon Yenshin? Although she had guessed it, Elder Wu still couldn't accept the truth. What did Elder Extreme Ice think the Ice Hall was? Did he think he could cancel it as he wished? The Ice Hall is the wind vane for the thousands of martial artists in the Stone Saint Nation. There should be countless experts, but you are all old and weak. May I ask how strong your hall master is? How many experts do you have in the Ice Hall? Elder Extreme Ice said indifferently. Everyone's eyes flickered. After Amon Yenshin left, the Ice Hall had indeed declined. Weaklings don't have the right to exist. Compared to our Extreme Hall, your Ice Hall is trash. Apart from you, old fart, are there any other experts? Beside him, Gu Yan also spoke coldly. In front of countless people, he called Elder Wu the third strongest person in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom an old fart. Everyone in the Ice Hall was furious. Gu Yan from the Extreme Hall was too much. Elder Extreme Ice didn't even do his duty and treated the two halls fairly. Instead, he sided with the Extreme Hall. They are bullying us. If Hall Master Amo was still here, would they dare to speak like this? Everyone felt indignant for the Ice Hall, but there was nothing they could do. In this world, strength was everything. Without strength, there would be no dignity and no right to speak. Today, the Ice Hall had no leader. No wonder others wanted to bully them. Elder Wu, let me ask you. Is there anyone in the Ice Hall who is a match for my 6 Knights Genius Camp? Heavenly Concubine? Just trash without any martial strength. She only has the legendary innate spirit body that can predict the future. She looks good but is useless. Elder Wu. Jiang Hong? Just an alchemist. Apart from refining elixirs, what else can he do? So, you bunch of trash, what right do you have to exist? Elder Wu. Gu Yan's mocking voice sounded again. He wanted everyone to think that there was no need for the Ice Hall. The people of the Ice Temple clenched their fists. In the past, they were sacred and noble, but today they were humiliated to the point that they were speechless. At this moment, they missed their former temple master, Amon Yenshin. Cancel the Ice Palace, you're already sunset. Senior Extreme Frost sighed as well. A sense of sorrow spread out. At this moment, Ice Hall gave off the feeling of an old man past his prime. During the Battle of the Snake Swamp Kingdom, all the experts of the Ice Temple went out. 53 experts of the Sky Spirit Realm died to protect the Stone Saint Nation. Also, when Elder Extreme Ice was breaking through to the Sky Spirit Realm, he was at a critical juncture of life and death. It was Hall Master Mo who refined the 9 Circles creation pill and saved your life. Also, the Ice Temple has always provided the cultivation pills for the Extreme Hall. At this moment, a clear voice rang out, causing the square to quieten down. Everyone looked over and realized that the one who spoke was the nominal Heavenly Concubine, who could be called trash. The Heavenly Concubine seemed to be unwilling and was still stubbornly fighting for it. When Hall Master Amo was here, she gave her heart and soul for Shi Xinghua. After she left, you all bullied her, even wanting to swallow her pride and humiliate her disciple. Extreme Ice Elder, are you really a Grand Elder who upholds justice? The heavenly concubine spoke word by word. She was unwilling. The Ice Palace was her home and had her memories. She didn't want it to be cancelled and swallowed up because of a single sentence. The Ice Temple has contributed a lot to the Stone Saint Nation, but it is really unfair to cancel it. Everyone started to discuss. They just realized that the Ice Temple was glorious and dazzling in the past. Bastard. When Gu Yin saw that everyone's emotions were affected, he couldn't help but get angry. He spoke to a youth beside him. Tan Lang, you are the second-ranked prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. You escaped from the Heaven Mystics Kingdom and joined our Stone Saint Nation. You want to become one of the members of the 6 Knights Genius Camp and become famous in the 3 kingdoms? Sure, there is a chance now. The 6 Knights Genius Camp, the #1 circle of prodigies in the Cloud region. I'm very interested. The youth beside him sneered and walked out. When he arrived at the plaza, he went straight for the heavenly concubine. If the Ice Temple wants to be abolished, then so be it. Who asked you to speak so much nonsense? His cold voice drifted out along with his attack, causing the pupils of the crowd in the square to constrict. The Extreme Hall didn't want the heavenly concubine to speak too much and cause everyone to feel injustice for the Ice Temple. Hence, they asked someone to make a move on the heavenly concubine. The spirit aura surged and turned into a wolf-shaped demonic beast, which pounced on the heavenly concubine. Looking at the surging power, it seemed like the person was going to kill. So despicable. Everyone was dissatisfied. The Extreme Hall's move was very ugly. After all, if they wanted to swallow the Ice Temple, they should just do it domineeringly. Why did they have to hypocritically hold a summit as if they wanted to convince everyone to be fair? However, during the summit, they didn't allow anyone from the Ice Temple to speak. Once they spoke, they would be killed. If this wasn't despicable and hypocritical, then what was? Heavenly concubine. Elder Wu's eyes narrowed and he shouted anxiously. He wanted to save the heavenly concubine, but he was too far away. Guyen, the heavenly concubine is dead. The Ice Temple won't let you go. Jiang Hong's eyes also turned red. The Extreme Hall had gone too far. Unfortunately, their words only received a cold smile from Gu Yen. Tan Lang, the genius who attacked the heavenly concubine, turned a blind eye to it. A terrifying killing intent surged towards the heavenly concubine, causing her beautiful eyes to widen. However, she, who had no martial power, was helpless at this moment. She was unwilling. She only had a firm martial heart, but she didn't have the corresponding talent. Pa. The wolf-shaped demonic beast surged forward, hiding a fist filled with killing intent. The heavenly concubine's long hair fluttered in the wind. However, when it got closer and closer to the heavenly concubine, suddenly, a figure turned into an afterimage and quietly appeared in front of the heavenly concubine. A flaming fist struck out at the same time. Bang! The 2 fists collided and a dull sound rang out. Under countless gazes, the eyes of the youth who launched the sneak attack narrowed. The wolf-shaped demonic beast formed by his fist was instantly burned into nothingness. Moreover, the fire was extremely terrifying. When it surged and burned, the youth's right arm was also burned into nothingness. The square was silent. Everyone looked at the person in front of the heavenly concubine, and their expressions became interesting. That youth was very unfamiliar. He had a slender body and a handsome face. At this moment, his cold eyes were indifferently looking at the youth in front of him. Who was this youth? At this moment, everyone's heart was filled with curiosity. It's him. On the Ice Temple's side, everyone's heart trembled fiercely. He had returned. Especially Elder Wu. Her eyes constantly flickered and quietly became moist. When the Ice Temple was in decline, everyone was watching a good show. However, at the most critical moment, the youth who came to see his mother didn't fear power and resolutely took action, finally saving the heavenly concubine. Who are you? On the square an angry voice rang out. Was Gu Yen. Chapter 442. Amon Yenshin's son, Amon Yenshin's son. An indifferent voice floated out from the plaza. Amon Yenshin. The former Ice Hall Palace Master was also the second strongest person in the Stone Saint Nation. He was pure and holy. If it wasn't for the sneak attack by the Extreme Hall Palace Master, Gu Yen, he would still be the strongest person under the Extreme Ice Elder. And her son? Who was this person? The plaza was completely silent. Everyone was shocked. Ignoring the surrounding gazes, Lin Ling looked at the heavenly concubine and said, "I'm sorry. I didn't know that all these had happened in just 10 days. That's why I'm late." "No, thank you." The heavenly concubine looked at the young man gratefully. Suddenly, her eyes were filled with excitement. "Lin Ling, help us." Right now the ice hall was about to be devoured. Her senior sister's pride was about to be blown away. She could only rely on this young man. Of course. Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. His firm words made the heavenly concubine's heart tremble. The young man had agreed. To Lin Ling, although he didn't like the ice hall was left behind by his mother. As her son, if he saw the ice hall in trouble, he would definitely help. To his enemies he was like a cold winter blade. But to his family and friends they were his reverse scale. Even if it was the holy king of the 9 skies, he would still help. "You want to devour the ice hall? You have a big appetite. But you have to consider if you have good teeth." Lin Ling said indifferently as he looked coldly ahead. "Who do you think you are? What does the extreme ice hall's matter have to do with you?" From afar, Gu Yen shouted coldly. He didn't know why, but after the young man appeared, the situation changed. This made him say coldly, "Tan Lang, kill him. You dared to sneak attack me. If my target wasn't the heavenly concubine, you would already be dead." Tan Lang was still standing at his original spot with a cold gaze. Today was supposed to be his chance to enter the 6 Knights Genius camp, but who would have thought that it would be interrupted by the youth? The youth even used a sneak attack to cripple one of his arms. This caused his rage to surge. "Perhaps you don't know who I am. Then let me tell you. I am Tan Lang, the second-ranked prodigy among the 108 general stars of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. I am just below Li Xianxiao. During the 100 General Tournament, everyone lost to the prodigy Lin Ling and perished. Only a few survived with their own strength, and I am one of them." A loud shout came out of Ravenous Wolf's mouth, causing the crowd to gasp. Everyone knew about the Heaven Mystics Kingdom's 100 Generals Tournament. The prodigy Lin Ling appeared out of nowhere and swept away all the prodigies and elites. He even defeated the Cloud Region's Sheng Fifan. To be able to remain undefeated against Lin Ling and even leave the 100 Generals Tournament alive, it proved Tan Lang's strength. The second-ranked prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom probably has the strength to enter the 6 Knights Genius camp. The crowd exclaimed. Tan Lang was very satisfied with the looks from the crowd. He looked at Lin Ling coldly and said, "Die. On my path to fame, anyone who obstructs my path shall die." Rumble. A surge of aura presence burst out, causing the crowd to narrow their eyes. They knew that a great battle was about to begin. You can't survive in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, so you fled to the Stone Saint Kingdom?" Right at this moment, a cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth, which caused Tan Lang to frown. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Lin Ling's indifferent voice again. "The last time you received my sword move, it meant that you admitted defeat. This time, even if you receive my sword move, I will still kill you." Tan Lang received a sword move from that youth before? The crowd's eyes flickered as they vaguely understood the meaning of that statement. What did it mean? "I received your sword move?" Tan Lang frowned slightly. During the 100 Generals Tournament, Lin Ling defeated Heng Tianxing and swept through all the prodigies until the second-ranked prodigy. All of them admitted defeat, but they had to endure the humiliation and receive Lin Ling's sword move. Furthermore, they couldn't block it. It was precisely because of this reason that they were able to survive. This youth in front of them said that Tan Lang received his sword move before. This meant that, "You are?" Tan Lang's eyes congealed and his body couldn't help but tremble. He recognized Lin Ling. "Apologies, I admit defeat. I will not interfere with the matters of the Stone Saint Kingdom anymore." Without saying anything else, Tan Lang quickly bowed with cupped hands and turned to leave. Lin Ling actually came to the Stone Saint Kingdom. Furthermore, he wanted to challenge Lin Ling previously. This was simply courting death. Lin Ling was the #1 prodigy of the present age. How could he be a match for him? "Since you are here, why the rush to leave?" Lin Ling spoke coldly. With a wave of his right hand, the cloud-patterned black sword slashed out a blazing flame sword slash which went straight for Tan Lang. "Now wait. I was wrong earlier." The terrifying flame force came, causing Tan Lang to stop in his tracks. His eyes widened as he spoke anxiously. It was a pity that everything was too late. Previously Lin Ling let him go. This time he thought that he was the #2 prodigy and wanted to kill the heavenly concubine so that he could enter the 6 Knights prodigy camp. Lin Ling would never let him go. Swish. Wherever the sword light passed, Tan Lang couldn't block it. his head fell off and his entire body started to burn. Dead. Everyone looked at this scene quietly and was astonished. They thought that there would be a huge battle, but who knew that the number 2 prodigy of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom didn't even have the heart to fight. He only wanted to escape when he met that youth. What was going on? Son of Emon Yenshin? Who are you? The silence didn't last long. Gu Yan's angry voice echoed again. He thought that the youth was overestimating himself and wanted to stop the Extreme Hall's ambition. He would definitely die in the hands of Tan Lang. After all, Tan Lang might not be comparable to the 6 Knights Prodigy camp, but his strength was still one of the top in the Cloud region. He didn't expect that Tan Lang didn't even have the heart to fight when he met this youth. It was extremely embarrassing. Ignoring Gu Yan's question, Lin Ling looked at Extreme Ice Elder indifferently. Extreme Ice Elder, I heard that you are the Extreme Ice Hall's Grand Elder. You have always been fair. However, after meeting you today, you don't live up to your reputation. Young man, I know what you want to say. However, in this world, the strong are respected, and the weak are eliminated. The Extreme Ice Hall has already declined. It should be eliminated. This is a principle that hasn't changed since ancient times. Looking at the youth quietly, Extreme Ice Elder spoke slowly. This youth was Emon Yenshin's son, and he didn't dare to underestimate him. After all, Emon Yenshin's background wasn't simple. The strong are respected and the weak are eliminated. Does this mean that when you grow old I can step on your face and humiliate you? Lin Ling spoke coldly. The Extreme Ice Elder's expression changed slightly, but he couldn't say anything. Previously he had said that the weak would be eliminated. Since the Extreme Ice Hall had declined, they were like an old man past his prime. Therefore, if they were to be eliminated, Extreme Ice Elder wouldn't be able to escape the rules of life, old age, sickness, and death. When that time came, wouldn't everyone be able to humiliate Extreme Ice Elder? The crowd understood what he meant, and they all shook their heads and smiled. It's best if you don't deceive yourself and others. Lin Ling sneered. You said that the Extreme Ice Hall wanted to take over the Extreme Ice Hall because the Extreme Ice Hall had declined. However, you haven't seen it with your own eyes. How can you be so sure? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Yan's arrogant laughter rang out. Other than that old bastard Elder Wu, the rest of the people in the Ice Palace are just a bunch of useless people. This is something everyone knows. Young man, I know you want to join the sect your mother left behind, but you are not qualified yet. Chapter 443. 3 battles to settle the situation. Elder Extreme Frost nodded and said, in the world of martial artists, strength is everything. Therefore this battle is very fair. If you lose, you can only say that you're not as strong as your opponent. Their voices silenced the entire square. Although on the surface this was indeed a fair battle, and the loser would be devoured. But in reality the outcome of the Ice Palace was already a foregone conclusion. After all, the G Palace had the 6 Knights Genius Camp, and they were the second strongest genius in the Cloud Realm. On the other hand, the Ice Palace didn't have anything. Their only registered palace master, the Heavenly Concubine, was an ordinary person without any martial strength. Instinctively, everyone looked at the young man in the blue and white robe. The young man's arrival had broken the Extreme Hall's arrogant ambition and won a chance for the Ice Temple's survival. However, that was all there was to it. Son of Emon Yenshin, you're very powerful. However, I'd like to see if you can change the fate of the Ice Temple. At this moment, Gu Yan's cold laughter could be heard. He did not have a good impression of Emon Yenshin. Therefore, he could not wait to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling looked at him coldly and did not say a word. He then brought the Heavenly Concubine back to the Ice Temple. Thank you. Looking at the young man walking over, everyone in the Ice Temple was moved. Not long ago they had bullied the young man. However, the young man had saved them and restored the last shred of dignity of the Ice Temple. This made them feel extremely guilty. I'm sorry. I was too rude to you before. I never acknowledged your identity. However, I'm convinced now. Jiang Hong said respectfully. In his heart, the young man was as sacred and proud as his master. Alright, let's talk about the rest later. Now that there are 3 people fighting, who's stronger among the younger generation? Lin Ling smiled and did not dwell on the topic. Among the younger generation, only Jiang Hong is stronger. Elder Wu seemed to be afraid to look Lin Ling in the eyes as she said calmly. When Lin Ling had reprimanded her, she had been thinking about it for the past few days. It was then that she realized that her hope for Emon Yenshin to be successful was just wishful thinking on her part. She had no right to dictate Emon Yenshin's life, nor did she have the right to criticize Emon Yenshin's taste. However, even though she knew, she stubbornly refused to admit it. Until today, when this young man appeared out of nowhere and helped the Ice Palace regain a chance of survival, the guilt in her heart grew even stronger. Lin Ling nodded at Elder Wu, then looked at the heavenly concubine and said, "Heavenly concubine, you go out as well." Heavenly concubine, she has no martial strength at all. Everyone stood up. Lin Ling chuckled. That was in the past. Not necessarily now. After that, he didn't explain much and continued, among the 3 matches, you only need to win 2 matches. Therefore the third person may not need to fight. Everyone sighed in their hearts. This was the only way. However, they weren't optimistic about it. After all, everyone knew how powerful the Extreme Hall was. The 6 Knights Genius Camp was famous in the Cloud Domain. However, they had no choice but to fight with their backs to the wall. They could only resolutely charge forward. Which trash will fight in the first match? After a while, a faint voice sounded above the vast square. Then, everyone felt the ground tremble as a young man strode towards the square like a bull demon. The young man was burly and was almost 2 meters tall. His red eyes were filled with murderous intent. 6 Knights Genius Camp, the 5th Knight. In the 6 Knights Genius Camp, every one of them had martial arts that made them famous, and each one was stronger than the other. For example, the 6th Knight specialized in dark martial arts, the 4th Knight specialized in Yin martial arts, and the 5th Knight specialized in Ox Demon martial arts. It's like a giant bull demon has come to the square. Feeling the surging power, everyone in the square was shocked. I don't understand. Why do we have to fight against these weaklings? We can just kill them directly. This is a waste of time. The 5th Knight's voice was as deep as thunder as he looked coldly at the people from the Ice Palace. Did the arrival of Emon Yenshin's son boost your confidence? Unfortunately, Emon Yenshin wasn't a match for Palace Master Gu Yen in the past. What can that bastard change? The 5th Knight's voice was filled with mockery. You're courting death. A figure flew out and landed on the square. It was Jiang Hong. I'll fight the first battle. Anyone who insults my master must die. Jiang Hong's eyes were red as he stared coldly at the 5th Knight. Emon Yenshin's son is trash. Emon Yenshin's disciple is even more trash. Fight. The 5th Knight spewed out black smoke from his nostrils as an illusion of a bull demon appeared behind him. It was extremely terrifying. He took a step forward and the ground cracked as he charged towards Jiang Hong. Bang, bang, bang. Not only was his body huge, but his speed was also extremely fast. Wave fist. Looking at the 5th Knight charging towards him, Jiang Hong's pupils constricted. Spiritual energy burst out from his body as waves surged out from his fist. He then threw out a punch. This was a great concept martial art and it was at the complete realm. Pop, pop. Endless waves surged out, turning the square into a vast ocean. Trash martial art. At this moment, there seemed to be a demon hiding in the ocean. It ignored the waves and rushed out. Bang. In the next moment, a burly figure appeared in front of Jiang Hong. A huge arm grabbed Jiang Hong's neck and slammed him heavily onto the ground. You can't even block one attack. What's the use of the Ice Palace? After slamming Jiang Hong onto the ground, the 5th Knight's huge foot stomped down heavily, causing Jiang Hong to spit out a mouthful of blood. Jiang Hong was an alchemy master after all. Even though he had reached the middle stage of the heavenly spirit realm, he was no match for the 6th Knight Genius Camp. The Extreme Hall won the first battle easily. It seems like the Ice Palace can't escape destruction. Looking at this scene, many people sighed and shook their heads. The difference in strength was too big. Bang, bang, bang. Even though Jiang Hong had lost, the 5th Knight didn't seem to plan on letting him go. He kept stomping on Jiang Hong's face as if he wanted to humiliate Jiang Hong before killing him. Enough. He has already lost. Do you still want to kill him? At this moment, Elder Wu's voice rang out. She gently slapped out, interrupting the 5th Knight's humiliation of Jiang Hong. Old man, it's your turn next. The 5th Knight kicked with his right leg arrogantly, sending Jiang Hong flying. Elder Wu caught him in midair. Grandma Wu, I'm sorry. I've lost. Jiang Hong's bones were broken, but he still apologized. This made Elder Wu's heart ache. Although the Ice Palace had declined, these disciples were all good. Emon Yenshin had brought up disciples with integrity. The next one is the honorary hall master called Heavenly Concubine, right? TSK, I love to fight with beauties. The fifth knight licked his lips, ignoring the angry gazes of the Ice Palace disciples. He then looked at Lin Ling and said, "Do you think the Ice Palace has any hope after 3 battles? What a joke. I'll take care of the remaining 2 battles. They're all dead. You're next. Today is the end of the Ice Palace." Only the fifth knight's voice could be heard in the square. However, it was undeniable that today was the end of the Ice Palace. I'm not interested in knowing if today is the end of the Ice Palace. However, I know that today is your end. Chapter 444. Breaking out of the cocoon and becoming a butterfly. Everyone could see that the outcome was set. But the young man said that fifth knight would die today. He was too arrogant. "Heavenly Concubine, I command you in the name of Emon Yenshin. You must win the next 2 battles. Kill the scum who dared to humiliate my mother and the Ice Temple." Lin Ling looked at Heavenly Concubine and said coldly, "In the name of Emon Yenshin?" Everyone in the Ice Temple was in a daze. They could vaguely see Hall Master Emo in the past. But could Heavenly Concubine really win? "I will not lose, Hall Master." "Yes," Heavenly Concubine said firmly. The young man seemed to have become the new Hall Master of the Ice Temple, and Heavenly Concubine, the Hall Master in name, had acknowledged his identity. Where did the young man get the confidence to take on the position of Ice Temple Master in front of everyone? Heavenly Concubine was weaker than Jiang Hong, but the young man wanted Heavenly Concubine to kill Fifth Knight. What a joke. "Haha, Emon Yenshin, you were the pride of the Stone Saint Nation, but your son is an arrogant idiot. Lamentable, a pure goddess, but your descendant is so down and out." Haha. After a moment of silence, Gu Yen laughed loudly. Many people from the Extreme Hall also laughed. Emon Yenshin's son not only failed to save the Ice Temple, but also became the laughingstock of the Stone Saint Nation. Heavenly Concubine, fight. Yes. Heavenly Concubine ignored the laughter and walked towards the square. She believed in Lin Ling. If Lin Ling said she could win, she would definitely win. You trust him too much. He is not Emon Yenshin, he cannot change anything. Poor you who is about to die don't know anything. Fifth Knight shook his head as he looked at the young lady walking towards him. But you are also a beauty, so I will give you a chance. Follow me and I will spare your life. Shut up, bull, I will always believe in him. Heavenly Concubine said coldly. Her frail body stood firm. Many people's eyes flickered. This young lady's trust in Emon Yenshin's son had reached a state of blindness. Unfortunately, the young lady did not recognize the reality. If you believe him, then die. Ox Demon touching horn. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the sixth knight's face. He had killed many people, but he had never killed a beauty, especially a beauty like the Heavenly Concubine. Bang bang bang. His feet moved slightly, causing the ground to tremble. He was proficient in close-range attacks, defense, and attack. His strength had reached millions of pounds. The Ox Demon's martial art is rumored to have the strength to pull up mountains and rivers. It is a martial art comprehended by an expert in the 100 territories after watching the growth of the Ox Demon. After the fifth knight comprehended it, he stepped into the sixth knight's genius camp. The crowd looked at the tall and sturdy figure and their hearts trembled. He then looked at the Heavenly Concubine and could not help but shake his head. That young girl could be considered trash. She only had the ability to predict the future. She was even inferior to Jiang Hong. How could she block the Ox Demon's martial arts? Bang! Powerful astral winds swept out like the horns of a demon ox as they rushed towards the Heavenly Concubine. Before they even got close, the Heavenly Concubine spat out a mouthful of blood. Her delicate body flew back like a kite and fell to the ground. Although she was not strong because of her ability to predict the future, she had already sensed that the sixth knight's attacks were stronger. She avoided the most terrifying power, but she was still affected by the aftershocks and was heavily injured. TSK, Honorary Palace Master? Trash. Bang. The fifth knight stomped on the ground. The ground was like layers of waves as it rushed towards the Heavenly Concubine again. Ox tremor. This martial art was like a demon ox. Its hooves heavily stomped on the ground, causing waves to appear on the ground. Heavenly Concubine. Everyone in the Ice Palace shouted. The Heavenly Concubine had luckily avoided the first attack, but the second attack was very difficult. Admit defeat. If this continues, the Heavenly Concubine will die. Elder Wu's eyes became wet. She wanted to rush out to save the heavenly concubine. There was no chance of winning the heavenly concubine's battle. However, just as she moved, Lin Ling stopped her. "It's not time yet. What are you doing? Do you want the heavenly concubine to die?" Elder Wu's aged eyes narrowed as she roared. She really did not understand what Lin Ling meant. "Ah, do you see that? You are about to die, but the person you trusted did not even care about you. He only wanted to watch you die. You trusted him and now you regret it." When the fifth knight heard Lin Ling's words, he could not help but laugh. Many people in the square nodded. That young man had tempted the heavenly concubine to overestimate herself and fight. He wanted the heavenly concubine to not admit defeat even if she died. It seemed very heartless. Could it be that because he was Mo Nianshin's son, the young man was too arrogant to recognize himself? Pop, pop, pop. Layers of earth waves rushed towards the heavenly concubine, causing the heavenly concubine's bones to shatter. Her beautiful body was sent dozens of meters away. Blood splattered everywhere. It was unbearable to watch. The young lady was no match for him. It was like a mantis trying to stop a car. "You still have one breath left? Then let's end you." The fifth knight stared at the young lady in the distance. His body trembled and his body became even more muscular. Black fog spread out and two spiritual chi horns grew out from his head. Sky-piercing break. Two dragon-like auras came out from the fifth knight's nose. It turned him into a bull and charged towards the heavenly concubine. He wanted to smash her into pieces. Dot. Bang. 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 He was on all fours on the ground as crazy as a bull. It was said that this martial art could allow him to smash through a mountain. Back then, he had used this martial art to sweep through hundreds of geniuses in the Stone Saint Nation before finally entering the Six Knights Genius Camp. Primal brute force. Not good. I can't stand firm. Under the frenzied attacks of the fifth knight, some of the weaker people in the square couldn't even stand steadily. Their hearts were trembling with fear. However, their gazes all landed on the frail young girl. They sighed in their hearts. This move would definitely cause the death of this young girl. Heavenly concubine. Everyone from the ice temple roared. "Why are you stopping me? Is it because our ice temple looked down on you and humiliated you? Is that why you want to take revenge?" Elder Wu looked angrily at Lin Ling. She wanted to save the heavenly concubine a few times, but she was stopped by the young man. The young man was heartless. Jiang Hong and the rest were also looking at Lin Ling. But what surprised them was that the young man's face was calm. His eyes were flickering constantly as if he was unmoved. Just when they wanted to blame the young man again, a calm voice came out. "Only at the moment of death can a person's potential be stimulated. Heavenly concubine, your time has come. Break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly." That voice seemed to come from the horizon. It was ethereal and dreamy, but it made everyone from the ice temple tremble. They seemed to have heard Hall Master Mo's voice. Break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly? Hall Master Mo said that the heavenly concubine would break out of the cocoon and become a butterfly one day. Could it be? First revolution, open the purple palace. Second revolution, open the heavenly punishment. Third revolution, open the bipolar. Fourth revolution, open the heaven's eye. Fifth revolution, open the life embryo. Sixth revolution, open the sovereign's way. Seventh revolution, open the Gemini. The cold voice came out in the silent square like the might of the heavens. Under thousands of gazes, the blue-white young man's long hair fluttered. His clothes fluttered in the wind. His hands formed a complicated seal. Mysterious seals flew out from his palms. They crossed the sky and heavily imprinted on the heavenly concubine's body. Chapter 445. Seventh Revolution Unsealed. What's going on? The crowd's pupils constricted as they subconsciously looked at the heavenly concubine. Their expressions instantly became very interesting. At the same time, the heavenly concubine on the ground released circles of ripples as mysterious runes floated out. After the seventh revolution, her body floated up as her eyes were slightly closed. A terrifying aura was released. Seventh revolution, awakening. A cold shout came out of the young man's mouth once again. It was as if he had broken some kind of seal or unlocked some kind of shackle. Boom. There was an explosion in the square as the terrifying aura of a king body erupted. Under countless gazes, the young girl floated in the air as her body emitted a black and white light. Moreover, a mysterious black and white pair of fish kept circling around the young girl. Then, the young girl floated down and stood quietly on the square. She stretched out her soft and boneless hand and gently pressed down. Bang! At the same time, Fifth Knight, who had transformed into a bull demon, charged over. However, when he collided with the small hand, the force that could break a mountain was like a stone sinking into the sea. Your bull demon's strength is very strong, but the left corner is flawed. The spirit energy in the right corner is uneven. It seems like a huge force, but it's actually not that strong. A soft voice came out of the young girl's mouth as she slowly opened her eyes. One side of her beautiful eyes was actually black while the other side was white. The most terrifying thing was that the young girl's gentle pat had blocked Fifth Knight's attack. Fifth Knight's body was trembling as his head was gently pressed down by the young girl's hand. He previously felt that the powerful bull's charge was being absorbed by a mysterious force after meeting the young girl. What was this? Infinity is Tai Chi. Tai Chi gives birth to Yang. Extreme movement gives birth to stillness. Stillness gives birth to Yin. The calm voice with a hint of holiness came out again. Destroy. A 8 trigrams diagram appeared behind the young girl. The young girl's hand was like willow catkins and waves. It looked soft as if it had no bones, but it faintly carried the true meaning of martial arts. Boom. With a gentle wave, Fifth Knight's body exploded and turned into ashes. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Silence. The entire square was silent. Fifth Knight of the Extreme Palace's 6 Knights Genius Camp was instantly killed in one move. What kind of martial arts did the Heavenly Concubine use? Everyone's heart trembled fiercely. At this moment, they realized that the Hall Master of the Ice Palace was very dazzling. She entered the 6 Knights Genius Camp in one battle. What is going on? Over at the Ice Palace's side, everyone's eyes were wide open. Jiang Hong muttered to himself as if he couldn't believe his own eyes. The Heavenly Concubine, who had always been powerless, actually killed the 5th Knight in one move? 7 Awakening 7 Transformation Awakening Pill. Lin Ling smiled faintly, his words causing Jiang Hong and the others to gulp. Suddenly, they remembered the competition between the young man and Jiang Hong not long ago. At that time, the young man had concocted a kind of 7th grade pill, but they didn't know what kind of effect it had. Jiang Hong said with difficulty. Only now did he realize that he had underestimated this young man. Furthermore, he had underestimated him thoroughly. I'm sorry. Elder Wu was excited. She looked at Lin Ling and said softly. Previously, she thought the young man was heartless and didn't care about the Heavenly Concubine's death. Who knew that the young man was helping the Heavenly Concubine break out of her cocoon and become a butterfly? The Hall Master of the Ice Palace had always been a good-for-nothing. Everyone knew that. But now, who dared to say that? It's fine. The Heavenly Concubine's bloodline will only be awakened at the moment of life and death. It is right for you to be worried about her. Lin Ling nodded and felt happy for the Heavenly Concubine. I am just doing what my mother didn't do. I didn't expect the Heavenly Concubine's bloodline to be so terrifying. Lin Ling wasn't sure about the strength that the Heavenly Concubine had displayed, but he guessed that those who had awakened their bloodline shouldn't be weak. Everything in front of him proved that the Heavenly Concubine's innate talent spirit body wasn't weak. In this world, innate talent spirit bodies were extensive and profound. Things that weren't seen in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom were slowly appearing in the 100 regions. She must have borrowed the power of some pill. 3rd Knight, kill him. On the Extreme Hall side, Gu Yen frowned. He didn't know what had happened, but he was unwilling. A former trash of the Ice Palace had actually killed the 5th Knight today. This was equal to slapping the Extreme Hall in the face. Look at her delirious appearance. She must have taken some pill that squeezed out her potential. I will fight this battle. A youth with a long sword on his back walked out. He was the 3rd Knight of the 6 Knights Genius Camp. It had to be known that in the 6 Knights Genius Camp, the higher one was, the stronger one was. Currently, the 3rd Knight was ranked 4th in the Cloud region. He was below the 1st Knight, 2nd Knight, and a Saint Extraordinary. I am different from the other 6 Knights geniuses. I don't have a powerful innate talent spirit body, nor do I have profound martial arts. I only have the sword. After leaving the square, the 3rd Knight pulled out his sword. A strange atmosphere rippled out. At this moment he seemed to incarnate into the 4 seasons of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. 4 seasons sword art. This was a profound sword art that came from the rainforest holy land of the 7 profound martial house. It was said that this sword art could cultivate the true meaning of the sword. With this sword art, even if the 3rd Knight didn't have a formidable talent, he could still show disdain for all heroes. Do you want the heavenly concubine to come down? Seeing the third knight walk out, Jiang Hong was a bit worried. He asked Lin Ling unknowingly. He had already taken Lin Ling as the backbone of the group, as well as the Ice Temple's temple master. The other Ice Temple disciples were also the same. They all looked at Lin Ling. After all, the Ice Temple had been on the brink of life and death. But after this youth had appeared, he had reversed the situation, faintly suppressing the Ice Temple. To break through the cocoon and become a butterfly, it's not as simple as that. Lin Ling's eyes flashed. He smiled and shook his head. Hearing this, Jiang Hong and the others were reassured. They were no longer worried. They subconsciously believed that this youth was the military advisor behind the scenes, and that everything was under his control. I don't know what happened to the heavenly concubine. She defeated the fifth knight with a single move, but now that the third knight has appeared, will the heavenly concubine be lucky enough to win? I heard that the heavenly concubine ate some pill that squeezed out her potential. But the pill has a time limit. I'm afraid that the pill's effect has already worn off. At this moment in the square, the crowd was discussing. With regards to the heavenly concubine's sudden burst of strength, they felt that it was unreal. After all, the heavenly concubine didn't have any martial strength in the past. And the third knight's name had already spread throughout the Stone Saint Nation. So, the crowd was more optimistic about the third knight. Four Seasons Sword Art. The elegant sword art was displayed. The mysterious illusion of the four seasons appeared in the square. The wind of spring, the flame of summer, the warmth of autumn, and the cold of winter. The beautiful sword art locked onto the heavenly concubine from any angle, as if it wanted to cut her down. What a fast sword. I can't even see it clearly. Also, the four great concepts of spring, summer, autumn, and winter have reached perfection. Looking at those swords, the crowd exclaimed. Your sword is very flashy, but it lacks the sharpness of a sword. A swordsman's goal is to kill. The Four Seasons sword art is a sword art for women. Chapter 446. Reversing Heaven and Earth. Speak. Who doesn't know how to do it? Take my sword before you speak. Sword energy gushed out and shot straight at the heavenly concubine. Under countless gazes, the heavenly concubine did not move. However, she gently took a step forward and seemed to break the sword concept, causing the third knight's sword to disappear without a trace. How is this possible? The third knight's pupils constricted. He had an unfathomable feeling in his heart. It was as if the girl in front of him had seen through his sword. I used to have the ability to predict the future, but I could only be considered a mortal. I couldn't predict a martial artist stronger than me. But now, I seem to be able to predict your moves and see through your martial arts. A soft voice floated out from the heavenly concubine's mouth, causing the third knight's body to tremble. The ability to predict the future and see through martial arts? Could it be that this girl had already predicted his martial arts trajectory? Predicting the future of martial arts, what a terrifying ability. In the distance, Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Like this, the heavenly concubine also fell into an undefeatable position. Impossible. The mysteries of martial arts are endless. How could it be seen through? Take my sword, great Four Seasons sword art. The third knight roared. The sword in his hand became even more dazzling. The Four Seasons reincarnation appeared and turned into a sharp sword. It crossed the sky and shot towards the heavenly concubine's forehead. This sword was very terrifying. It was sharp and could pierce through everything. It's useless. I have an extra memory in my mind. It allowed me to calculate that you will never be my opponent. I can absorb your attack and increase my cultivation. I can even receive feedback. The cold voice came out from heavenly concubine's mouth again. Her hands drew a circle and a mysterious twin fish 8 trigrams diagram appeared. It stopped the sword that was shooting towards her forehead and was sucked into the twin fish 8 trigrams diagram. Then a terrifying suction force came out and sucked away third knight's cultivation. At the same time, the heavenly concubine released the aura of a heavenly spirit origin pill. It was extremely dazzling. She actually absorbed the opponent's spiritual energy and used it to break through? Looking at this scene, the crowd went crazy. What ability did the heavenly concubine use? It was so terrifying. How could this be? Impossible. The third knight roared. However, the heavenly concubine coldly said, he said that anyone who insults senior sister will die. Using softness to overcome strength. She gently pushed out her hand as the two black and white fishes revolved around her hand. She gently patted Third Knight, causing Third Knight to have a feeling that he couldn't avoid it. After that, when she patted Third Knight's body trembled as a twin fish 8 trigrams mark appeared on his chest. He could faintly sense that the power that had struck him was actually his four-season sword technique. This meant that the girl had used the power of the Third Knight to kill him. Bang! The next moment he'd turn. To overcome defeat 2. To absorb to return. 2 trigrams. Many people widened their eyes as if they couldn't believe everything before their eyes. This was all too surreal. Just what did that youth open for the heavenly concubine? Why was the heavenly concubine's strength so terrifying? It. King Body. The heavenly concubine actually awakened a king body. It had to be known that in the cloud domain, there were currently only 2 people with king bodies. One was the sacred domain's Xing Fifan, and the other was the genius Lin Ling who appeared out of nowhere. Now there was a third one. The legendary king body. It was a spirit body that could suppress all. This was the first time many martial artists in the Stone Saint Empire had seen such a king body. But this terrifying talent left one in awe. King body. My auntie is quite fierce. Lin Ling was also surprised. Although he also had a king body, he had spent a lot of effort to obtain it. The heavenly concubine was much luckier than him. She had a king body hidden in her bloodline. As long as she awakened it, the process would be much easier. Twin fish Dao body. Using softness to overcome strength. It can resolve any attack. Moreover, it can predict the future. What an abnormal king body. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. He guessed that the heavenly concubine's king body was even more terrifying than his world-purifying demonic flame. If the heavenly concubine was like this, then what about the 100 territories? Wouldn't there be even more terrifying geniuses? King body. It's actually a king body? Elder Extreme Frost muttered to himself. At this moment he suddenly smiled bitterly. He wanted to use the Ice Temple's decline as an excuse to cancel the Ice Temple. But now, the Ice Temple's heavenly concubine had slapped him in the face in front of everyone. The Ice Temple had a king body. She was the third person in the Cloud region to have a king body. Who could cancel the Ice Temple? Who had the right to do so? Everyone in the square suddenly thought of this. They couldn't help but look at Elder Extreme Frost with a mocking smile on their faces. With the appearance of a king body, what else could the Ice Temple and Elder Extreme Frost say? Was the Ice Temple still trash? Moreover, the Ice Temple had won 2 out of the 3 battles. This meant that they were stronger than the Ice Temple. Then would they still dare to take over the Ice Temple? I didn't expect that the Ice Temple's survival would be reversed by the heavenly concubine alone. The crowd sighed inwardly as they looked at the holy girl. But then one of them said in surprise, the one who changed the Ice Temple was Emon Yenshin's son. As soon as this voice was heard, everyone in the square looked at the young man in the blue and white robe in the distance. At first, the young man wanted to save the Ice Temple, but everyone thought it was a big joke. But now, they realized that the young man's words were the truth. The young man was like the mastermind behind the scenes. He seemed to have everything under his control. Emon Yenshin's son is so powerful. Many martial artists were secretly surprised. Although the light at this moment belonged to the heavenly concubine, in fact, it was the young man who made it happen. Although the young man looked ordinary from afar, in many people's hearts, the young man was extremely dazzling. As for the people from the Ice Temple, they were all looking at the young man. They were so emotional that they couldn't speak. The young man came from the distant Heaven Mystic's kingdom to visit his mother, but they all looked down on him. They thought that the young man had let down his mother. But at this moment, the young man told them that the young man also had Emon Yenshin's pride. I'm sorry? Many people had the same sentence in their hearts. They felt even more guilty. The Ice Temple has lost. I think you have nothing to say. Lin Ling didn't know what the people from the Ice Temple were thinking. He looked at the Extreme Ice Elder in the distance and said. The Extreme Ice Temple was in silence. Everyone was silent. They looked at the heavenly concubine who was like a saintess. But in the end, their eyes fell on the young man. They knew that although the heavenly concubine looked like the main character today, it was actually the young man. The young man had reversed the situation and changed everything. Emon Yenshin's son. I'm so angry. He isn't strong, but he knows a lot. Chapter 447. Lin Ling attack. If we don't get rid of her today, the extreme hall will be swallowed by the heavenly concubine in the future. We must kill her before she matures. Gu Yan's eyes flashed coldly. He looked at the first knight and second knight and said, although the heavenly concubine is strong, she has just awakened and her foundation is still solid. Only Elder Wu from the Ice Palace is a tough nut to crack. If we kill her, the Ice Palace will collapse. What do you mean? The first knight looked at Gu Yan and asked. Kill Elder Wu first. Without her, the heavenly concubine and the Ice Palace will have no experts to support them. They will die. Gu Yan said coldly. His words made the first knight and second knight nod. Elder Wu was at the peak of the heavenly spirit realm and her strength was terrifying. However, if the three of them worked together, they would have a high chance of killing her. Once Elder Wu died, the Ice Palace would be defeated. No one can stop the three of us. The three of them looked at each other and nodded coldly. After which, Gu Yan's body moved and shot towards Elder Wu. The first knight and second knight followed closely behind her. In this world, only the strong can control everything. Although the Ice Palace has won, they won't have the last laugh. If you want to blame someone, blame your Hall Master Mo for not being here. The loud roar was accompanied by rolling murderous intent. Everyone in the square was stunned. In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. The Extreme Hall seemed to have disregarded their reputation and shamelessly attacked together. Obviously, the Heavenly Concubine's awakening of the Heavenly Concubine's king physique made the Extreme Hall feel great pressure. Therefore, they wanted to kill the Heavenly Concubine today. How shameless. Many people frowned when they realized the Extreme Hall's intention. At this moment, many people realized that the Extreme Ice Elder was silent and didn't stop them. Instead, he just stood by and watched. As a Grand Elder, the Extreme Ice Elder was known for his fairness. However, it seemed that he didn't live up to his reputation and was extremely hypocritical. If the Extreme Ice Elder wanted to take over the Ice Palace, then he could just do it by force. There was no need for a summit or a shameless battle. It was useless even if the Ice Palace won. Gu Yan, the first knight and second, are attacking together. Are they trying to kill the Heavenly Concubine? Many thoughts flashed through the crowd's minds, but they still stared at Gu Yan and the other two. However, in the next moment they realized that the three of them seemed to be targeting Elder Wu. Obviously, Gu Yan and the others were extremely cunning. They knew that as long as Elder Wu died, the Ice Temple wouldn't be able to stop the Ji Hall with the Heavenly Concubine, who hadn't grown up yet. At this moment, everyone from the Ice Palace was still immersed in joy. They thought that the Heavenly Concubine had won and that the Ice Palace's glory had reappeared. They had escaped a calamity. It wasn't until the surging killing intent assaulted them that they realized that they had underestimated the despicableness of the Extreme Palace. Grandma Wu. Heavens' studio of studio of. Tease. Studio Elder New. Studio Elder Studio Hall. Studio of studio is. Studio Ice is. Let's go. Everyone from the Ice Palace, leave the Extreme Ice City immediately. In this short period of time, Elder Wu's heart was filled with uneasiness. She knew that she would not be able to escape this calamity. Therefore, the first thing she thought of was the people from the Ice Temple. These people were all Mo Nianshan's disciples. How could they die here? Qing Luo Wu Shan. After that, an explosive roar came from the old woman's mouth. Her aura of the peak of the sky spirit realm was released, and her spirit chi transformed into a fluttering robe that kept spiraling. Old bastard, your end is here. In the distant sky, two afterimages appeared. They also released the aura of the peak of the sky spirit realm. Gu Yan's body split into two and pounced on Elder Wu from the left and right. Yin and Yang profound palm. Pop, pop. The air was turbulent as two gigantic palms slammed towards Elder Wu from both sides. Rumble. However, that terrifying attack was blocked by Elder Wu's fluttering spirit chi robe. Even so, Elder Wu's chi and blood still surged, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She was already old. Although her cultivation level was similar to Gu Yan's, her strength was still slightly weaker than Gu Yan's. After you die, the Ice Temple will no longer have any strong cultivators. However, at this moment, two figures shot over from the front. It was the first knight and the second knight. The three of them joined forces to bully Elder Wu. Elder Wu could block Gu Yan alone, but she couldn't block the first knight and the second knight. Gu Yan, you're despicable. Elder Wu's mind was in turmoil as she watched the two geniuses attack her. In a short moment she thought of many things. She thought of her favorite disciple, Emon the heavenly concubine, and Emon son. She also thought that she had been happy too early. The extreme hall came with murderous intent. How could they keep their promise? How could they admit defeat after losing? She could only hope that the people of the Ice Temple could leave the Stone Saint Nation safely after her death. She also hoped that the Extreme Ice Elder would spare the lives of the disciples of the Ice Temple for the sake of their many years of friendship. When a person was about to die, she didn't think of herself, but her juniors. As these thoughts flashed through her mind, Elder Wu's eyes became blurry. The two figures filled with murderous intent were getting closer and closer. She could even hear the anxious shouts of the disciples of the Ice Temple. However, at this moment, her vision darkened. The dazzling sun in the sky was blocked by a shadow. It even blocked the murderous intent of the first night and the second night. In a trance, the figure she saw wasn't tall and slender. However, at this moment, it was as heavy as a mountain. In a trance, she saw the right fist of the figure blooming with flames. At this moment, it was as dazzling as a comet. That figure was very familiar. It was the one she had always looked down on, the son of Emon. Fiery destruction. A cold voice was heard like the wind. A fist formed by flames appeared in front of everyone's eyes with an aura that could burn everything. At this moment, many people stared at the terrifying fist. Their hearts trembled violently. They had always thought that the strongest person in the Ice Temple was Elder Wu. As long as Elder Wu died, the Ice Temple would completely collapse. However, they seemed to have forgotten about one person. It was Emon son, the young man who had been hiding behind the scenes. Rumble. The terrifying fiery fist swept out. 3 flames rippled, burning everything. The first knight and the second knight, who were charging from afar, narrowed their eyes. In their eyes, the legendary fist that swept across the world, battling the heavens, battling the earth, and the god of war appeared clearly before their eyes. The world in their eyes had disappeared. There was only the fiery fist that occupied the heavens and earth. Retreat. Without any words, the first knight and the second knight only had one word. They only wanted to retreat. That fist was terrifying. Boom. Wherever the fist passed, the square turned into a sea of fire. The clouds in the sky were also burned. Of the two from the 6 knights' genius camp, the second knight had the speed of the wind. Hence he was able to escape faster. As for the first knight, who was ranked first and was only below the Cloud Region's Saint Extraordinaries, killed with one punch. Silence. The square was dead silent. Countless eyes looked at the young man standing in front of Elder Wu. Their hearts were beating violently. They thought that the most terrifying person in the Ice Temple was Elder Wu, and the one with the most potential was the heavenly concubine. Hence, once Elder Wu died, the Ice Temple would collapse. However, they didn't expect that the most terrifying person would be this young man. Chapter 448. Selection Pa. 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 The raging fire burned in the square. Everyone looked at the young man in the blue and white robe, who carried a huge sword on his back and had a flame burning in his left hand. Even Gu Yen stopped her attack and floated away. Her eyes were filled with surprise. The young man had hidden his strength so well. Judging from his strength, he was not weaker than the heavenly concubine. You saved me. Elder Wu mumbled to herself as she sensed that her life and death crisis had been averted. Suddenly, the guilt in her heart grew even stronger. When the young man had first arrived at the Ice Palace, she had been the first to dislike him. However, the young man had saved her twice at the brink of death. Plop. She knelt down. Her aged face was filled with emotion. She finally said something that she had been wanting to say for a long time. I'm sorry. Emon was the most dazzling person in her heart. She had always thought that the young man was not worthy to be Emon son. However, she now realized that she was wrong. She should not have been so stubborn. She should not have looked down on the young man. Now, she did not even dare to look at the young man. She was too ashamed to face him. You've treated my mother well. That's enough. In my dictionary, as long as you're my family, I don't mind a little stubbornness. At least you're my friend, not my enemy. Looking back, Lin Ling smiled. That smile was carefree and bright. It made Elder Wu emotional. A line of tears flowed down her face as she nodded her head heavily. If the young man did not forgive her, then she had nothing to say. She brought all of this upon herself. Fortunately, the young man did not mind. He treated her as a family and a friend. Nianchen, you have a good son. Elder Wu smiled with relief. Lin Ling nodded and looked forward. The square was silent. Everyone was still shocked by the young man's appearance. At this moment, Lin Ling's voice floated out. Going back on your words, despicable and sinister. Is this the sacred Ji Hall of the Stone Saint Nation? However, I already knew that the Ji Hall would not let this go. Since that's the case, the survival of the Ji Hall and the Ice Palace shall be decided by strength. The voice floated out, causing many people's eyes to narrow. That young man seemed to be aware of the Extreme Palace's shameless alliance, so he wasn't surprised at all. He even seemed to want to decide who would survive between the Extreme Palace and the Ice Palace. He's so powerful. Since the beginning of the summit, he has reversed the situation. Even now, he seems to still be in control of everything. He has even walked from behind the scenes to the front. The crowd sighed inwardly. This young man was in his prime and was like a dragon among men. He attracted their attention. Who do you think you are? Are they qualified to decide the existence of the Extreme Hall and the Ice Hall? Old Man Extreme Ice's voice rang out. His expression was extremely ugly. That young man had disrupted his plans with the Extreme Hall 3 times. The most despicable thing was that the young man dared to ignore him, as if he wanted to decide the existence of the Extreme Hall and the Ice Hall himself. Shut up, old man. Do you still think that you are the supreme elder in charge of the 2 palaces? Lin Ling shouted coldly as a mocking smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. I know that you seem to be threatened by someone, but it has nothing to do with me. I only know that the Ice Palace was left behind by my mother. I want to protect it. So let me ask you, between the Extreme Palace and the Ice Palace, which one do you choose? What? Old Man Extreme Ice is being threatened? The crowd was stunned for a moment. Suddenly, they looked at the mysterious young man in the black robe and guessed what had happened. Old Man Extreme Ice's expression kept changing. He felt bitter in his heart. The young man had been silent all this time, making people think that he was just SOSO. However, the moment the young man drew his sword, the sharpness of it made it difficult for him to breathe. Moreover, what did the young man mean? Could it be that he wanted him to make a choice? Interesting. Finally, there is a smart person in a small place like the Cloud region. However, Old Man Extreme Ice, he seems to be forcing you to make a choice. Don't make the wrong choice. After all, if you make the wrong choice, you might die. At this moment, the young man in the black robe's voice rang in Old Man Extreme Ice's ears. Old Man Extreme Ice's body trembled. One was Mo Nianchen's son, and the other was a genius from another region. If he made the wrong choice, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, was there a need to hesitate? Mo Nianchen's son was comparable to a genius from another region? After all, the young man in the black robe was the ruler of a region. The Extreme Hall. Cold. Old Man Extreme Ice's cold voice drifted out. He then explained, in this world, the strong are respected. No matter how close I am to the Ice Palace, it is not as important as my life. This is the general trend. It is not something you and I can change. Sigh. After he finished speaking, he looked forward to seeing Lin Ling's regretful expression. Moreover, the crowd in the square also looked at Lin Ling. Now that Old Man Extreme Ice had finally admitted that he would not let the Ice Palace survive, the young man should be very disappointed. After all, without Old Man Extreme Ice's final support, the Ice Palace could not survive. However, under the crowd's gaze, Lin Ling's expression was still calm. He said indifferently, since you have made your choice, why do you need to talk so much nonsense? Do you still want to explain why you are afraid of death? I only hope that you will not regret it when the time comes. Sigh. Moreover, since you have made your choice, there is a clear distinction between friend and foe. Next, don't blame me for erasing everything because you have never talked about morality. Sigh. Erase everything? Sigh. The crowd's eyes narrowed. The young man did not show any regret. Instead, he wanted to kill everyone from the Extreme Hall to decide everything. Arrogant, this young man was too arrogant. He wants to kill the people from the Extreme Hall? Yes. On the Ice Palace's side, the hearts of the disciples surged. They felt that it was impossible. Do you think you alone are qualified to do so? Disdainful. At that moment, a disdainful voice sounded. Second Knight was holding his spear and walking over step by step. Looking at Second Knight, many people nodded. This young man wanted to dominate everything, but that was impossible. There were too many strong cultivators in the Ji Hall. Then they heard the second knight say, "Previously our target was Elder Wu, and that was why your sneak attack succeeded. But this time I won't underestimate you. Last time you slapped me. Fight me again and we ended in a draw. This time let's fight with our full strength." "Yes." Rumble. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura bloomed. Strong winds rolled and turned into a tornado. Second knight seemed to have turned into a wind god. His aura seemed to be stronger than the heavenly concubines. Of course this was normal. After all, the heavenly concubine had only awakened her bloodline for a short time, while second knight's foundation was obviously more solid. The 6 knights of the genius camp, each stronger than the other. However, second knight said that he had fought with the young man and ended in a draw. This battle will be very intense. Everyone in the square was discussing. 2 evenly matched opponents, this battle would definitely be exciting. However, some people laughed disdainfully. That young man wanted to dominate everything, but second knight had stopped him. What right did he have to say that he could dominate everything? End in a draw? If it wasn't for someone interrupting, you would be dead. Ignoring the voices in the square, Lin Ling looked at second knight and smiled disdainfully. Last time when he fought with second knight, the Extreme Ice Elder had stopped him. At that time, because he had just arrived at the Extreme Ice Palace, he did not want to affect his mother. So Lin Ling stopped. Chapter 449. Only one move. Haha, arrogant. I have seen countless geniuses in the 3 big countries, but you are the most arrogant. Last time, you were interrupted by Lord Polar Ice, but the one who escaped was you. Second knight shook his head in disdain. Cut the crap and use your full strength. Bang. Rumble. He pointed his long spear, and it was as if the wind was stirring up the wind. That wind made the cheeks of many people in the plaza hurt. Then they saw second knight shoot towards Lin Ling with his spear. Strong or weak at this moment, it is clear. Bang. Many people stopped breathing and stared at the battle of geniuses. However, before the spear reached the youth, they heard a disdainful voice. "Do you have the right to make me use my full strength?" Bang. The youth seemed to be saying that second knight did not have the right to make him use his full strength. Sixth knight died in the battle of 100 generals, fifth knight and third knight died in the hands of heavenly concubine, and fourth knight, first knight, and you. From now on, the 6 knight genius camp will disappear. Bang. The cold voice floated out of Lin Ling's mouth, making second knight, who was shooting towards Lin Ling, narrow his eyes. Only now did he realize that he was the last person of the 6 knight genius camp, and the dead 6 knight geniuses were all related to the youth. Just as this shock rose, the second knight saw Lin Ling extend his left hand. A green flame danced on his palm before it continued to grow. With a rumble, it transformed into a huge flame demonic dragon. Its cold and hot aura caused the pouncing second knight's heart to tremble violently. "I said you don't have the right to make me use my full strength. If you don't die after taking this move, you can leave here alive." Vaguely, second knight heard the cold voice. "Flame dragon." Rumble. The green flame dragon rushed out as if it came from the abyss, engulfing everything. This demon dragon was so terrifying that everyone in the plaza had difficulty breathing. It was very scary. What? Second knight held his long spear and rushed towards Lin Ling. However, at this moment he was also frightened. When his wind met the fire, it was as if the wind would be burned at any moment. This made him understand that when he fought with the youth last time, the youth did not use his full strength. Moreover, the strength he hid was more powerful than his hidden strength. Now that it exploded, there was only one thought in his mind. They couldn't block it. Wind barrier. Second knight shouted, and astral winds rose from his body as if he was wearing astral wind armor, allowing the green flame demon dragon to pass by him. Then he let out a sigh of relief, finally dodging that terrifying flame demon dragon. However, could the flaming devil dragon really dodge it? Destroy. A cold voice came out of Lin Ling's mouth once again. In the distance, the flame devil dragon circled around second knight and then charged at second knight once more. How is this possible? This dragon has a spirit? Sensing the terrifying aura behind him, the second knight roared angrily. Just one move and he was already scared. He thought that he would be safe after dodging that move. However, that move was not over yet. The terrifying flaming demon dragon seemed to have intelligence and could chase after the enemy on its own. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that he felt that the flaming evil dragon's aura was as strong as the heavenly concubines. This meant that the flaming evil dragon also had a king body. Everything under the king body was just an ant. Last time, when he was interrupted by Elder Extreme Ice, he thought that the young man was lucky and was saved by Elder Extreme Ice. However, he now realized that Elder Extreme Ice saved him. Moreover, the young man didn't use his full strength. It seemed that Second Knight wasn't qualified to make him use his full strength. Wind explosion. Thoughts flashed through his mind as the Second Knight shouted anxiously. The astral wind around his body surged and turned into a tornado that reached the sky. It was extremely terrifying. However, everything under the king body was just an ant. Rumble. The ferocious flaming devil dragon circled around the tornado and then continued to devour it. It swallowed all the astral winds that surrounded Second Knight. A huge dragon head appeared in front of Second Knight, causing his eyes to widen. He roared, "No!" However, he still couldn't stop the flaming devil dragon from devouring him. In the next moment he was burned into nothingness. His spiritual chi was absorbed by the flaming devil dragon, causing the flaming devil dragon to grow even larger. After that, the flaming devil dragon circled the sky and finally stopped above Lin Ling's head. At this moment, Lin Ling looked like the son of the flaming devil dragon, shining brightly. Second Knight was killed in one move. Since when did the Cloud region have such a terrifying prodigy? Looking at the young man in the plaza, everyone swallowed their saliva. The scene in front of them proved that the young man didn't even need to use his full strength to kill Second Knight. He could easily kill him. In the Cloud region, only Xing Fifan had such strength. Not long ago, Xing Fifan was defeated by the number one prodigy of the Cloud region, Lin Ling. Then could this young man be? Many people's eyes flickered. The guesses made them feel terrified. Guyan, you sneak attacked my mother and severely injured her. After that, you shamelessly told the world that you defeated my mother in a fair fight and that you are the second most powerful person in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Now I will give you a chance to prove yourself. Let's see if you can defeat the son of Emon Yenshin without sneak attacking. The cold voice sounded again. This time the sword was pointed at Gu Yan. Second Knight was in the late stage of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Even if he fought with Elder Wu, he wouldn't lose in a short period of time. However, you killed him in one move. Who are you? From afar, Gu Yan looked at Lin Ling with a serious expression. He was shocked. He realized that he was wrong. He was very wrong. He always thought that the most terrifying person in the Ice Palace was Elder Wu. He didn't expect it to be Emon Yenshin's son. This son of Emon Yenshin had hidden his strength well. Second Knight, he's just a piece of trash. Is it strange that I killed him in one move? Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. Not to mention that he was now in the middle stage of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Even if he was in the early stage of the Heavenly Spirit Realm, he was confident that he could kill Second Knight. It was just that it was easier after he reached the middle stage of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Not to mention him, even if it was you, I would kill you in one move. Lin Ling said again. Arrogant. The crowd's eyes narrowed. This young man was very arrogant. It was reasonable that he killed Second Knight in one move. After all, Second Knight was only one stage higher than this young man. However, he said the same thing to Gu Yan, who was at the peak stage of the Heavenly Spirit Realm. Killed in one move. Even the number one person in the Stone Saint Nation, Lord Arctic Ice, didn't have such confidence. Is he really from the Cloud Realm? He's 2 stages higher, and he dares to say that he can kill Second Knight in one move? Lord Arctic Ice also felt that it was too unreal. It was too surreal. It was impossible. Nothing is impossible. Geniuses have great talent. Coupled with a solid foundation and great intent realm, it's normal for them to be able to fight 2 stages higher. However, such rare geniuses only appear in the 100 realms, not the Cloud Realm. The black-robed young man said indifferently. He wasn't surprised at all. Of course, he wasn't surprised that a genius could fight 2 stages higher. However, it didn't mean that Lin Ling could do the same. Who are you? Young man. Chapter 450. Is Lin Ling? However, many people were curious about Gu Yan's words. This young man, who had kept a low profile at the beginning, gradually walked out from behind the scenes to the front after the ugly face of the Extreme Hall was revealed. The strength he displayed was very terrifying. He killed the first and second knight with a single move. Other than that young man in the rumors, no one else had this kind of strength. Although they had their guesses, they still wanted to hear the young man admit it himself. Especially the people from the Ice Palace. They wanted to know who the young man was more than anyone else. Moreover, they felt bitter in their hearts. When the young man came to the Ice Palace, they were actually the first to know his identity. However, because of their contempt and disdain, they never even asked for his name. They were too lazy to know. But now they really wanted to know. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with anticipation. He shook his head and said softly, "Lin Ling." "Yes." "Is Lin Ling?" "Yes." The square was silent for a moment. Then there were exclamations. Who in the Cloud region didn't know Lin Ling's name? In the Battle of Heaven Mystic's Kingdom, he was like a dark horse that swept through the crowd. He defeated the Cloud region's #1 prodigy, Sheng Fifan. From then on, he became the #1 prodigy in the Cloud region. And now he was here. Lin Ling. Her son is actually Lin Ling. What a joke. We actually said that he wasn't fit to be Emon Yenshin's son. Yes. Everyone from the Ice Palace smiled bitterly. Everything was so ironic and ridiculous. They mocked and disdained Lin Ling at the beginning. At this moment they were like ants dancing in front of him. No wonder the young man didn't care at all. He was disdainful. To be able to become my master's son, he is indeed extraordinary. Jiang Hong was excited. He then looked at the slender figure in the square and knelt down on one knee. Palace Master. Yes. At this moment, in front of everyone, he treated the young man as the Palace Master they admired the most. Palace Master. Yes. All the disciples of the Ice Palace also shouted and knelt down on one knee. They were sincerely convinced of the young man's strength. I always thought that it was a mistake for Nianshin to give up everything and marry that man from the Heaven Mystic's Kingdom. Now I finally know that Nianshin didn't give up everything. Instead, she passed everything down to her son and allowed her son to replace her to shine. Elder Wu muttered to herself. Her aged eyes were wet with tears. At this moment she suddenly felt gratified and excited. Then with a plop she knelt down on one knee. Palace Master. They were completely convinced. They knew that Emon Yenshin's son had not let Emon Yenshin down. Instead he was even more dazzling. Was the #1 genius of the Cloud Domain not worthy of Emon Yenshin? Furthermore, it was no longer a question of whether Emon Yenshin had lived up to his son's expectations. Instead, Emon Yenshin had used his son's pride to spread his name throughout the entire Cloud realm. How is this possible? How could her son be so powerful? Gu Yin muttered to himself. He couldn't believe his eyes. Emon Yenshin was very scary in the past. He had to sneak up on her to win. However, Emon Yenshin's son was even scarier. He was so powerful that he felt suffocated. Defeating the Saint of the Cloud Domain and seizing control of the Heaven Mystic's Kingdom wasn't something that anyone could do. Take one move from me, and I will admit that you have defeated my mother. Cold? Lin Ling's cold voice floated out from his mouth. Under countless gazes, the flaming demon dragon surged towards the young man's body. It was so powerful that it was as if he was going to cut off all means of retreat. What is he doing? Is he going to perish together with the flaming demon dragon? Cold? The crowd gasped. They couldn't understand Lin Ling's actions. After all, the terror of the flaming demon dragon was still fresh in their minds. However, the young man actually took the attack of the flaming demon dragon. Was he seeking death? Your vision is too narrow. In the past, during the Battle of 100 Generals, the prodigy Lin Ling didn't rely on the flaming demon dragon. Instead, he swallowed the flaming demon dragon and turned into the flaming demon king. Right at this moment, a dignified voice echoed. This person was fated to watch the Battle of 100 Generals and saw that scene from afar. Swallowed? Hearing that statement, the crowd swallowed their saliva with difficulty. Innate monarch body, turning into the flaming demon king. Gu Yan's eyes congealed. He might be at the peak stage of the heaven spirit realm, but he was afraid now. After all, the words innate monarch body were enough to make him lose the will to fight. Everyone knew how terrifying the innate monarch body was. Otherwise, the Cloud Domain wouldn't only have 3 innate monarch body possessors. One move. Cold? Gu Yan looked over and saw that the young man who swallowed the innate monarch body had a cold and scorching aura. Circles of green flame ripples were blooming from the young man's body. Subsequently, he saw the young man who looked like a demon king holding a giant sword and shooting over. Was that a human? That was fire, and that was even more demonic. Wait, the Ji Hall admits defeat today. The Ice Hall can exist. Alas! Gu Yan yelled out anxiously and kept retreating. His panicked look made the crowd's expression extremely interesting. The number 2 figure of the Stone Saint Nation was actually begging for mercy. The ice hall has always existed. Do I need you to admit it? Humph. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully, making Gu Yan's breathing difficult. He said anxiously again, I'm sorry. I admit defeat in this battle. You can kill the people of the Ji Hall as you wish, but let me go. The Ji Hall is yours. Humph. He was completely afraid of Lin Ling. In order to survive, he didn't hesitate to hand over the Ji Hall behind him, exchanging the lives of tens of thousands of people in the Ji Hall for his life. His words made the people of the Ji Hall gloomy, and anger quietly rose in their hearts. Their hall master had abandoned them at the most critical moment, letting them all die instead of dying with the Ji Hall. At this moment they suddenly felt sad. Compared to the Ice Hall, the Ji Hall master was too ugly. At least, the Ice Hall master Emon Yenshin and the current Lin Ling would only die with the Ice Hall to save their disciples. Gu Yan was too despicable. Are we all going to die? Humph. Many disciples of the Ji Hall secretly said. Gu Yan, the Ji Hall and the Ice Hall are not important to me. I'm the Cloud Sea King now. Do you think I care about these things? I'll kill you because you want to kill the people of the Ice Hall, but it doesn't mean that I'll kill everyone in the Ji Hall. Kill? However, at this moment, everyone heard Lin Ling's words, which made the eyes of the disciples of the Ji Hall brighten up. This young man was not a killer but a debtor. At this moment they actually hoped that Gu Yan would die. From then on, the Ji Hall and the Ice Hall would be united, and they would all be Emon Yenshin's disciples. I'll treat people the same way they treat me. This is my principle. You sneak attacked my mother, which is the same as sneak attacking me. Kill. A terrifying murderous intent rippled out. Lin Ling raised his sword, burning with green flames. The domineering aura of the king body was displayed. No, I admit that I won because I sneak attacked her. Spare me, Lord Extreme Ice, save me. Save me. The green flame sword slashed down, causing Gu Yan to panic. In fact, he also had the qualifications to fight with Lin Ling. Unfortunately, Lin Ling was too dazzling at the moment. He was the number 1 genius of the Cloud Domain, so he didn't dare to fight with him. Chapter 451. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor. Atlas Studios Supreme Old Dog Lin Ling was in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. It was said that he had fought with the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Cord Temple and made the Supreme Elder flee in fear. Elder Extreme Ice was only slightly stronger than the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Cord Temple. How could he not be afraid of Lin Ling? That was the Lin Ling from before. After such a long time, who could guarantee that Lin Ling's strength hadn't improved? After all, those who could become geniuses couldn't be measured by common sense. How could their cultivation progress be measured by ordinary people? Swish. The sword light was dazzling and flames spewed out. Gu Yan's body trembled and a sword mark appeared on his neck. The surging aura of the Heaven Spirit Essence core gushed out. Gu Yan's body fell down and a flame burned him. He was killed by Lin Ling in one move, which made many people's hearts tremble. Lin Ling really did what he said. The strength of the number 1 prodigy was indeed powerful. Many people also thought that Gu Yan had defeated Emon Yenshin in the past. Was it true? Obviously it was a sneak attack. After all, he couldn't even block one move from Emon Yenshin's son. How could he say that he defeated him fair and square? How sad. If you could block it, you might be able to live longer. Unfortunately, because of the enemy's reputation, you lost the will to fight. Your martial heart is too weak. Looking at Gu Yan who had turned into ashes, Lin Ling shook his head. Then he looked at Elder Extreme Ice. The Ice Palace won the previous 3 battles, but you didn't admit it. You even allowed the Extreme Hall to sneak attack Elder Wu. Now it's time to pay with blood. Since you chose the Extreme Hall, you will live and die with them. Lin Ling's sword pointed at Elder Extreme Ice. He obviously didn't plan to let go of the number 1 prodigy of the Stone Saint Kingdom, Elder Extreme Ice, who was comparable to King Yunhai of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. Back in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, Lin Ling was at the early stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm. With all his trump cards, he could make the Supreme Elder of the Heaven Cord Temple afraid. Now he was at the middle stage of the Heaven Spirit Realm, and his strength had doubled. Naturally, he didn't need to fear Elder Extreme Ice. Even if King Yunhai was here, he was still confident of fighting. You don't plan to let me go? Old Man Extreme Ice murmured. Lin Ling, showing off his ability, had risen too quickly. Now he already had the strength to challenge the strongest of the three countries. That's right. Since you've made your choice, you should accept your opponent's challenge. Lin Ling said indifferently. Old Man Extreme Frost had chosen the Extreme Palace to erase the Ice Palace. When the Ice Palace was strong enough, they would naturally erase Old Man Extreme Frost. This was the truth of heaven and earth, the cycle of karma. Do you know who I am? The Extreme Ice Elder said again, as if he still couldn't believe what was happening. After all, a junior was challenging someone who had made a name for himself for a long time. I know. You are someone who stands shoulder to shoulder with King Cloudsea, but so what? Martial artists are supposed to advance through adversity. How can we be afraid just because the enemy is stronger or has cultivated for a longer time? Lin Ling said calmly, his attitude extremely firm. Moreover, the dignity of the Ice Palace cannot be humiliated. My mother's name cannot be blasphemed. Everyone from the Ice Palace trembled when they heard this. Indeed, they had been bullied since the beginning of the summit. They had been treated like ants for a long time. Whether they lived or died, they had to obey Old Man Extreme Ice's whims. And now, they had the qualifications to not be afraid of Old Man Extreme Ice. At the same time, they wanted Old Man Extreme Ice to experience the feeling of not being able to control his own life and death. Palace Master, this is our Palace Master. He always speaks for us. Many disciples of the Ice Palace were excited as they looked at the slender figure with admiration. Do you fight or not? Lin Ling said coldly again. His aura was so strong that it made it difficult for Old Man Extreme Ice to breathe because this battle was a matter of life and death. Old Man Extreme Ice was the same as Sky Sound Temple's Supreme Elder, Sage Tianyin. The older he got, the more he feared death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been threatened by the Black Rogue youth, Qingchuan Ming. Trash, this is the Supreme Elder? Seeing Old Man Extreme Ice remain silent, Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. You. Old Man Extreme Ice's complexion was ugly. Lin Ling had gone too far. He wanted to force him to fight, and if he didn't fight then he would lose all dignity and face. You really are trash. Which martial artist doesn't have the heart to fight? No wonder you can only be an insignificant elder for your entire life. But I am interested in fighting the #1 genius of the domain of clouds. At this time, the Black Rogue youth beside Old Man Extreme Ice slowly said. His words caused Old Man Extreme Ice's pupils to narrow, but he was overjoyed. If Qingchuan Ming attacked, then his life might be saved. Lin Ling, you are very arrogant, but unfortunately, you don't know that there is always someone better than you. You don't know that outside the domain of clouds, there are countless geniuses. You are just a frog at the bottom of a well. If you want to fight, then try out Sir Qingchuan's strength. Thinking that if Qingchuan Ming attacked, Lin Ling would die for sure, Old Man Extreme Ice disdainfully laughed. How pitiful. A dignified Grand Elder ended up being someone else's dog. No wonder you've been soulless since the summit began. Everything you've done is just following orders. Instead of Grand Elder, it's better to call you Grand Old Dog. Lin Ling laughed mockingly. He wasn't surprised that Old Man Extreme Ice had someone supporting him from behind. Supreme Old Dog? Hearing Lin Ling's mocking words, the crowd also covered their mouths and laughed. At the beginning of the summit, Old Man Extreme Ice had acted out of character and helped the Extreme Hall. He had not fulfilled the duties of a Supreme Elder, and this was obvious to all. Thus, it wasn't strange to call Old Man Extreme Ice a dog. Moreover, it was time for Old Man Extreme Ice to change his position as Supreme Elder. Lin Ling, don't try to show off your strength with words. If you can survive, then we can talk about it. If I can have the last laugh and send off my own child, then I will be proud. Old Man Extreme Ice was so angry that his face turned red. In the past he was a man of virtue and prestige. But today, in order to save his life, he had failed to fulfill his duties fairly, causing him to be cursed in his old age. But all of this was brought about by Lin Ling. Thus, even though he was angry, he wanted to see how Lin Ling would die with his own eyes. He is right. You are a dog. Shut up. At this moment, the Black Rogue youth next to him shouted coldly, causing Old Man Extreme Ice's pupils to constrict. Qingchuan Ming had scolded him again. Even though he had helped Qingchuan Ming still didn't put him in his eyes. Aha, you think you have dignity as a dog? Unfortunately, your master is scolding a dog in front of everyone. The square was silent for a moment. Laughter rang out, causing Old Man Extreme Ice's face to turn green and red. Indeed, he could watch Lin Ling die in the hands of foreign geniuses, but he was someone's dog. This was a fact that couldn't be changed no matter what. Although this old man is a dog, not everyone can bully my dog. The black-robed youth, Qingxuan Ming, walked out step by step. He looked at Lin Ling indifferently, causing the square to become silent. Many people had already seen that this black-robed youth was somewhat extraordinary. After all, someone who could make Old Man Extreme Ice wary was absolutely terrifying. But who was this black-robed youth? He was so domineering and flamboyant. His background was probably not weak. As if he knew the curiosity in everyone's hearts, Qingxuan Ming stopped in the square and took out his sword. He gently wiped it. The sword was very long and thin. The blade was pitch black, and the end of the hilt was engraved with a ghost head with cold teeth. This sword was extraordinary. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.